All right, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Nerd Gamers Winter Championships, Philadelphia Regional LAN. That is right. We got a great 2 days of action coming at you here with Valorant, and looking forward to some top tier North American play. I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Elevator. We're going to be with you throughout the weekend. We got 4 best of 3s coming at you today here in the group stages into tomorrow, where the playoffs commence, where we find out our ultimate champion of this event and competing for the $7,500 prize. But we'll get into all that more information, though. But first things first, Elevated. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. I am glad to be back on the mic, and I'm glad to be back doing another Nerd Street event. The last one, is kind of one of those things where you come into it and you don't really see any of these like big name teams necessarily, but the Valorant that we watched was amazing, hilarious, entertaining, exciting, and I expect a lot more of that in this one here as well.
Yeah, and absolutely. And things like, Chamber was the big talk of that last event that we did, 3 weeks ago now, but it's been even more time. So you got to wonder how that certainly developed. And players in general have had, some nice holidays, I'm sure. But let's be honest, most of them were grinding during the holidays into New Year's here. So looking forward to seeing more advanced play from that as well. But yeah, that was the Frag Valorant Major that we're referring to. But this is, in a sense, a different event, this being the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships here for the Philadelphia region. But to that point, we certainly have several teams here and players that were at that event and here at this one to look out for. Of course, one of the bigger teams we're going to be keeping an eye on as far as one of the favorites go, that being A Crew in the squad.
Yeah, these guys have been grinding in sort of like that tier 2 NA for quite some time now, and really starting to kind of build momentum heading into the next season of VCT. And I think a lot of people kind of have them pegged as a dark horse to even contend for one of those like top 10 spots in North America potentially. So definitely have my eyes on them. And then, I mean, there's standout players on all of these teams, and there could be, you might not recognize some of the team names. Salt and Vinegar, for example, it has a bunch of players who won the Frag Major. Well-named players who've played for TSM and Complexity. Obviously, we've got ourselves some stacks, we got ourselves some signed teams, so it's going to be a pretty interesting dynamic as we get into this one.
Yeah, and to clarify, it's 12 teams here at this event. So that means we have 3 groups of 4 teams in each group. They're running a GSL or double elimination format, however you want to look at it. Essentially, the 4 teams are going to be playing a best out of 3 series in the, their side of the bracket, and then the winner of each of those, they move on to the winter finals. Losers will play on the lower side, and ultimately we play to get 2 teams out of each of the groups. That'll leave 6 teams in total, and then from there, the top 2 teams that won based on rounds, the amount of rounds and how they did in their series to the group stages, will have a bye in the first round of the playoffs, and the other 4 teams will duke it out in that first round, and then it goes on from there. But so my side a little confusing there, but point is, it really is not. They're going to be duking it out in 3 different groups, these 12 teams, and ultimately trying to find out the champion after today and tomorrow. So yeah, we got a lot of action coming at you, and one of the first series that we're going to be kicking off with it involves a team called Radiance going up against Bro Olympic Esports. I just that's another one of these fun things, doing these LAN events and these kind of pug teams coming together. So some of these team names can be pretty clever. Bro Olympic Esports, they're challengers, but Radiance, Assault Squad, they've actually been participating in a lot of these Nerd Street Gamers events themselves recently and been doing pretty well. And so looking forward to see what we're going to see from them here in the first match.
Yeah, not too surprising either when you look at their roster. There's, we've got Rebo and Fiend, formerly of Moon Raccoons. There's Seth, Venture, Chico. These are guys that have shown a lot of potential over the last year of Valorant. So I am definitely excited for this first matchup. And get a little look at the players there as they're setting up, making sure everybody's comfortable. Got some nice, huge mouse pads. What is that? Is that a CSGO logo? Get that out of here. It's wrong game.
How dare he bring that into this event? No. Obviously, a lot of players coming. That is one of the great things about Valorant, right? You got players coming from all these different games, such as CSGO, Overwatch, Fortnite even, etc., and coming together in this community and competing against one another. So but yeah, no, as you mentioned, though, we see these live shots. So again, ourselves, myself and Elevated, we're not there in person, unfortunately, but we're there in spirit, and this is proof that the teams are there in person, competing against one another. And of course, with the times as they are right now, obviously taking all the precautions, the mask being worn and everything, making sure safety precautions are certainly taken care of at the event. But they are there in person and competing at this awesome venue over there in Philadelphia. So certainly hope get to check it out in person eventually. But for now, in our cozy homes, by my fireplace over here. But no, trust me, I'm a little bit jealous, and we would certainly rather be there if we had the opportunity. But no, it's as I was saying, before we came on the stream here live, it really is cool to be a part of an event like this. It's a somewhat smaller event, sure, but still at the same time, I like think we got some really solid production value going on. The fact that we get to see the players and competing against one another in person, it definitely has a somewhat older school of a feel for me personally, being somewhat of a boomer, and I can appreciate it. So looking forward to another hype weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't really, laugh at just LAN experience in general. Sure, it's not like, millions of dollars up for grabs, but at the same time, playing live is always different. Playing at a setup that is not your home, bedroom, basement, wherever you happen to game from, um, it is a adaptation that you have to make, and it's something that people obviously value. Teams are built to be LAN teams for a reason because
Hmm.
those nerves are going to kick in regardless of whether you're playing for the first time or it's your 10th LAN, 20th LAN. Like it's always a little bit different, and if you haven't done it in a while, getting that experience early could pay dividends down the line as we continue into this 2022 season.
Absolutely, we stressed that in that frag event that we casted. Like I said, about 3 weeks ago here at the same venue, and same thing here as well. There's something to be said about getting that experience on the land environment. Once things really start kicking off with the new season of VCT ahead of us, especially, and with in general the future, because we're all pretty confident Valorant specifically is certainly going to be around for a while. Especially not to get too out of context here from the event, but more updates continue to come, and we're expecting a pretty big bounce patch, to say the least, in the coming weeks here, hopefully. But we also got the introduction of our latest agent to the table, Miss Neon. I know you got the chance to actually play a Neon a little bit on, or you didn't get to play. You got to watch. You got to play against it, I suppose. But
Yeah, it's a little too
um,
slow on my insta locking. It's like kind of a far stretch for my sensitivity is too low. I couldn't get the clicks in fast enough, but it's gonna be interesting. Like you said, going back to Chamber, we saw Chamber being played at the Frag Major, which is the last LAN that we cast. I would assume we'll probably see some Chamber at this one. And each new agent adds a whole new wrinkle. I mean, Neon is, I would say, gonna be changed to some extent. She's very strong in the current iteration, but I think something that you and I get as like former MOBA gamers is that every single like new agent or character or champion hero, whatever you want to call it, that gets introduced creates a much bigger shockwave than people initially think it does, because you come in, it's like, sure, you're still just ultimately clicking heads to win rounds, but once you actually get 6 months of practice with that, integrating it into uh,
yeah,
integrating us into like systems with you know actual setups and combinations and executes, things get pretty crazy about what is like potentially out there. So yeah, definitely
absolutely.
excited.
Absolutely. It sounds like we're going to be going to a quick break as resolving some last minute issues here, but going to be getting things started with our very first match of Radiance versus Bro Olympic Esports. You can see the players; they're definitely ready, warming up, and so are we as commentators. I'm myself, Break CBK, and Elevated. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Our first match going to be coming at for the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships Regional LAN Philadelphia. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bricky CBK here, joined by Elevated. This is the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships here in Philadelphia LAN event, and looking forward to getting things kicked off on our first day of coverage here. And it sounds like we are just about ready and just around the corner. In fact, these are the two teams, as mentioned, Radiance versus Pro Olympic Esports. So the roster of Radiance over there, you got Fiend, Venture, Rebo, Seth, and Temperature.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised to see Temperature on there as well. I mean,
okay.
This guy was playing for EG not too long ago, so definitely some firepower.
Yeah, no, it's all solid squad, certainly. And they have a team logo as well, so that's when you know they got something going. They're the ones with the jersey, so definitely some good organization going on inside of Radiance over there. But yeah, Pro Olympic Esports, we're looking at Dusty, Simply Q, Corvette, Potato Lover, and Gonches. We'll go with that. But Potato Lover, definitely one of my more favorite names.
Oh, yeah.
Casting this event for sure. So here's the map picks we got looking at. All right, we're going to be heading to Breeze on map 1. That was the choice of Radiance. We got Ascent, and then Icebox is going to be our map 3. But kicking it off with Breeze to start things off here. So confidence from Radiance as they select Breeze, and they'll be on attacking side first things first. No map changes yet. That's worth pointing out. That's been a couple of insight into that what we've seen with Breeze. Going to be getting some changes, but that's still yet to come. Yep. For now, that A site is still pretty damn open.
Yeah, and what I see here is that we're going to be experiencing quite a bit of Jet gameplay. Obviously, Breeze definitely a home for Jet, Icebox a home for Jet, and even Ascent is a pretty solid Jet map. So no surprises there. I will say that, it also does leave the door open for potentially some chamber gameplay, as we've alluded to earlier. It's definitely an agent that teams and players are experimenting with. And so those long-range maps definitely tend to favor the newest competitive agent. Not the newest agent, but the newest competitive agent in the game.
Very true. So you see some of the fans coming to sit down, and perhaps some family members, even just friends, or even just people hanging out in the area, checking out the venue, and looking forward to having a good time watching some in-person Valorant. One of the other cool things about the setup that we got going on right here. So, and also worth pointing out, so we have our on-stage match, the one that we're going to be casting here, of Radiance versus Pro Olympic Esports, but there will be 5 other matches happening at the same time. Again, you have 12 teams in total, 6 matches going on at the same time in total. So all off stage, you got those computer setups that you see right there, and there's other shots later on. We'll probably show even that all throughout the venue that they got, and the teams are going to be sitting down and getting their game on and looking to make the results happening. So some people earlier in chat, wondering if certain teams are going to play today. They're all playing today. We're going to get through the group stages today. It's just a matter of will they be on stream or not. Again, we're casting 4 best of 3s though, so we're going to do our best to, show some love to as many teams as possible, at least here in the group stages on day 1. But of course, day 2, we'll be doing all that coverage from the playoffs there, and looking forward to that as well. But again, you see this is our stage setup here, and I believe that's Pro Olympic Esports. They're on the left side. They're going to be, and then Radiance on the right side. To mention those jerseys.
You see the Moon Raccoons hoodie in the background. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
I think one other thing that's kind of cool that I recognized last LAN that we saw here at this center was that, and we'll probably see it today as well, is that sometimes, because a lot of these teams are like pug stacks, but with signed players, you'll see those players like wearing their team jersey. It's almost like a little bit of a all-star game vibe type thing, where they're still wearing their Oxygen or Complexity jersey, but they're playing with people that might be their competitors later on.
Yeah, and we mentioned that earlier. Again, some of these team names like Salt and Vigor, it's like, well, who the hell are those guys? Well, then you look at the roster, we're looking at J. Cruel, Stellar, Bang, Governor, and Rossi. All 5 of those players are fantastic players, and each individually, on their own teams, right? So, signed teams even. So, certainly, you don't let the team names fool you, I guess is the point, as we found out the last LAN event that we covered here at the same venue, and the case here as well. We have 12 very solid teams, and we're going to definitely see that more and more as today goes on. So that is the most exciting thing for me, especially, that we had that recent experience and got to, witness that for ourselves. But again, it starts with this Pro Olympic Esports squad. I don't know if you're very familiar with any of these players necessarily, if you have some insight on them, but we showed the roster earlier of Simply Q, Potato Lover, Corvette. You potato lover? I mean, do we got any insight on that guy here?
I mean, I do love potatoes myself. I won't lie. I think French fries probably are just about the best fried food that you can make. It might be a little bit of a hot take, but I mean,
Literally.
hot French fries are about as good as it gets, if you ask me. Um, I'm on board with Potato Lover in that regard. But regarding the actual players themselves, this is a team that has not played together before, at least as far as the stats indicate. But I'm sure that many of these guys do have, at least a little bit of competitive experience here and there. So I'm just curious to see how they all synergize. And sometimes at these events, you start to see like the true potential of players where you discover a Lanimal. I think last event that we casted together, there were some names that were not really
Yeah.
recognizable. They had their few fans in the Twitch chat, but then by the end, we were like, okay, we might legitimately see this person on a top team in like 6 to 8 months for sure.
Yeah, and to go a little further off of that, again, it's stages, little stages like this that allow for the opportunity for us to see those players, and get some stream coverage, get some coverage here with this production, and everything. Really helps get their name out there. Obviously, if they have some good results, and I also stand by. I know the game is now we're coming up on really about 2 years, if not already at that point technically, but that we've seen Valorant for, but it is still very early on, right? We've only had one official season of ECT so far, and let's be honest, it definitely could have used some improvements, and we see that already going now to season 2 coming up around the corner. But point is, there is still a lot of progress to be made, a lot of growth for this esport and a game in general in Valorant, and it's opportunities like this that certainly do help give the players a chance to make a name for themselves and become much more relevant. So yes, there's a reason why the players that we do have that are on top, and for good reason. They are certainly obviously very very skilled, but no doubt there's hidden gems out there constantly, and more so in a game like this it is still much newer. So I'm on board with you. I'm wondering if a team like Pro Olympic Esports is going to show us that with some of these players. Hey, there's already some shout outs in chat. Coming out as well for Gonchas. Apparently, he's got some fans in chat, so maybe a player that we've got to be looking out for.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it really is a great opportunity just for talent to develop these smaller events. Um, and especially in a game like Valorant that is going to continue to change. Like there legitimately could be people that come in a year from now and they just vibe with a new agent that just came out and suddenly they are a top player. Like
Yeah.
there's always that room for kind of like turnover and flux in the meta to happen. If all of a sudden Riot decides, you know what, we've had enough Jet. I mean, it's not going to happen because she's kind of like the poster child of the game. But if they decided, all right, enough Jet, who knows how many of the pros would be out of a job, like legitimately. And then suddenly you've got your KO main, your I was gonna say Yoru, but I'm not gonna hold my breath for that one. Maybe like yeah, a Phoenix comes back into the meta, and suddenly the Phoenix players are the ones that are coveted by everybody.
Yeah. Yeah, feel free. By the way, for those that do know that player, I'm calling him Gonches. If it's Gonks, maybe. I mean, feel free to let me know how to pronounce it. Let us know to be certain, because want to do our best, but sometimes there's some of these names you never really know exactly how they prefer pronounced. But just like our favorite Guck107 is also in this event for A Crew over there.
Exactly.
Yeah, A Crew is going to be certainly one of the favorites. Oh, look at what we got going on here, by the way. We got some. Well, two of them are at least into it. Okay, I got another one joining. All right. Oh yeah, love it. Got the team hype. It was half-assed. Let's be honest, but they tried.
Yeah, let's be honest. They're gamers. They're not musicians. It's like okay if they don't have. Oh, all right. Maybe we do have a musician over there. Some pretty solid vocals.
This is a side gig for him. He's like does music in the evenings, plays some Valorant in the afternoon. They're having a good time. That's what matters, right?
Absolutely. And as you guys hear there's definitely going to be some some LAN audio coming through. That's part of the amazing setup that nerdstreet gamers have here, is that you'll actually kind of feel like you're there at the venue, hearing the players comm, hearing them, you know, talk a little smack to each other across the way if they hit a nice little shot here or there.
I love it. And right now, we can hear it in our ear. And I will say the last time we did this, we weren't actually able to hear it. So it was just production on stream. So if we can hear it too, that's going to be something else as well. It's some extra hype to go along with it. Definitely curious to hear that. Again, mix of trash talk, but also just letting them know that you hit some good shots and trying to get that slight mental edge. That is certainly another big thing when it comes to the LAN play, right? I mean, you look at traditional sports, as I always go back to as well, where there's plenty of that goes on in traditional sports, on the field, the court, whatever. Bringing that at least in a somewhat decent manner to esports in a game like Valorant, I'm all for. So,
Absolutely.
All right, we got some agent selections. Let's start talking about that. We got Chamber on both sides. It's going to be Chamber, Silva, Reyna, Viper, and Jet on the side of Pro Olympic Esports. We have Reyna, Astra, Viper, Chamber, and Silva for
no Jet.
Radiance. No Jet.
That is very surprising. I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a team not play Jet on this map. So definitely interested. It looks like they're going with maybe the more dualisty Chamber with Fiend. I would have to imagine, somebody's gonna use an op on Breeze, right? Surely. So I'm very curious to see how Radiance's lineup shakes out here, because I mean, no Jet on Breeze is like blasphemy, some people would say.
Yeah, certainly an agent that you would definitely expect to see, but and there is also that case. I mean, there's some teams out there that we've seen. One that really does come to bat off the bat is 100 Thieves, right? Where it's like they didn't necessarily have a Jet player, and so they weren't running Jets in a lot of their lineups as a result. So maybe that's the case here for Radiance. Not 100% familiar with that, but the fact that they're not running it on Breeze, definitely tells you something, I got to say. But they have their own strategy, perhaps. But either way, we're going to look at Rebo off the bat as we got Radiance on the attacking side. Olympic Esports playing defense. Temperature working up Pauls, but takes a shot to the dome, and that's the cue to fall back. But the site has already been playing for now with the Viper wall up.
Yeah, this map is going to be getting some changes up in the upcoming patch, but currently still pretty standard. The Viper wall across, the plant default, and maybe some lineups or caves post-plant play here.
Oh, Potato Lover caught behind the box. Gets a nice response from Dusty, though. Teammate 3 versus 3, so still certainly a chance to retake for Pro Olympic Esports. Corvette Gaming. Creep on up with that classic. Running to the Viper, always a bold decision. Checks the box, sees one there. Doesn't know there's one of the pyramids, though, but has a teammate back up from Simply. Now they're going to run down Viper. Viper's dead. Seth goes down. It's up to Temperature. He hits one shot. He's going to heal up. Can he get a second? Yes, he can. He needs a third. No, he tries to run up. Corvette snipes him out. And that will be a defuse. Pro Olympic Esports picks it off 1-0.
Yeah, I got a little dangerous there. As soon as the Reyna starts healing, you have to wonder. It's the second shot, but ultimately defense is able to close that one out, and that you can hear them. That feels good. It feels good to get your first round win at the LAN under your belt. And so now we're going to go into round number 2 with a little bit of a split buy. It looks like a couple of Spectres coming out for Radiance. And we even have a Vandal over on Dusty. Reyna, obviously a great character to pick up an early rifle, able to fully heal up off of a kill.
Yeah, to me, I always feel a little bit risky, but at the same time, of course, when you're confident, understandable to make that play. As Rebo's going to be watching a mid flank and has a good reason for it. Might have an opportunity, finds one, but Gonch is still roaming around. He goes down, but Gonch is hiding around, ends up catching Rebo, will pick up a gun as a result.
A nice little lurk from the Jet. Sometimes it's okay to lurk as a Jet. And pays off there with a nice little kill. Retaking here through this Viper wall going to be kind of tough, especially if Temperature is able to find this timing here on Potato Lover.
Oh, Temperature. We go for the knife kill. No, it's going to get a little bit faster. Lines up some headshots. Gets one, gets the second. Beautiful flurry of shots right there. And Corvette, not much he can do. So will be a fairly easy win in the end for Radiance, understandably, going into round 2 after winning that first one. Or Pro Olympic Esports, excuse me. But wait, no, that was, what am I saying? That was Radiance that won that.
Yeah.
All over the place. That's actually a big win for them. Okay.
Yeah, the split buy pays off there. Of course, they are able to go into round number 3 with a big economic advantage now, especially since we saw that one Veil being purchased. It's going to be a very, very clear save for Bro Olympic.
Oh, that timing was so perfect.
Yep.
From Temperature coming up elbow. So yeah, it's taking a round right there. Makes it 1-1. Zeph is going to check over at Alley. He's in the rope play. Has a drone coming up, so try to avoid that. Corvette is scouting things out. Don't think it saw anyone, though. Very safe play from Temperature as well, expecting maybe an A-Hall's push. Very sit-back, default, almost in spawn strategy being ran by Radiance here.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze is one of those maps where there is not a whole lot of cover if you're pushing out. We're going to see here. Defense getting a little antsy, going for a little bit of a walkabout and getting punished for it. It should be a pretty easy execute and plant for Radiance here.
As you say, getting antsy. It's like, where is this team? It's like they're pushing at both places, nowhere to be seen, and all of a sudden, like you're the ones playing attackers at that point and run right into the onslaught of guns. So site's going to be taken. That A site that is. Temperature's pushed up. Venture finds a couple headshots. And is going to put the bomb plant on top of that. So that'll be Hunter's Fury ready to go. And Temperature finishing the job. Takes out Jet. So 2-1 now Radiance. But of course, for Olympic Esports will be back on the bye here in round number 4. You do see an operator, by the way, for Conchas.
Yeah, that's not too surprising. Jet with the op. Breeze, definitely one of the playgrounds where you can get a ton of value out of the long range advantage that it gives you. Currently going to be posted up in a hallway. But if I see this correctly, it's like there is... No, I think that's a teleport. Okay, so I don't think we're going to see a lot of hall pressure right now. Looks like they're going to go fast double door up through middle.
Really fast into the A side. Fiend finds the opener. Takes out Viper, and Rebo catches Reyna as well. So the A side completely claimed once again by Radiance. That was just bowling up in mid into the double doors, as you mentioned, right off the bat. And do they just save this? I mean, you lost 2 players right away. It's going to be a plan. They're going to not necessarily save, though, as Corvette's running in. Takes a shot to the face, though. And Conchas, you definitely have to be thinking save now.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is tough, too, because, I mean, there's still quite a bit of time for the spike to tick down. You have 0 map control. This operator is not going to be held on to.
Nope. In fact, it's not only not going to be held on to, but it's going to be given to Radiance, and that really is a big swing right there. It's simply the last one standing and no longer standing. Had the chance, but that Peeker's advantage coming into play for Venture and finishes the job. You see Radiance feeling pretty confident about that one. They lost the first round, but now 3 in a row and setting up for a pretty easy round 5 as well, as that economy is going to be pretty busted for Pro Olympic Esports here.
Yeah, and it is worth mentioning, you said that, you know, and you can see them there. They are wearing Radiance jerseys, so obviously this is a team that has been playing together for a little bit, as we see a little bit of a tactical timeout being called by Corvette Gaming on the side of Bro Olympic. But back to Radiance, I mean, I think we're seeing it right now, a little bit of a difference in terms of the strategy. They're able to change to a slow default, as we just mentioned, and then they speed up the tempo. That's something that you really notice when a team is on the same page, and that comes from practicing together. So,
yeah, sure, plenty of that happening, as we do have a tactical pause coming out. I believe that was from the side of Olympic Esports after losing 3 in a row, but looks like it was. But now coming out, you see the fist bumps going around, trying to hype things up once again as we head into that round 5. But as I mentioned, pretty sure as we'll see on the scoreboard here in a second, yeah, the economy's pretty ruined this round for Pro Olympic. We'll see what kind of clever strategy they come up with on the defensive side. You know, maybe stacking aside. I mean, they have been hitting A. Understandably, this is Breeze after all. You almost want to say maybe do the A stack, but it's a good thing they're not, because we see, although the stars are there, all the agents for Radiance are towards B currently.
oh, we've got an aggressive push out directly into the operator.
Oh,
But Fiend goes down. A little chamber dip there.
response eventually happens, but yeah, using the headhunter to find one. Did a 4 versus 3 for now, but here comes The plant. Gotcha's in sight.
Spike planted.
Behind the wall.
You want to fight it?
Classic though. Sheriff for Corvette. That's a shiny Sheriff right there. Well, that's the Astro Wall used though, so what was already a difficult task is now even very extra difficult, if that makes sense. Seth though, he's gonna catch them lurking around, finds two, and then Rebo will finish it off. Corvette goes down, and yeah, Astro Wall committed, but hey, easy win in the end for Radiance as expected.
Yeah, I love that too. There's the Astro Wall, tiny little gap, Viper Wall on the other side. So you run through the Astro Wall, you get decayed, and then Rebo is also sitting in between there just in case they needed a little bit of extra protection.
Yeah.
So Radiance looking pretty strong here, and we did see Fiend, the Chamber, being the one to pick up the operator there, as he's going to get it back from a teammate here as well. So definitely want to keep my eye on this. You know, is this the new Jet, quote unquote? Seems kind of unlikely, but at the same time, you know, if he's finding value, I'm always open to some meta shifts.
Yeah, well, with the patch to come, who knows what's going to happen, right? With them, we're expecting some bigger changes. But either way, that's not here yet. We're still in 3.12. See on the right side of your screen, this is Group E. Best of 3. This is match 1, and that operator is not going to get a chance early on. Look at this lurk on mid from Seth. However, Dusty peaks at the right time and wins the duel and gets the player advantage currently for Olympic Esports. Rebo in B site, but taking some fire.
Yeah, it's a great change of pace from Olympic. They've been kind of losing those opening duels time and time again, but now getting a couple picks to start.
Nice flick. However, oh, Dusty also gets taken out, and Fiend finds Gotcha. So just when you think for Olympic Esports, I mean, they did have a big advantage. It was a 5 versus 3. But those shots coming out in the B site, the spike's going to be planted. Now it's up to Potato Lover. His teammate Silva. The retake, it starts strong. Corvette gets 1. Now a 2 versus 2. They do have Huntress Fury as well. No other utility currently. Oh, Fiend finds Potato Lover, though.
Pretty good timing here. Oh, Rebo saw him. A little shoulder peek. Gets taken out, though. Corvette has ultimate, but no way he's here. Fiend going to reposition to window. This is a tough one to win.
Yeah. Against the operator, it's like, what do you really do there? That's a hat trick for Fiend. And finishes it strong. You see the cheering coming out. You hear more so. Cheering coming out makes it 5-1. Yeah, that was a round. But Olympic Esports had every right to win that round. 5 versus 3 in the beginning. A couple early kills, but they can't.
Yeah, and here's where things get really interesting. I was just looking at it. Chamber has his ultimate. Also has like 6,000, 7,000 credits in the bank and an operator. So at this point, realistically, Fiend is going to have an operator every round for the rest of this half if he wants to.
Good point. And he's clearly confident with it. He got 3 kills the previous round. He's going to go right up to Halls early on here. But as we can see on the minimap, nobody Halls on defense. The 2 players are currently in the A site. I'm going to mean Viper, but that door is going to get some action very soon. Temperature starts opening it up. So it's going to be hit. Launches though. Nice shot. Gets the trade from Fiend though. And Temperature finds Corvette. Potato Lover creeping up through double doors, trying to help retake the site early. But once again, going to be claimed. They put the snake bite on default. But this plant's going to be coming out soon as Temperature also goes all the way to the spawn, pushing through and kills Simply.
Yeah, Radiance is just doing a great job finding those little holes in the Olympic Esports defense, whether it's halls, mid, or double door, depending on the round. And they are hitting those defensive holes very hard and getting the spike down quickly.
6-1 for Radiance right now. Fiend, once again, still sitting on the operator. Yeah, 8,700 credits. Yeah, I mean, you're right. Especially now, really could just have an operator the rest of this first half, as we're only in round number 8 at this point. But 6-1 start for Radiance, and we're back to the economy save for the side of Olympic Esports. They do have Viper's Pit as well as Huntress Fury. Of course, Chamber has his on the other side, but he has an operator in hand, so likely not going to come out. So mid this time with it. Stacking the A side, it looks like, as Seth, he was spotted, took some bullets. Drop down, though.
I was actually just double checking. Seth used to play for Space Station Gaming and Easy 5 before that. So this is he's been signed and playing competitive for quite some time. I mean, this Radiant squad is looking really nice. They have some good players and some good coordination so far here on Breeze.
Yeah, like we're saying from what we were hearing too, apparently with these Nerd Street events that have been going on more online based, not necessarily the LANs, but Radiance has been looking pretty good. A lot of these events hosted by Nerd Street gamers as of recent history. So certainly a solid squad. Seth, that time though, he got a little distracted and Potato Lover takes full advantage. The headshot with the Sheriff, but once again, another retake that seems nearly impossible on the side of Olympic Esports as they're suddenly down to 1.
Yeah, they actually won the Open number 10, so that was just in December. So yeah, definitely a team that has been building quite a bit of momentum in these little events. Now getting to showcase what they have been working on here at LAN. And I mean, I was questioning the no jet, but so far it's been paying off. Fiend finding plenty of value with the operator. You know, it's not quite as aggressively positioned as you see some jets, but I think on this map, a lot of the value for attacking ops comes from kind of playing back and just like killing the rotators as your team executes on one site.
10-2-1, obviously a fantastic stat line to have for Fiend. A while since he's got even an overall 7-1 start for the side of Radiance. Fiend this time early peek into the B site, simply hiding behind that pillar. They use the Astro Wall as well, by the way. Corvette goes down elsewhere. Viper's Pit was used on the A side from Olympic, but clearly that's not going to happen. Radiant's going all the way to the B side. The quick trade there. Nice job by Seth. And that Astro Wall, it's going to be going down soon, but it's already done its job. You can tell for Olympic Esports kind of in panic right here, trying to get to the site quickly as Ganges at least gets 1, but 1 versus 3. Does he actually go for a retake? I mean, you're down 7-1. You try to make a play with this, or?
Yeah, probably gonna just save. I mean, but even that's gonna be hard as we see players already sneaking through spawn. He needs to be a little bit careful with how long he holds this nest position. Yeah, we can see Seth already a good spot to punish. Conscious though has other ideas, but Venture gonna re-peek, clean up the jet, and yeah, Bro Olympic is gonna be extremely poor once again.
Yeah, that first round going the way of Pro Olympics. They clutched it in the end in that pistol, but as we know, pistol rounds are certainly different than the gun rounds, and right now they're outmatched by Radiance, who's up 8-1 on the attacking side. This was the map choice by Radiance, worth reiterating, but still, it's a tough climb now for Pro Olympic Esports. In terms of coming back, they do have Hunter's Fury, Knives in 1 orb for Jet. They are doing a little bit of a force, aren't they? Gunches actually goes for the Vandal. A half armor even coming out. They got a Guardian in there, I believe, so.
Yeah, he's gonna have knives next round, so it kind of makes sense. I mean, they just need every round they can get at this point, so got to give yourself at least some chance to fight back here. But again, Radiance quickly onto the site. Good trades.
Yeah, we've been seeing that a lot. I feel like the good trade line has come out quite often for good reason. And Radiance is certainly goes back to what you're stating earlier. You could tell they've been practicing. They've been working on this teamwork quite a bit. And on point with the communication and etc. So once again, A side has been claimed. It's a 4 versus 3 now. As Fiend found another and double door hole. Peek there for Reyna. Almost lost her head, but lucky to not.
Very tough to retake this site with this setup that Radiance has right now. You have a Vandal. I mean, I guess you go for it, try and get some value.
Player standing.
Peek back out on Seth, but Seth was ready and simply Marshall trying to land a headshot. He gets some shots in, but it's not enough damage. Down to 3 life for Temperature.
Oh, Temperature. He's not even trying to stray for peek. He's literally just sitting there crouched with a Vandal. It's like, all right, hit your Marshall shot. I dare you.
The challenge is real. And I mean, to be fair, he did hit a couple, but not in the right place. As we're now looking at 9-1. So take a look at the players once again. Radiance on your right, Pro Olympic Esports on your left. Radiance cool, calm, and collected, despite being up 9-1. But with 2 more rounds to go, back to buys for the side of Pro Olympic Esports. You mentioned Knives are ready for Jet. Everyone else buying around her. We also have Empress ready as well as Hunter's Fury. So certainly a winnable round, but we're going to have a big clash at the B side. Early on, the drone is up. Temperature leading the way, trying to spray through. They got the mark, and Seth actually gets a kill on Corvette. No response kill from the side of Olympic. Thought for sure with a lot of firefight coming out. But no, they don't get a response.
Yeah, now they're in a tough spot because they're down a player. They've used a decent amount of utility, and they have to. Oh, they do get a kill. Nice knife kill from Gonchas there. As we can see, Spike headed towards A already, where a solo Reyna is left to anchor. Is in Empress form though, so Dusty does have an opportunity to make a big play here.
Scan here, just has to go quickly, but it can't hit the shots. We've all been there. You're in a little bit of panic, certainly.
Hey, speak for yourself.
Yeah, you've never.
I don't miss those.
Spike planted.
Oh boy, unfortunate timing there, but still winnable. Gonchas, in fact. Yeah, this door play though, that's not gonna happen. That'll change in the future patch, but we'll worry about that later. Gonchas is gonna have to go the other way around. The teammate just dashes out, goes loud, and unfortunately can't hit the headshot there either. And quickly, the 2 kills happen for Radiant. So 10-1, Radiant through the first half. Gonna close that extra strong, and Olympic Esports, of course, back to, and gonna have to force here, as naturally as it is the last round. But they have Hunter's Fury. That is it, though, and especially on D. I mean, it can be useful, but yeah, you see this early on B play. I thought, again, maybe a trade potentially, but there really wasn't a lot of return fire, I suppose. Really just Corvette left out in the open.
Yeah, I can see some really nice utility coverage there, though. There was a snake bite on that back pillar. There was the suck close. Of course, they had the wall to block out vision, and in that chaos, finding that early pick set them up to win the rest of the round.
Oh, look at this. I love that we can hear the players, by the way, because you could actually hear the call that they did the jiggle peek. They saw her up top, and you could tell the call. You could hear the call coming out. They're up top. They're up top, and that's where Fiend looked, and sure enough, got the kill.
Yeah. Unfortunate timing for Gonchas there. Went to reposition just as he got re-peeked.
The lover hiding behind the box. There's a lot of movement in the water. It's a great peak timing, though. Big kill there. However, the spray... Oh, but it survives. It simply gets Rebo, so very winnable now for Olympic. They have the player advantage.
Seth has a good timing here. Up halls. Nobody currently checking.
Well, it's just up to Seth, who does take 2. Now 1 versus 2. Gonna pop the Viper's Pit. This is an interesting spot to do it in, but I suppose it's the last round. You got to make a play right here. Seth currently at about half life, going up against Chamber and Reyna.
30 seconds left.
Making it quite a bit of noise. They know he's dropping. Good coverage. And a second round going the way of Olympic. So, you know, it's not going to be an easy second half, but they certainly... They respectably move on with a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, they at least get the final round to make it 10-2. But we'll see what they really are all about. And, of course, it starts with a pistol. But, hey, you look back at I mean, honestly, again, they won the pistol round. That round 2, they were setting up to win as well, of course, with the gun advantage. But a couple of forest spies and a great flank timing by Temperature right there. And it's a play like that that can just set a train of momentum, right? We talk about that all the time, with especially in a game like Valorant. It really feels like there's that momentum that comes into play, a lot of swinging of the pendulum, whatever you want to say. And that round 2 is certainly making a big difference in allowing for those 10 rounds in a row then to ultimately come together for Radiance there in the first half.
Right. I mean, I feel like a lot of people obviously were, you know, first to 13, right? So that actual maps can end a little bit more quickly than say something like Counter-Strike. And then obviously we also have like the pistol round, which seems to be fairly weighted towards like you win pistol, you should win round 2. But if you don't, suddenly you find yourselves in a bad economic situation for round 3 when you're supposed to be, you know, kind of starting to potentially steal the entire first half away. Because if you go into round 3 with a decent amount of weaponry and the other team is on their first rifle round and maybe they're not feeling super good because they've lost 2 rounds in a row, you can really get off to a hot start. But we saw the momentum completely flip there by that nice flank timing from Temperature.
Yeah. I don't know if there's a tech pause, would be my guess. They haven't been coming over and talking with a couple of the players as we get ready to even go into the second half. So hopefully not too much of a long one here, but in a LAN environment, and obviously it can tend to happen here and there. But I will say the last event overall was definitely ran very smooth, and we certainly didn't have much downtime. So hopefully not jinxing us for this one, but I'm sure they got a great team there in person on the administration and production side and everything. So getting any issues taken care of ASAP and getting back into the match. But yeah, Pro Olympic Esports It's going to be an uphill climb, certainly, here on map 1. But, hey, like I said, it starts with a pistol round. Got the attacking side. We'll see what they can bring to the table. They do have the jet on their side, and so, of course, I don't want to necessarily say it like an advantage. Obviously, Radiance was very comfortable not running the jet and using Chamber essentially in her place, but Jet, a fantastic agent on this map, and you can maybe look to make some plays with her, as he will be on that attacking side.
Yeah, I guess another interesting thing to note is we've got the Solo Viper on the side of Olympic versus the Astra Viper on the side of Radiance. So this is definitely one of those maps where you tend to see kind of just the Solo Viper a lot, but having the ability to, have those walls, but then the extra smokes on top of it was doing a lot of work there. You can smoke bridge very easily along with that diagonal Viper wall across A site. And then even, adding in stuff like the gravity well to these executes adds a lot of extra punch and control to when you're trying to make some of these more explosive plays.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, here we go. Back into the game. Whatever the pause was for, it's taken care of. As we are looking once again to that 10-2 scoreboard. See the buys here on the pistol round. A lot of impressive stat lines as well, including Fiend continues to lead the way on that chamber. 14-3-3. Feeling very good. But here we go into the second half for Olympic Esports. It starts with the pistol. And they're going to do a bit of a 3-2 split as they work 3 on middle. 2 going towards the A side. And Reyna trying to claim middle, and they get the early kill. So player advantage once again for Olympic. Oh, can't that shot.
And he's out of bullets.
Yeah.
Just get 2 with the buy that he had there on the headhunter. And
couple of trades though. Potato Lover finds Fiend, so now a 4 versus 2. Where is the spike going though? Looks like B site is open. Reyna confirms that. And the spike is certainly headed that direction. Temperature trying to peek out mid. Go for the timing. There is a player to his left though. Oh, he doesn't know it. Getting flanked simply. Well played on his timing. And now Dusty trying to find Seth to finish the job, but Seth finds the head. Conscious though, will find the headshot onto Seth, and they clean it up. So again, starts with the pistol, and there you go. 3-10. Hear the excitement in the background. Gotta make a little hype happen. Pistols don't count.
We're gonna see a bunch of rifles coming out here, and why not? They want to build this momentum. We're seeing 2 Vandals, a Bulldog, and a Guardian currently being purchased, although Corvette may be thinking better of it. Either way, definite firepower advantage for Olympic, so you would expect them to take this one. But we'll see what Radiance has in store for them as far as pistol round strats. Stack out double door for now.
Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like that's exactly what they're doing. They're peeking out. Fiend's got the headhunter, 4 bullets. However, no one is mid currently for the side of Olympic Esports. You got Dusty. Checks on the site. Guardian. Getting a little bit of spray to the wall. Oh, sees 2 and suddenly has to knife out and jump away. Corvette. Unfortunate for Corvette. They do get a trade, but losing to that classic. And a classic kill again on Potato Lover. But look at the kill feed there. 3 kills suddenly going the way of Olympic Esports. And now it is just up to Silva. And, whoa, nice clean shot from Dusty there. The Guardian. So, it does end well for Olympic to make it 4-10. Unlike the first half. They're able to claim that round 2.
Yep, and they hold on to 2 of their rifles. Unfortunately, had to drop the Guardian there, but looks like they'll have a decent buy going into this next one. For the most part, always curious with the chamber, how it affects the buy. It's like simply just going to go ahead and buy up a rifle for himself. Corvette will be on a Spectre. A couple half armors on the side of Radiance as well.
Temperature, they love to play aggressive out of this door. You definitely tell they really want to control mid, does Radiance here on defense. And Fiend is even in here, so yeah, they really essentially got 3 players mid. But again, it's for Olympic Esports, not going to really show much presence in mid. Essentially giving it up. Got to be careful about getting flanked, but it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. Simply meanwhile getting scouted in calls. Not much coming of that, though. Creep it up A.
And a heavy lean towards A as well for the defense, but rotation's starting to head over towards B at the same time. Olympic is thinking better of their A attack. They're headed towards B as well.
Viper Wall has not been used yet by Olympic. They do have Viper's Pit on top of that, so if they can get in that site, get a spike plant, be a tough retake. Yeah, B side, as you mentioned, looks like it might be the play here. 40 seconds remaining. Gotcha starts slowly peeking. Fiend makes sure to lock down mid still. Rebo knows it. Here's them coming. Gonna hide in the smoke. What a play from Rebo right here. Gets the scan, gets a kill. Very well played. The patience paying off. Nice trade for Dusty though. Venture with a shock dart kill even, and a spray and pray. However, Dusty kills Venture. So at 3 versus 3, Viper's dead, but can they get the spike plant temperature? Will kill simply.
That's going to be tough for Bro Olympic, especially with Fiend wrapping around, finds the timing, and Radiance cleans it up. That was a really, really nice play from Rebo. He had the stars set up, you know, for whatever potentially you need them for. Generally, you're thinking, you know, oh, it's going to be the gravity well, but the smokes and playing within the smokes as Astra is very strong there, especially with that dart to give vision to be able to spam through and kind of read the situation.
Oh, yeah, it's like it's on cue right there. We see the instant replay coming out immediately, hiding in their own smoke. And when you have the wall hack, thanks to Silva, I mean, it pretty much is an easy kill for Rebo there. And no, got traded eventually, but of course that really slowed down the early momentum for Olympic Esports and for a good retake, Radiant. So yeah, it is back buy Zoe for Olympic. They even have a Spectre and a Marshall though in there, so maybe not as full of a buy as they would hope for. Getting beat early. Oh, Dusty sees ahead, but so does Fiend, and wins the duel of the one-taps.
Yeah, man, that angle is tough. I feel like it almost always favors the person with like the slightly downward angle.
Sure. Rebo gets caught pushing for the orb. However, Fiend, talk about angles. Very tight one right there, but lands a shot and it's his second kill, and the woo's coming out. Player would be happy. You can tell now for Olympics, not sure what to really do. It's a 2 versus 4. Very difficult task. You have your chambers also at half-life, so Corvette's going to go for an opener. Feeling a trap, but that does give away information. Somebody's over there.
Yep, you can see Radiance. They are just closing the net from all sides.
Clamps down, and Radiance makes it 12-4. So on map point is Radiance here. This is the first map of this best out of 3. And kicking it off on Breeze with the Radiance map choice. We're going to Ascent next. The map choice of Olympic and Icebox map 3 if needed. Right now, Radiance looking very strong. Olympic made it somewhat interesting here at the beginning of the SAV, you know, winning the first couple, but Radiance coming back into it. Got the guns. And Rebo currently sitting on a classic. Does have Astral Wall. Nails and stuff around her. There's the Astral Wall. Right on cue.
Interesting. Very, very aggressive wall. You can see Rebo pushing down halls immediately behind the drone. So they have tons and tons of information. This is a very strange play, but Olympic could be ready for it. Dusty reads it.
Yeah, that was Rebo pushing through the aggressive Astral Wall on defense with a classic. Something about that just feels a little off.
A little funky.
But either way, gets found, so Olympics like, all right, sure, we'll take that. So yeah, no Astral Wall to worry about now, and I mean, a player down, so suddenly feeling a little bit better about this round number 17 and how it could potentially go. Looks like B side is where they're still thinking about hitting. Viper's Pit is ready. Nice shot from Conscious there with a Marshall. Temperature, though, this continues to be on point with these trades, but cannot get away. Good rundown from the side of Olympic.
Absolutely. Dusty going to go ahead and push forward aggressively as well. It's going to be a very tough retake for Radiance with that pit down. Only 2 players alive. Venture trying to creep through tunnel here alongside Fiend.
Last player standing.
Oh, a nice shock dart timing. Corvette will find the kill with it. Venture, though, a little bit of spray with a Vandal. Gets one, picks up the other Vandal. Both exposed, but Corvette trades and finishes the round, makes it 5-12. So for Olympic Esports staying alive. They commit a Viper's Pit for it, but yeah, again, some funky play from Radiance there with the aggressive Astral Wall. Pushed it with the classic, but still Olympic will take it, and they stay alive here on map 1.
I believe Olympic also used their chamber ultimate there as well.
Oh, yeah.
So down that ultimate, which means they have none available, but 2 players, Corvette Gaming on the Sova and Gonches on the Jet, 1 orb away. Let's see if they exert a little bit of early orb control.
Speaking of chamber ultimate, Fiend has his, as we are in a pause, by the way. Pause are 16 seconds, so guessing a technical pause once again, but Fiend, tour de force, what is it? That's what it's called, right?
Tour de force, yeah.
Tour de force, yeah.
Or tour, if you want to sound
or American. Yeah, so the free operator, you can also call it, going to be coming out for Fiend this round, it looks like, as talking things over. So it actually looks like this might be a strap pause, to be honest, with their reactions. But either way, 12-5.
When you see the admin come over, perhaps not.
Yeah, never mind. Yeah, this shot actually confused me a little bit at first. I was like, wait, did they really line them up face to face like that? Holy, that's something. That's intense. But no, here's the other shot where it's like, okay, I mean, they're near each other, but they're not like face to face necessarily.
Our production owns. They're just really on point with these transitions as we're talking about it. I love it. Thank you, Nerd Street. But yeah, as you can see, there's the stage. A little bit of an angle, you got to make it look stylish, make it look nice.
The blue-green setup as well. Good color choices. Personally, a big fan of green. Favorite color up in here. What's your favorite color, Elevated?
It's probably purple, like dark purple.
All right. Funky up in there.
Little purple enjoyer over here.
All right, once again, so figure out what the deal is here. Hopefully not a long one. We'll get right back into it. It's 12-5, though, for Radiance here on this is map 1 of our first of 4 best of 3 is going to be coming at you. So we have a long day of Valorant ahead and looking forward to it, certainly. So we're just getting started. I truly mean that. We really are just getting started for today. But back into the game. With Radiance trying to close this out now, and it's going to be an immediate Viper's Fate. You hear the 2 to 4s are also coming out for Chamber as expected. So Olympic Esports still trying to make the comeback, but they have a lot of utility to get through.
Yeah, and look where Fiend is posted up. Very pushed up here in mid. Same time, Olympic Esports has a chamber all the way in spawn. Although it looks like they're starting to rotate across. Fiend could find a pick here. He certainly does on Gonches.
Sandwiching them in essentially towards the A side. So
yep.
Let's see, they're working up Pauls now. 2 of them are there.
Right here.
Their chambers back in their spawn though, so rotating around, but might run into that 2 to forest. Oh, goes for the shot. He actually did some damage to the wall, but doesn't get the kill. Nice flick.
Fiend not done with the aggression, continuing to flank around. So yeah, the sandwich is real. They're just closing in on Olympic, giving them very little room to play, and kind of forcing them to go towards this A site where most of Radiance is stacked. But Dusty finds a nice kill on Steph. That means the Viper's Pit is gone.
Spike down A.
Fiend's going off right now. Flank and then picks up the Vandal, and he finds the 4th kill to close it out. Radiance 13-5 takes out Olympic Esports here in map 1. So Fiend is fun to watch. He is he's not only on the latest agent officially in the game, at least until the next one, but point is on Chamber looking very clean there and played it very well. And definitely a big reason. That's why it's Radiance. Ultimately as a team though, good teamwork coming out and victorious in map 1.
Yeah, I love it. You get to see a little bit of a different look coming out from Radiance, and it pays off as the double smoker, the no jet chamber lineup comes out looking real strong, and that makes me excited to see what they have in store for us in map number 2.
Yeah, Ascent is going to be that map too, and you talk about no Jet. I mean, Ascent, is Jet really a necessary agent on Ascent? We can maybe see some different agents there, right? Whether it's Chamber, even like an Arena, once again, for example. So maybe not. We'll see. But I believe we're going to be going to a short break here. But before we do, I want to give a shout out to Mike and Ike right here. So I want to take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. Shout out to the sponsors right there, helping us to put on this event. But Radiance Pro Olympic Esports, map number 2. We're going to Ascent. We'll see how that all shapes up after a short break. What's going to bring CPK? Joined by Elevated. Stay tuned. More coverage coming at you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. You got map number 2 just around the corner here for the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships in the Philadelphia LAN Regional. So looking forward to seeing how things continue on now. Ascent will be that map 2, as mentioned, as we got Pro Olympic Esports and Radiance going at it, with Radiance taking that first map, of course, in the end, 13-5. So looks pretty good doing so as we take a look, kind of recap here as far as how that first map played out. And this goes back to that round 2 after losing the pistol round. Radiance temperature specifically a great flank, and that set the tone, going in 10 rounds straight in that first half, closing out 10-2, and then ultimately 13-5 to win it in the end. But Radiance definitely got to be one of the more expected teams to do well in this event, of course. As we talked about, online events for Nerdstreet here, they've been looking very good, a very organized squad. Roll Up Esports has quite the challenge, but they are going to be going on to Ascent, which is their map, so you never know.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. It's definitely a whole different vibe than Breeze, much more close quarters combat, a lot of, early choke point gameplay. And again, who knows what we're going to see as far as the agent picks. I would assume it'll be a little bit more standard, but at the same time, what is standard in a game that's changing as often as Valorant is? Who knows?
Very true. Things have been changing constantly. So, with that map one out of the way, of course, there are other matches taking place. So, just kind of going through and seeing some results from some of the other matches. Of course, A Crew, one of the more favorite teams in this event, certainly playing up against Squishy and Friends. So it looks like A Crew winning that first map 13-1. So they're up 1-0 in their series. You got Booster Seat Gaming up 1-0 over Faux Real. A couple of solo scores there, specifically Booster Seat Gaming. Of course, they made it to the finals of that frag major that we covered about 3 weeks ago. So certainly expected to do well as well. They're up 1-0. And then same Raffle Lamau is down 1-0 to
Cowaretta.
Cowaretta. Yeah, those fun names. Anyways, yeah, same Raffle Lamau. That's actually my new team name favorite for sure. 13-5, Cowaretta winning that first one. So those are some results right there. You got Salt and Vinegar going up against Mugiwara in map 1, and then Bjora's Kittens and CLG Red are in map 1 as well. So give me an idea as far as how other matches are shaping up, and certainly looking forward to. Of course, we're going to watch plenty of these teams over the next couple of days, as this is our first of 4 best of 3s even today alone. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, so hopefully you enjoy our voices, because you're going to be hearing a lot of them today. Deal with it.
Deal with it, indeed. What do you got out of Group C down there? Right? We talked about Salt and Vinegar going up against Mugiwara. Salt and Vinegar, though, that squad, certainly one of the expected teams themselves. I mean, you got some really legit players on that team. Pulling up right here. So, yeah, J. Cruel, Stellar, Bang, Governor, and Rossi. So I guess to answer my own question, they're probably the favorite there in Group C, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would say they're definitely my pick. We saw a couple of these guys, J. Cruel and was it Bang, who won that frag major as a pickup a pug team before. So obviously players with a pedigree both at these Nerd Street events and also outside in the greater VCT landscape as well. Always excited to see a team like CLG Red. Shout out to all the ladies playing Valorant. And, it's a tough group that they drew, unfortunately. But definitely hope we get to see a little bit of them playing today as well. But yeah, I mean, like you said, it's really kind of anybody's tournament, but we definitely have some very strong favorites. And I would honestly say after map 1, I would put Radiance up there as somebody who could contend for a title, especially if they can kind of build on the momentum that they're building here.
Yeah, and again, we know that this is an actual organization and a team that's put together, but to know exactly what to expect with them. But yeah, from the recent results, and especially after that map 1, not to overhype either, but certainly one of the better, stronger teams even in this event, and they're, of course, coming out of Group B. So obviously after a great start, you saw the players there getting ready to sit back down and get ready for map 2. So hopefully, once again, not too much longer of a break before we head into Ascent. Going to be coming up. But we talked about Ascent and the potential as far as agent differences. I definitely want to see some more Fiend on Chamber. That's for sure. He played that very well. Was the top stat sheet in the game as far as his skills and everything. In fact, yeah, somebody had a screenshot right here. What did he finish with? It was 22, 6, and 4. I mean, that's impressive right there. Those landed shots played also very aggressive, and we weren't on him all the time. But I almost want to say I don't even know if he really used the teleport necessarily as much as we expect to see Chambers. He was just kind of W keying and still doing work. So clean shots.
Yeah, I mean, he was definitely just aggressively pushing down middle a lot, which is something that you see Jets do. And Fiend is definitely a big Jet player as well. So, just kind of translating a lot of those habits over. I'm just curious to see how that works when teams start punishing or trying to punish it, at least, because you don't have that instantaneous just get out of jail free card unless you're thinking about and pre-setting up your teleport to be able to escape. So I definitely am excited to see more chamber. I just am curious, as we get kind of down to like the top four and top uh like the top teams playing against each other,
Yeah.
whether the chamber actually does pay dividends or whether it gets more readily punished than say a jet would in a lot of these situations.
As you see, the players have sat down and getting their final preparations going before getting things going with map number 2. Um, yeah, another thing worth pointing out. Actually, I was looking at it too from the map 1. I mean, no smokers on the side of Olympic Esports. You know, Breeze is one of those maps where you can certainly get away with that, but obviously Ascent you certainly expect it, and Ascent's also not necessarily a Viper map either. So I don't think we'll see either team running the Viper, but obviously the Astra coming up for Olympic. Maybe a Brimstone if they really want to feel
Hmm.
a little risky there, but probably gonna go
Yeah,
Astra.
unlikely until Astra gets some significant changes, but maybe so. Maybe now is the time to learn the new meta.
Hey, we saw last event. It was Fracture specifically. I'm blanking on the team that did it. It might have been Sonics actually, but um, the Brimstone and Astra
Mhm.
together. So there's some funky stuff can happen, especially at an event like this when it comes to some agent lineup. So
Bring back the triple smoke comp from Fnatic, right?
oh gosh, yeah,
What was it? Was it Viper Astra Brim on Bind? I think they played
that's insane. Just
something like that.
all the blockage. How do you even play against that or into it? Seems a little overkill, but
It didn't work very well. Spoiler.
all right. Well, yeah. Talk about that overkill. All right, we're into map number 2 now with the agent selection, and here we go. The ghost picking some, and until it actually snaps in, this players like to tease, so not even going to. Well, yeah, I will say you mentioned one of the players in this event is actually European, apparently, or plays a lot of it, and we could expect to see perhaps some. So might make an appearance eventually, but not in this matchup.
Yeah, not in this one. And there we go. Agent select is locked and loaded. We're going to see that jet coming out for both teams. And Astra for both teams as well, to answer your question about smokers.
All right. It's Killjoy versus Cypher. Always fun to see that as well, or one team prefers one over the other. But it's Killjoy for the side of Olympic and Cypher for the side of Radiance. Those will be the Sentinels on either side. It's also a difference of Sky on the side of Olympic, whereas I guess you essentially have
Temperature playing that secondary duelist.
the Reyna, yeah. Okay,
flex
so
role,
two
yeah.
duelists, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess it is worth noting that Temperature is a new addition to this squad. I don't know if I think most recently played for Genji, maybe is now signed to Raid. I'm not sure. Somebody's going to have to kind of let me know what the situation is there. But obviously, they were playing with cheat code up until recently. Temperature is now stepping into that spot. And so it could be just kind of one of those things where they're putting him on just a very comfortable kind of like do what you're going to do agent like Reyna, and not trying to mess too much with like the team chemistry as far as integrating him into like the more, you know, complex executes by having him play something like a Sky that has a little bit more timing involved.
Yeah. Sky is interesting though too. Speaking of that agent, where I remember the last event again, it was a different event, but at the same venue, and kind of a lot of players because oh my god, we got a big clash off the bat at the B side between the two teams, and so far it's Fiend getting one, and that is it. I'm surprised it wasn't more, but I suppose Pro Fury or Olympic Esports did not commit as much as I expected them to, but Dusty will win the kill in the mid lane. Yikes. And makes it even. But Fiend will quickly change that as all the way towards A side now. Finally gets traded out. Back and forth, back and forth.
Temperature going for one of those flanks here on the Reyna, but has given away his position. Needs to be careful as he pushes that in the middle. Meanwhile, Seth holding down the A site. Doesn't need too much help.
Nice clean shots from both sides right there. Potato Lover kept his Temperature lurking around in mid, and now it's just Potato Lover versus 2. Again, coming into this, Olympic Esports is 2-0 on pistol rounds. But But at 21 life, this is so difficult. Needs to land a headshot. Cannot get it, though. Good angle by Rebo. Spams through the wall with only 21 life. Cannot survive. So Radiance will change that as they take the pistol round here on map 2.
Yeah, that corner angle is such a weird one into tree there, like we just saw for that final kill, where you're coming in from cat and you can't really see the corner angle, but the corner angle can see you, and you just get shot through the wall. But yeah, pretty close pistol round, this time going the way of Radiance, and that means that we will see them buying up. Nice little smattering of Ares Marshall, couple Spectres up there.
Yeah, to the point that we did not see a lot of Sky in the pre. We saw a lot more KO, if anything. But obviously, again, this is our only second map overall of the day. But having a Sky here for Bro Olympic coming out as Temperature, the long-range Spectre, gonna win that duel against Dusty.
That won't work next patch.
That's one of those nerfs coming in you're talking about, yeah. Enjoy it while you can. You're just gonna start running at them now, and you can tell Bro Olympic Esports is like, wait, well, we're suddenly playing defense. They're just getting a run at all the way in their spawn, and with the gun advantage, it's understandable as at least Simply will kill one. Do some damage, but Radiance pretty clean round 2.
Yeah, I mean, what better agent to be running and gunning with a gun advantage there than Reyna? Get that first heal off, and it just kind of feels like there's literally nothing that can stop you.
Pretty good there, 3-1-1. Seth, though, 3-0-2. Yeah, what do you think about the Cypher versus Killjoy? Is this a map where you have a preference personally, or is it up to the teams?
I think that we've seen most of like the top teams favoring the Killjoy just because of like the retake potential and the alarm bot mid being a little bit more valuable, but I think it is mostly personal preference.
Venture getting a lot of Ares damage here, by the way. Spraying through that wall and getting a couple. You see Astros actually lost a fair amount of life. Continues to spray and continues to do more damage. Oh, this Ares value. Feeling pretty good about it. As Simply just going to make sure not getting flanked when they're spawn, and for good reason, because you see that A was completely left open from Olympic Esports. The flank is coming. In fact, here we go through mid. Fiend gets 2. They pick it together. Fiend just gets 3. It's just strafe and kill. Strafe and kill. Oh, Fiend is a good player.
Yeah, I mean, that was really nicely executed because they could have gotten a little bit caught out there if Pro Olympic had been maybe a little bit more aggressive and rotating over towards A, because we saw that the Jet and the Reyna were very pitched up and very exposed. But recognizing that they were potentially at risk, we saw Reyna and Jet both kind of do like a 2-layered peak where Fiend is up top on Cat and Reyna's just below, so it kind of messed up the crosshair placement, and you both peek out at the same time as Fiend 3 kills and cleans up around there.
You just see at the beginning of that with the replay. I mean, that's just top tier gameplay right there. Just spam with the Ares. And again, he did a lot of damage with it early on. So you got to be careful for Olympics, certainly going towards B specifically, knowing that you're going to run into Ares and potentially Odin later on. Temperature being pulled in. Fiend though holding Winery, and will find another again these strafes and just cool, calm, and collected. Eventually lands a shot. Great flick back from Rebo, meanwhile, picking up mid. And it's just once again aggressive play coming out from Radiance here.
And why not? They're feeling themselves. Say this is your map pick, but you know what? We're gonna put you down bad early on.
Oh, actually hit that shot too. Did some damage, but got 2 kills before being taken out at least. But yeah, again, last laugh to that point. Radiance 4-0 as we head into round 5 now. But should be back to buys up for Pro Olympic. I go back to that B main area, right? It's like you know what you're going up against now in Sova. A lot of Sovas do that anyways. But they kind of tested the waters in round 3. They ran into it. So now I expect a little bit of a change up here from Pro Olympic in terms of maybe not playing as aggressive towards B main early on.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Radiance's defensive setup. Sova is no longer at B. They have an Astra over there, and 2 players set up to push aggressively at middle here. Fiend and Temperature playing well together.
Yeah, he just, oh my god, playing well together, and Fiend individually playing well. Nice trade from Corvette, but Temperature, the duelists just playing off of each other. Another trade happens. The player advantage stays in favor as the drone gets taken out there from Dusty. Got the hit off, but Temperature's holding his own and manages to stay alive. Oh, but he ran out of bullets. Let's be careful here, and simply kills Temperature finally. So now it swings back to Olympic Esports, but Rebo's pushing up.
Oh, he's pulled.
Holds.
Last player standing.
Oh, he thought he had a good angle there. Almost did, but Potato Lover manages to catch him.
Yeah, that vulnerable paid a big dividend there because I think he wins that if Potato Lover doesn't complete the gravity well. But player's very low. This is still a little bit dangerous. We see Rebo making his way through B main.
Cypher, though, not much utility. Really just has a camera.
Sorry, not Rebo, Seth.
Yeah. Seth is going to do his best, but so much for that camera because it gets destroyed immediately. So slight information, but okay. That's one way to do it. Spam the wall, get a kill. 1 versus 2, but this should still be a very difficult task for Seth, especially if they peek off each other. It's like he almost knows where they are. They're just looking back and forth. Checking right, gets one. The reactions are on point from Seth, but simply will close it out and finally get around for Olympic. Man, Seth made it interesting, but they're on the board for Olympic Esports.
Yeah, it's got to feel a little bit of a sigh of relief. I mean, obviously, you're starting on attack. You're not expected to come out ahead on Ascent, one of the most defensive-sided maps in the pool. But certainly going down 5-0 on your map pick is not feeling good after sort of getting slapped around on Breeze earlier.
Fiend back where comfortably is, and that was in the first game as well. 8-3-1. On top has an operator, by the way. As Temperature goes quick in a winery. I don't think we'll see though. For Olympic Esports is now pushing up as 4, but they're checking. Gonna have to go for the peak, working together, but simply takes out Temperature and Fiend. Could not get a response. Oh my god, what a shot from Conscious with a knife. That is momentum now for Olympic. So.
Rebo gonna go for an aggressive hold here, trying to find some picks. If they push in a little bit too early, we get punished. Great patience there.
Down A.
Conscious is feeling it this round. 3 kills with the knives. Oh, nice stop with the kill from Venture, though. Shock dart by Conscious, a 4 kill. And the let's go comes out in the background. Let's go indeed. 2-4 as they take 2 in a row. Yeah, Rebo doing the smoke trick once again, but you can tell it's like they're adapting. They're like, yeah, you've done this before. We're not going to fall for this again.
Man, I'm on record as being a massive Jet hater. I think the agent is, I'm just going to go ahead and say it. I think it's low skill because it's so overpowered. But it's also very, very high skill when it's in the hands of somebody who's much better at Valorant than I am, like Gonchas. And that was a very, very impressive showing of what Jet can do.
Absolutely. I mean, that shot on the Fiend was just as we're also hyping up Fiend for good reason. I think some Cassius Curse coming into play right there. Olympic Esports will certainly take it. Conscious specifically, again, 4 kills the previous round, all clean kills certainly. So Fiend pushing up B main, going to be taking the flash though, and it looks like Fiend's killing Corvette, but now has to fall back because more pressure was coming. But yeah, unfortunately went away from that one, but it got the kill on the Sky despite even flash coming out and ends up falling back.
Oh, punished on the jump peak there. Temperature and Fiend, they're like, all right, we gave you one last round, and now we're back in rhythm. And I did want to also mention, I was looking back at it for the old Moon Raccoon squad that kind of made waves early on in North America with like the Sean lineup. Obviously, he went on Genji, but it was Temperature and Fiend were on that roster along with Rebo, and they pretty good then. So maybe some of this teamwork that we're seeing from them it's built up. It's muscle memory at this point.
Yeah,
so they might not have played together for that reason.
Yeah, it goes back a little bit further is the point.
1 enemy remaining.
This Temperature setting up a flank right here. This is quickly falling to pieces for Olympic. You got Potato Lover with 21 life, finds 1 kill. But gonna have to just go every which way. Oh, almost got a second with the headshot, but not enough damage for the kill. That's a Phantom for you. Vandal, different story, but didn't. Radiance is 5-2. They take round number 7. So going into round 8, is it going to be a buy again? It looks like they have enough for some buys at least. It's kind of one of those scatters, some half armor in there for the side of Olympic Esports. They do have a couple ultimates though, including the Seekers. which is a big one on the attacking side especially. So we'll see if that comes out immediately.
Yeah, I'm always curious too with like the Sova. Do you pop the Hunter's Fury right away and try and find a pick, or do you let it sort of layer over your execute, or do you hold it for that post plant?
Off the Seekers. Oh no! They lined up! Oh, Fiend, 3 kills, and he is hunting for more. You know it. Look at they're watching their back like, oh, here he comes. Here comes the beast.
One enemy remaining.
Go for the ace.
Oh, okay.
Rogers! Oh, look the deal over, takes him out, gets 2 before being claimed himself by Seth. So no ace, but still pretty plays from Fiend, and we got to battle some Jets on our hand.
Yeah, I mean, I blinked and 3 people were dead on the side of Prolific Esports. That was just a Jet moment there, and we've seen a couple of them already here. Just cleaning up on Cat. Little nice remix going on. Thanks, production.
I mean, Fiend has had a great series so far, and is obviously a very skilled shooter, but let's be honest, that was just... Thank you very much for lighting up, more so than anything. Still, well played by Fiends. All 5 players of Olympic are headed towards A currently. This is a econ round for them. Flash not going to hit anything, I don't believe. Temperature. Holding this one-way smoke, thanks to Astra.
Fiend is at it again. Knives out, finds the pick onto Gaunches. And once again, Olympic seems to be finding themselves in a spot where they make an initial push and then they're just immediately flanked and they're kind of stuck in their initial push positioning. But forcing into a bunch of Astra stars knowing that the other team is probably stacked is not a great proposition.
Yeah, the communication coming out in the background. Talking about flashes. There's the gravity well. Doc Dart's flying in as well. Temperature is running up, checking. No, somebody's to the right. Eventually the peak up. Oh my gosh. Again, the teamwork is just so on point. I know that was an econ round, but still. Radiance, you can just hear it in the background too, thanks to the mic setups with the production here. And you love to get the whole feeling that Radiance is on point together, as we're going to see a timeout coming out from the side of Olympic Esports. They're down 2-7 on the attacking side.
See, once again, just hail of bullets, the Odin, the aggressive Reyna play. Yeah, Radiance definitely feeling kind of like a juggernaut right now, just running it down round after round. I think that Olympic needs to be a little bit careful about giving up. I just kind of feel like they've been giving up like entire map control other than the one site that they're pushing towards over and over and over. And Radiance is exploiting that by essentially stacking the site because they know where the attack is coming. And then they just box them in and slowly kind of like tighten the noose until the round is over.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that because I was actually having the same thought from that previous round too. Just looking at the mini-map layout, that it does feel like Olympic Esports, their default, they don't really have that default that we see a lot of teams do, right? Where they're fairly spread out. You know, they're watching all the push angles, trying to get somewhat aggressive in certain areas themselves. That's 2 players, 1 player even. But yeah, it seems like they are sticking together a lot more than you'd expect to see. And I think a lot of that maybe comes down to the, dare I say, the lack of confidence with a lot of these duels being won by Radiant. So they figure they need to have the numbers advantage and try to, you know, overwhelm the site, I guess. But it is a difficult task either way. And we're going to see this again. Fiend is just going to go for an aggressive mid-peak with the operator. No early kill, though, and we'll fall back for now. But look at Rebo. Rebo's even pushing up B-main.
And why not? If you're going to win those duels like that, Hunter's Fury on top to try and find another one. We'll miss. But right off the bat, I mean, this early map control, look, Temperature is up middle, Fiend is there to back him up. And Olympic might be a little bit more split this time, but they're still kind of just boxed in once again.
Corvette. Get this Temperature, though, pushing up. Finally
Spike down A.
stall them a little bit, but Seth gets simply elsewhere. Goes in the A site. Notch is in the site currently at Generator, and suddenly is the last one standing in a 1 versus 4. Checking all over the place. Got 1, but we rolled a quick trade. So 8-2 Radiance. And I'm going to be back to, I believe it's going to be Nikon again for Olympic, as they did buy that previous round. So maybe somewhat of a force buy, but they got an Astro Wall. They got Hunter's Fury. They're 1 away from a lockdown. So maybe they can make a play still on this round, as Conscious is thinking about buying it. You can tell they're talking about it.
Yeah, it's kind of at that spot where you need every round you can get, but maybe you just go for the 9-3 and hope the curse works.
Yeah. Oh, true. That well, they need that third round still as Fiend. Hey, I guess he's just enough behind the wall there. Get flashed.
That's tough.
And no info given because of the flash not hitting. So unfortunate. Rebo's left though. Rebo's left. Dusty doesn't check. No, I guess those are to the right, and the Rebo spam gets 3. Once again, some more lineups.
Yeah, just good coordination playing off of each other there. I mean, it's a fairly basic setup that has been used at Cat for a long time, but you know, it's the execution that really matters, and Radiance did it to a perfection there.
Venture sees the jump peek coming out. Land some shots here with that Sheriff. Simply has the Marshal. Gets sandwiched on pretty quickly, and doesn't matter at that point. Rebo. It's the 4 kill, makes it 9-2 Radiant, so into the final round of the first half. It's 10-2 first half in the previous map. Could be similar, but as you mentioned, hey, get 3 rounds. At least get that curse setup going. That's totally real. But they got Lockdown, they got Astro Wall, they got Hunter's Fury. I mean, they have a lot of tools here now. They're going to have good, solid buys as well, so certainly the potential is there to win this round. It's just a matter of, if anything, using set abilities, specifically the Lockdown and even the Astro Wall before those agents potentially die. So, we'll see.
And also, not getting picked by Fiend immediately.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay, ooh, good drone. Tag, but it's hard to chase after the Jet.
On the Odin spam.
Oh no! 5 life. Yikes.
I mean, you see where the beam is coming from on the Hunter's Fury, and Venture goes for the punish. Does a ton of damage there.
Some top tier Valorant right here, spamming back and forth with the Odin to the wall. Oh, look at Silva, meanwhile.
You should run.
Lining up, Venture is ready. There's a lockdown. Shock darts through though, and Seth peeks, was already pushed up, puts the hat out. Gonna get more information as well, so this lockdown essentially useless. Fortunately, Astrowall's still ready to go as well, though. Gonchas catches Seth pushing. Fiend's flanking though. He saw 1, catches the Astra. Down to 2 for Olympic Esports, but Dusty takes out Fiend, and Dusty also gets Temperature. So suddenly 2 versus 2. Rebo, gotta be careful. This is very winnable now for Olympic. 30 seconds remaining.
Especially with those knives out. And suddenly, Radiance over pushing a little bit, getting a little bit too aggressive. Punish for it. Quick rotation over towards A. Notches will be here first with the knives.
One enemy
Meet
remaining.
Rebo in heaven.
10 seconds left.
There we go. We saw the previous round. He had those knives and the work he did. I want to say it was a 4 kill that he got there, but a nice shot there. Venture hoping to spray through hell, but no one's there. And being flanked meanwhile, Dusty breaks the window and gets the immediate kill. There you go. They get 3. We'll see what happens now.
Switching sides.
Is the curse real? Yeah, I think Radiance, they know they probably tossed that one away a little bit. So perhaps even just, feeling confident enough to go against the 9-3 curse and just trying to, prove that they have what it takes to beat it.
See some stat lines there. Fiend 18-7-1. Seth 12-4-3. Also a very clean first half. I mean, obviously across the board. Very good for them. Gotch is leading the way the other side, 9-10, but still. They'll take it. They take 3 rounds and swapping sides now. So, what kind of hold we have? It's going to be, looks like an A work for Radiance, at least early on. Maybe even the catwalk area. Picking up mid.
Gonna be a fast cat play.
Thinking about going cat. Now they're jumping up towards mid as well. Reyna holding catwalk. 3 going up to market though. There's people in this spawn, so a bit of a spread here. He's down to 23 lives. They're trying to close the door, but simply sprays the classic and finds the kill. Temperature can't land a shot in flank. And this round for Olympics actually off to a good start, but Seth catches Dusty reloading. And now they have claimed the site. Spike is ready to be planted. It's going to be retake time.
That's one of those crazy on-the-fly adjustments. 2 or 3 different ideas being executed at once, and ends up with a spike plan on B. And this is definitely winnable for Radiance, even though they're down a player.
Flash in the face. Seth, though, catches the head of Corvette. Makes it 3 versus 3. Rebo, nice spray through the wall. Damage there, peeking up with the classic. Rebo just back and forth, though, playing this so well. Using that wall. Rebo even gets another. And now flanking no Speedway. Simply suddenly by himself, and Rebo flanks for the kill. Rebo played that beautifully in that pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, that was just very well played by Radiance there. As soon as they got on site, they got their post plant set up. They had all the angles covered, and the timing just not quite there for Olympic Esports to effectively, hit multiple angles at the same time, which is kind of what you need when you have that numbers advantage on a retake. Sort of peeking one at a time, getting picked apart.
No main play. It looks like Radiance, I mean, we saw this on defense too, that they love that mid control. All about it. So as they say this, they haven't necessarily taken it over, but they're certainly watching it. The Cypher has the camera. Sure anyone there. Venture, drones up to A main. They're checking wide. Nobody there as we can see, but not 100% sure.
Recovering it.
Walking over to the team. The Spike currently back in their spawn, so again, playing the game of getting info first before they make a play. Check right, does, but Gonch just lands a shot first and dashes away, typical Jet fashion. It's a case, door's gonna be closed though for Cypher, so they know they're pushed up Cat, and they've also taken over A main, so trying to hit the A site. Seth gets Corvette, and now running in, they broke the door. They also get Dusty in the site, of course, got an advantage, favoring Radiance.
Spike planted.
A couple of really nice shock darts there to push people out of position. Radiance just showing kind of like multiple layers of their attack. Even though Olympic did a good job stalling out the initial aggression, there's just more following it up. And Feed has a great angle here on Cat, to make this even more difficult to get in for any sort of retake.
Seth blocks the ace and he can't clutch it. But sure, of course, kills Potato Lover in the end, but unfortunate for Seth right there. Thought he had it.
No clip. Although he is top fragging now.
Yeah, you know what? And he's got that going for him, so definitely giving a little bit of stuff to Fiend there as far as being the top frag on Cypher. I mean, that's impressive. That's not an agent you would expect to be top fragging, but doing so here. So 11-3. Going to see buys, though, on the other side, including, I saw an Odin there for a second, but no, 4 Vandals and a Phantom. There is an ultimate, that being Cypher's ultimate, so not necessarily the most impactful. Wow, talking about fast plays, man. And this is a bonus round currently for Radiance. Wow, dashing in. Simply got a little bit of damage, but it's like, team, help me, quickly. Kills Jet, though, gets 2 more logs before being traded by the shock dart, so Simply doing his job.
Great transfer there. Unfortunately for Olympic, the other 2 players are still making their way through middle. So it's going to be a full setup for Radiance before the defense can get in position. And it's going to be an Astro Wall as well.
Stuff. Zeph holding a great angle here. And they're both coming through market as we see, as Ancha's going to check through window, even going to B main.
Here.
Good information. So hard though.
It's, yeah, with the Cypher wall, it's so, the Astro wall.
You just know there's somebody behind you, so you have like 1 second to make a play. Yeah, really well played from Radiance. Olympic gave it their best shot.
Match point.
That was a tough task for sure at that point with the Astro wall especially coming out. So attack pause coming out from Olympic Esports as they're down 3-12. Trying to live up to that cursed comeback. But right now it's looking like Radiance could close things off pretty clean. Taking the first map on Breeze and on just about to do so here on Ascent. We've certainly seen bigger comebacks. We'll not hold our breath just yet, but Olympic, they do have a lockdown. So a little bit of utility there to take advantage of. At around 16. Love if you can hear them talking in the background as well. Again, trying to figure it out, and that is a really cool addition to the production. Certainly, I know we've mentioned it frequently, but we'll continue to mention it because it is awesome. And hopefully, you at home appreciate that as well. You can hear just enough comms sometimes to hear about what they're flashing or what information they're looking for in the background there. Because I mean, let's be honest, a lot of us don't get to experience that top tier competitive play. I mean, that's just the legit fact, right? As far as some people might joke, be like, no, I'm a really good player. It's like, I mean, let's be honest. The facts state that a heavy majority of people tuning in, including ourselves, we don't get to experience that, especially in a LAN environment, competitive environment. At the elite play is something we don't really get to experience ourselves. So,
also, let's be honest, regardless of where you're at, if you're in matchmaking, these comms aren't happening.
Exactly, yeah, no way. Timeouts and everything. Anyways, very fast hit once again for Radiance.
And it's free.
It is, yeah, they left it open. So they got the lockdown though, so they're gonna try to make a lockdown response now. Set up for it.
Yeah, unfortunately though, Killjoy, I feel like this back lockdown is not really the ideal spot for it. You'd like to have it in B main, but Killjoy's here in the back. So they're gonna have to fight their way in before placing this, most likely.
Sephiroth is very close right there. Dusty didn't expect it. Gets another before finally traded. Lockdown has been destroyed though, and now it's down to Fiend, however. The retake actually looking pretty good so far, but it's Fiend! We know what he can do! 1 versus 1 clutch, and he gets it, of course! The hat trick to finish. And 13-3 will be map 2 going the way of Radiance. So they take the series and they advance on to the Group B winter finals.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say it's nice to see the Moon Raccoons boys back in action. I mean, I feel like you and I were there. I think it was like the Renegades tournament back in the day that we casted some Moon Raccoons, and this is most of that roster. It's nice to see them playing together, and they certainly look like they haven't really missed a beat because their spacing is super good. Their trading is really good. And obviously the aim is there to match it up. So definitely excited to see them play some more here today. And for the side of Olympic Esports, we saw some awesome shots. We saw some pretty interesting plays. And
saw some Ares spam through B main.
Yeah. It's ascent. It's par for the course.
Absolutely was. So some fun gameplay here. We certainly had some great gameplay, and Fiend especially going off really on both maps. See a couple of back-to-back triple kills there, including this one to win the match and ultimately send their team to the winter finals of Group B. So again, there's still work to be done, but of course they are happy that they are going there. But I believe that means we're going to be going on a break and figure out what our next series is going to be. But before we do, I want to remind you, are you the next Nerd Street champion? Well, let's find out. Compete in your favorite games at nerdstreet.com. Of course, big shout out to Nerd Street Gamers putting on this event here, Winter Championships, Philadelphia Regional LAN event. I'm Bricky CBK, joined by Elevated. Stay tuned. We'll be back with our second series of the day, continuing that group stage action. We'll be right back.
No, you're good.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships, the Philadelphia Regional LAN event. I'm Brick CPK, joined by Elevated once again, and hopefully you had a solid break there. We did as well, but our first match out of the way, Radiance, of course, looking very good, taking out their opponents 2-0, advancing on to the winter finals over there in Group B. But the day continues, and boy, do we have a really good match lined up for you next. This is from Group A action. We're going to go over to one of the tournament favorites in A Crew. They're going up against Booster Seat Gaming, who, don't let the name fool you. This is a squad that, did very well at the last LAN event that we covered, getting all the way to the finals themselves. So this should actually be a very good matchup here in Group A.
Yeah, I was going to say, you said a favorite of the tournament, and I was like, well, it might actually be kind of two favorites of the tournament. Unfortunately, they're playing here in the second round. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we've talked kind of ad nauseum about A Crew, and this is a team that has been grinding very consistently, having good results, could potentially be a major contender in the North American Valorant scene in 2022. But then we have Booster Seat Gaming, who, like you mentioned, at the Frag Valorant Major, they were in the grand finals, and they're in the grand finals with a slightly different roster. But we saw the likes of Verdi and Boltsy Churms making huge moves. Verdi is just an absolute maniac. Like, I don't know if he has any other keys on his keyboard than W. But then they've also added Redux, who is a young, I think he's like, what, 16 maybe? Absolutely incredibly talented Jet player. Verdi played the Jet for Booster Seat last time, but according to their first match, it's now Redux playing the Jet, kind of as expected. Verdi taking up that Sky and Reyna role. So very curious to see those two flashy players showing what they have to offer against a team that is kind of as practiced, as drilled as A Crew.
Yeah, and I'm looking at we see the sides right here. I believe that's A Crew on the left-hand side of your screen, and Booster Seat Gaming on the right-hand side, and you can see some sweatshirts there in the crowd. Perhaps some of the friends or management or something, but obviously, it's a fan base there, so I don't know exactly full that venue is by any means, but it's cool nonetheless to see some people there watching in person and really help truly give it that LAN feel that it certainly is. So, but yeah, no, I'm with you. These are, again, we're talking about A Crew because it's similar to the Sonics case last event, right? Where it's like, oh, Sonics is an actual squad, organization behind them and everything. They're the tournament favorites. Well, they lost in the semifinals actually on their way in that event, getting knocked out, perhaps a little bit surprisingly. But it goes to show you that again, it's there's a lot of solid teams here that we may not know about going into it just because of the team names and some of these players coming together. But certainly, Booster Seat Gaming deserves respect. As you said, slight change in roster, but very, very good players, and going to be fun to watch them in this matchup here. So, yeah, we'll have the map selection for you shortly as the players are getting set up and making sure everything is good to go as far as their setup is. And you always love to see when shots like this, the keyboards turned and just seeing how they set all that up precisely. But the variation is something as far as some have it just straight edge there, others are got that curve. We've seen some vertical keyboards even. It's pretty funky sometimes. Players play with.
Yeah, but by the way, I was just looking at the stats. Acrew is currently on a 28 match win streak. Um, they are hot right now, to say the least.
Wow.
And they've beaten teams like Pioneers, Knights, Basilisk, Soar, Radiance, Pioneers again, Cloud9 Academy, Illusion. Like they have been really dominating these monthly tournaments for the last several months. And so, it is not a stretch to call them the heavy favorites here. But at the same time, like you said, we thought Sonics were kind of the favorites, although they were a little bit shaky coming into that tournament. But still, it is anybody's game. But I'm definitely excited to see some high level Valorant coming out of Acrew.
God, you're right. Their last loss was November 15th, from what I'm looking at right here. Almost a couple of months back. They've been very active, and especially with the holidays happening and everything, it's understandable. Teams taking a break. We're in between seasons with the VCT, but you like to see it, right? Because that's something that people have brought up, and you and I were even having the conversation before stream here, as far as a lot of the quote unquote elite teams, that there isn't a lot of competition going on right now. For those squads, they're kind of waiting for that next season to officially get going, right? But a team like Acrew here is, hey, take advantage of a lot of these Nerd Street Gamers events. There's some other events that are certainly happening as well, that these open style of tournaments that may not have the best tier competition, but at the same time, it's still elite competition. It's still very good, and it gets you that practice when you eventually get to those much bigger events, and that's obviously another reason why we like to see an event like this one mixed with the production and everything that's being put on, and how it's such an advantage to take, certainly for these teams to come and compete at an event like this. But yeah, Acrew, very impressive. Goes back to that ultimate point right there. Last loss November 15th. So it's certainly still, I think, goes to say, the favorites, but Booster Seat Gaming, like we talked about even recently, these guys good players themselves, and expecting a good fight from them. Even,
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning, just kind of in the greater context of things. We've seen a lot of teams across various esports. The ones that grind the most tend to do very well when the money is on the line.
Mhm.
There's teams that have kind of been no-name teams, but have played a lot, shown up for every single tournament, and slowly built to the point where suddenly they're beating these massive organizations with tons of venture capitalist money behind them, who have bought all the best players, but have been kind of selectively playing in events. And so it really is one of those things where we could be looking at a team that is realistically going to contend for perhaps even VCT slots in North America.
Yeah,
which is just cool to think about.
absolutely. So here they are again, getting warmed up and making sure things are about good to go. As they're on the left hand side of your screen, being Acrew. Booster Seat Gaming, though, on the right. Booster Seat Gaming, they're coming off defeating Faux Real in their series. Both these teams, by the way, very dominating victories in their first matchups. Booster Seat 13-2, and then 13-3, and then both the maps for Acrew were 13-1 against their opponents right there. So obviously, again, both understandably expect to see them in the playoffs, even when it's all said and done. We'll see how that shapes up from there coming out of Group A. It starts with this match here. The winner of this will qualify for the playoffs. The loser will have to play a decider match later on. So let me refresh this page real quickly. We do have some other results actually worth mentioning while we're waiting for the setup here. I know a lot of people, and understandably, interested in some of these other teams. Salt and Vinegar did go 2-0 over Mugiwara. Biora's Kittens, and they took out CLG Red 2-0. So CLG Red going to have a tough matchup there against Mugiwara in their elimination match. We'll keep an eye on that one versus the all-female squad over there for CLG Red. Same Raffle Lamau and Coaretta. Why do I have trouble with this name? Coaretta. They're 1-1. They're going to map 3 is what I was getting at there. So that should be a fun one finishing there. And those are all the results from the 3 groups that we have. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see a lot more Valor today. That is no secret here. But it looks like we're getting close to getting to this one as the team rosters show up on screen for us. On A crew, we've got Tom, Kampeki, Gucci, '07, Neon, Pancakes facing off against Booster Seat, which is Charms, Virtual, Redux, Boltsy, and Diamond. No Verdi? Or is that
Is that
virtual?
virtual? I was gonna say, is it just virtual instead? I believe that would be the case. Look at the roster right now on the official side. Let's just confirm
Yeah.
that.
I
Yeah,
mean,
it should be
he,
Verdi. So yeah.
he's tweeting out that he's playing live against A crew. So, just going to go ahead and assume.
Their brothers stepping in, aka virtual. No,
Right.
it's maybe name change. Either way, it's that same nasty player that's looking forward to going off here, and they'll need him to go off. Obviously, against A crew is a tough matchup for them, certainly. So, but yeah, if you weren't sure, before I with us rambling on right here, you see the rosters right there. It's like, okay, yeah, we definitely have a solid match coming up. Looking at those players here for the North American Valorant scene, and should be a good one. So yeah, as you mentioned though, this is just our second of what's going to be 4 best of 3s throughout the day. I'm actually not even sure. If I'm not mistaken, we may even dabble into the playoffs at the end of today, if it's similar as the last event where we get the first round at least underway. By tonight rolls around. So, and that should set up for tomorrow, where I believe it'll be both semifinals followed by the grand finals, all individually covered here on this stream. So, yeah, some good action. You love to see there's that A crew flag in the
Hmm.
in the stands right there in the crowd. So some representation definitely coming out. You see waving around.
That's
That's A
great.
crew
I
pride.
mean, you're at LAN. You might as well rep your colors. Otherwise, what's the point?
Yeah, it'd be cool to check out this event venue definitely in the future. But ourselves, of course, we are remote. Understandably, if anything for safety as well. I want to try to limit as much as possible the amount of people that have to be there, and so we're casting from our cozy homes ourselves. But I go back to it's still cool that we get to see the production and see everything there as far as the venue goes. And again, I go back to we saw it last time, and I'm sure we'll see shots throughout the day as well. This venue is pretty big. I mean, there's a lot of setup, and well, you think about it too. All the teams are playing at the same time, so there's 6 different matches going on at the same time. I mean, you're looking at 60 players that are competing in this event, and obviously all the computers that takes and all the setups, but they got it there plus more here at this venue. So if you ever have the chance to check it out in the Philadelphia area, highly recommend it.
Yeah, I feel like we have this conversation a lot, you and I, about just like the state of LAN in North America. When it comes to esports, there's regions that have had a very strong LAN or PC bang or whatever it's called culture, and it shows results. There's a reason that Korea has consistently been extremely strong in esports. There's a reason that SEA as a region has been growing very, very quickly. There's a reason that even like South America is starting to really kind of show some real potential. And it's because these kind of communal spots that encourage you to not only maybe game on a setup if you don't have a good one yourself, but also meet and network with people and kind of form friendships and teams and play against good people and learn from people. Like that is something that is definitely lost in the online
Yeah.
era of gaming where we're so separated. You're just like in your room by yourself playing the game. And if you're in a live environment, you have an opportunity to like you see somebody do something cool and you're like, hey, can you show me how to do that? And suddenly you become a better player.
Hmm.
Like that is something that is definitely missing in especially like North America where land centers are pretty rare. So
Yeah, that social aspect, 100% agree. That is absolutely one of the biggest factors why it's so important, really, in my opinion, too, to have these LAN environments, not only on a competitive field, but as you're getting at, even just in a very casual setting. I mean, I dated myself a little bit, but certainly when I was growing up, they were a bit more relevant. I remember going to LAN centers, playing Counter Strike 1.6 back in the day, whatever else, Halo, LAN
mhm.
parties, etc., and going to these LAN centers where you gotta talk to people in person and compete against them and have a good time and definitely learn from each other as well. Absolutely. So it's cool to definitely see a bit of a resurgence, and Nerd Street's certainly at the forefront of that. With this is one of several locations that they have I'm not mistaken. This being, of course, a main one in Philadelphia, but we saw Fullerton, I believe they hosted an event in Fullerton area um, last time around as well. When we were casting the Frag Major, there was one simultaneously in Fullerton. So, point is, there's certainly a kind of a resurgence of growth coming back of sorts. Obviously, COVID has kind of been a little bit of a twist in that, but it's still cool to see, and goes back to it's ultimately healthy for the scene. I think is the biggest point,
Yeah,
specifically here in the North American region. So, all right.
100%. As we get a little close up on the players here, you can see that we are closing in. So everyone's getting warmed up, getting situated.
Yeah, definitely some faces I recognize there, and if I'm not mistaken, expect a little bit of banter here in this match, a little bit of hype. I saw this. I'm extra excited that we get the mics in our ears
Oh
from the
yeah.
players as far as at least the ambience, because there's going to be something tells me there's going to be some pop offs this game.
I definitely remember there was quite a bit of shouting across the stage during
Yeah.
the finals, especially from people like Verdi, or virtual, should I say? I guess I don't know if it might not be the same sort of energy from the brother, but
No, this should be good though. Of course, as you see, the players are all sitting down. It's just a matter of making sure everything is absolutely good to go as we talk about with these LAN environments. I want to make sure things are as comfortable as possible. Again, to clarify, this is just a shot that production has in terms of it's a very clean shot, and so it can fool you a little bit. No, they're not actually facing each other. They are as at angles as you can see right there. Um, Looking back from this perspective, so still definitely close enough to be able to feel each other's presence, but not necessarily right up in their face. And I know there's people talking earlier. It's like, oh, can't they hear each other? I mean, no. It's these LAN environments. Obviously, they've gotten really good about understanding. You don't want to have the players be able to hear each other, but they have the inner ears as well as on the headphones on top. They're obviously have the game sounds going themselves. They have their own communication going on. I haven't tested it myself in person, but I pretty much guarantee you that. And there's that, yeah. So there's white noise even on top of that, being fed into their headphones, so they can't actually hear the outside. Essentially, all they can hear is their game and their communication amongst one another. So to clarify on that, no, they can't actually hear each other, even if they even tried really hard without physically taking off all the headphones. And then you're like, okay, well, yeah, you can't do that, but they do keep those on. All right, we got some maps though, so we're going back to Breeze. We're going Breeze map 1. That was chosen. It looks like by Booster Seat Gamers. We got Bind, map 2, chosen by A Crew, and then Haven will be map 3, if necessary. So we're going back to Breeze. They're on the ocean.
cool. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, probably my favorite of the newly added maps to the game. The ones like post-release. I think it adds just it's unique in that the sites are so separated, and then there's like this huge open mid area that is really important to control, and then, of course, there's the whole halls shenanigans. Obviously, the meta seems to be pretty straightforward as far as like the Viper smoke gets towards A, but I think that it definitely is one of those maps that kind of allows individual players to really showcase their talents in a cool way. And then there's also some very interesting executes that we also see that are more well coordinated.
Yeah. So Bind map 2, and then again Haven map 3 if necessary, and it's certainly possible with these two teams going at it here in the winter finals of Group A. But we're gonna see some Bind 2, which is one of the more rare maps. I think it's safe to say. Like Breeze, Icebox certainly comes to mind. We saw even a bit of Split in the last. Hell, we saw a bit of Fracture, honestly, the last event too that we covered. So far, it's still early on in the event, but haven't seen Fracture yet, of course, at least in our short coverage here of only the 2 matches so far. Now this will be another series without it, but I wouldn't be surprised if Fracture certainly makes appearances as well throughout this tournament. But hey, we haven't seen Icebox yet, and I'm not complaining about that. So we saw plenty of that.
I was gonna say, I think this might actually be my favorite 3 maps to watch a competitive game.
Sure.
I think that, although maybe even more so with the new bind. Obviously, we're not on the new patch yet, but the change for a short will make that one even more interesting. But I do think that as far as like fast-paced gameplay and just the ability for some crazy rounds to happen. These 3 maps are going to be very, very fun to watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Bind especially. I know we've talked about that in the past. I love Bind with the teleport play and seeing teams going all over the place. And just when you think they're hitting B, nope, teleport and go over to the A side. And you see the quick rotations happen, and then they fake that. They go back to B. It can be fun. Be pretty chaotic and crazy. So both these maps are also maps that may see some changes, and we know for sure about Breeze. I know you're mentioning apparently Bind is also getting touched up a little bit in certain places. So again, we're not at that patch yet. To clarify, still on this current patch, but expect some changes to them coming up in the upcoming gameplay update that we expect to see soon.
Now, here's the question for you.
Okay.
So we have a 3-site map. We have a no mid map, and we also have a map with the attack starting on either side of the defense.
Yeah.
What do you think is the next sort of innovation? That
the up and down, the nuke style. I think that's one of the first things that comes to mind, right? It's like the sites on top of each other, essentially. For those that may not know nuke from CS:GO, Counter-Strike, whatever. It's that app format. So I don't know if that necessarily will happen in the end, but that's the first thing that at least comes to mind.
Yeah, but how's that work with something with Brimstone Ultimate? Does it go?
Brimstone's OP. I like it. I have no problem with that.
Okay, because I mean we see a bit of the verticality on Fracture, for example, where teams do let Brimstone in the breach because they can hit multiple lists. So that would be very interesting.
Well, this is also interesting. We got the A selection upon us here for Breeze, and we're looking at Silva, Sky, Chamber, Jet, and Viper on the side of the A crew. And we got Viper, Silva, Chamber, Jet, and Sky. So we have a classic mirror match for Booster Seat gamers over there. The Sky on both sides. Again, last event, I keep saying last event. Technically, it's a different event, but it's just something to reference with a lot of similar players in this one. Sky wasn't as popular, but here we are now yet again. Both teams running the Sky, so KO we still have yet to see today. It's still very, very day is young, but both going back to the Sky.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting because there was a very heavy lean towards the KO meta, but suddenly it's taking a step back. Everybody's going with the Chamber now, which seems to be that new spin on things, but Sky's information game just perhaps deemed a little bit too strong to leave out.
NSG looking off the bat, going B, and nobody is in the B site currently for the side of A crew, at least now they are somewhat. Only one player there, but not going to hit it fast though either, so it doesn't matter too much, but they are going to work on mid. Redux leading the way. Calm. Making the comms because they are coming in. Jet goes into the smoke. Well played by Redux. Finds one. The site is taken. However, Pancakes has a different plan, but Boltsy there for the quick trade on Neon. But Pancakes goes down as well, so player advantage certainly looking good for BSG. 4 versus 2.
Absolutely, and they're just going to push because they know that this Chamber is on the flank, so Gucci is going to get swarmed. Keki kind of on his own, trying to make something happen and recover the site.
So close a couple of times, trying to land the headshot, cannot. Gucci was 7, whatever you want to say. He's trying to clutch right here. 1 versus 2, has a ghost. Left, there is one left. He pretty much knows they're going to put the orb down, still have that utility. Diamond hiding in the back of the site though, sees him, kills the dart, but this is going to be tough. They played this together. This should be, oh, what a shot on the chirps. They go for the half defuse. No, Diamond peaks just in time. Gucci trying his best, but in the end, it's a victory for BSG.
That was almost like a little bait teleport. The timing was a little bit off, so it got kind of dangerous. But ultimately, it is going to be A crew taking that one. Sorry, no, Booster Seat taking that one.
Yeah. That was close.
Very, very close.
And again, something tells me that's going to be the theme of this series. I really believe it. This is 2 very quality teams going at it. And A crew and Booster Seat Gaming, despite that name, don't let that fool you. These guys are legit on the side of BSG. And they're going to have a gun advantage going in round 2 as terms. Is spotted, trying to sneak up the halls. A big push from A crew and Pecky. Nice trade with the headhunter. We'll pick up an orb as well. Birdie though working up double door. Once again, Pecky, site to be taken. Gucci's gonna go up the rope and luckily survives. Verdi unable to hit the shots there.
Reload timing kind of bad, but
Enemy
covers with 2 more.
He'll take
Problems
it.
there.
Well, wasn't the prettiest Verdi play we've ever seen, but he'll take 3 kills.
Blinded.
And staying alive.
Spike planted.
So yeah, it's up to Calm with the Sheriff. Do some damage if anything. A couple players are low. Find some heads. He hears them jumping around, but of course, pretty much unwinnable. Just a matter, like I said, of doing some damage and realizes that somebody was to the right. That would be Bolsey with that Bulldog. Makes it 2-0 PSG.
Yeah, Booster Seed off to a hot start, and we can see already their plans. Aggression is on the forefront for their strategies here. I've been liking this aggressive Viper wall from A-Crew that Gucci's been placing. We've seen it 2 rounds in a row now that they've pushed down into that kind of shop and cave area pretty aggressively. You know, a lot of Vipers tend to play a little bit more passively and try and stop the play with mollies and stuff, but this is enabling them to be a lot more active with their defense.
Yeah, like even putting the snake bite down right away, and yeah, if anything, slowing down what could have been an initial early push. How about, speaking of pushing, A-Crew pushing up mid S2, maybe S3 even. Neon also there. Not actually going to be going. More rotations into the B side. Bolsey found Konpeki. Again, player advantage. Gucci, oh, the timing was almost poor there, but he stays alive. Pancakes gets terms elsewhere. Gucci, though, has to fight. Can't kill Chick. Good trade. Coming up from Diamond. However, Pancakes, speaking of trades, makes it happen. Jet is low on the other side. Neon, he's fine.
One enemy
For
remaining.
info.
And Calm with the nice flank there finds a Redux on the back, so that should be a pretty solid round win unless Bolty can somehow find a head while fully blind. Not gonna happen.
To us, that looks silly. To them, you know, we've all been their way with the white screen. You're just like, I'm just shoot somewhere. You think it's on point in your mind, but it was pretty off.
To be fair, he was somewhat facing the right direction at the very least.
Yeah, almost there. Unable to avoid that flash, and 2-1 now as AQ gets on the board. Of course, that being the bonus round for BSG, so it's fine with that. As speaking of that, though, Churm's actually buying a Marshall, so not able to go full artillery necessarily, but everyone else essentially is with the Vandals. They also have Seekers for Verdi, so that could definitely come out. But speaking of ultimates, a Viper's Pit from AQ going to be placed in A main.
I've got your trail.
Goes up.
Seekers come out.
Becky, no, he's back here. Has to fight this, getting flashed all over the place. Somehow finds a kill and teleports out. Good old chamber style. A through 4 versus 3. Plant is going to happen on the spike. Verdi holding a nice angle here.
20
Line
seconds.
out wall.
He has another flash though, so fairly exposed right now.
Pancakes. A nice shock dart right there. Catches Diamond at the feet. Sets up 1 kill. Verdi, though. Don't check left. The timing. Oh, he almost got 2. Got the headshot. He sets up the kill on Gucci at least, so Churms has a chance. No. Gets closed out by Konpeki. And a defuse from A-Crew. And, hey, did I say there was going to be banter? There's going to be banter.
It was real close to being a nice transfer from Verdi, which would have potentially changed the entire course of that round. But yeah, like you said, there's
Wow.
We're what, like 4 rounds into a map, and we've already got this kind of action. Let's go.
Dude, we got a bleep button by chance? I mean, I know this isn't, maybe a couple of bleeps here and there may be necessary in the coming rounds. We'll see. All right. Anyways, 2-2.
Experience, Breaky. LAN experience.
This is a LAN experience, that's for sure. I love it. 2-2, though, as we're heading to round 5. Of course, economy for this time around for BSG. Not as strong. Reduxo has that Marshall looking for some heads. Can't find one in tunnel, so picking up there to an area as Bolsey may do a drop-down play. And Becky, the tour de force is out.
Let's play.
Oh. Yeah, the response of the tour de force from Churms. Eco round, not so much.
Much different change of pace here. Don't come out from Pancakes, which spies Churms, but does not catch the Viper, who is a little bit farther up. The drone time's out. They might not re-clear this, actually. This is a really good timing.
Yeah, this is definitely the slowest round so far, but you're right. The timing, Bolsey is pushed up in a good spot. We're down to 38 seconds and counting, so you know what play's going to happen soon. The drone into the side, and Kempeki, the timing of the peak against Terms, lands the shot. But with 30 seconds remaining, you got to go Bolsey. Bolsey's wishing he didn't go. Runs right into that chamber trap. Gucci finds Redux, and it's just falling apart now for BSG.
Enemy remaining.
It is. Kempeki finds another one there on Diamond, who cannot hit the headshot, and Pancakes will clean it up for a flawless round. That's kind of interesting. Ends up flawless after it seems like they had pretty good setup.
Yeah, he wants to take out the trash or something. I can't really make out what he's saying there, but
I think he said there's some trash under your seat. Just make sure you pick it up before you leave. Let's try and be respectful of
that makes sense. Okay. Yeah, the bin might be full next to you. He's alerting people that there's trash over there, so understandable. That's a good citizen. All right, round number 6, 3-2 A crew. So they've won 3 in a row now, feeling pretty hype as we've even seen, but full vandals for BSG it looks like, but how about Neon? Neon's gonna have a big chance right with the time and the flash on top of that. Got one quickly. Pancake gets another with the Hunter's Fury, doing some more damage. Calm still going. Terms finally slows it down a little bit, but they've fallen back. The Seekers are out from Calm, and Calm is chasing with them, lands another shot. And a very quick defensive round for A crew. Wow, that was a gun round too from BSG, and it just fell apart quickly.
I think honestly the best part about like this whole ability to hear the teams bantering back and forth is that when these aggressive rounds happen, it's like, you know, there's kind of a little bit of an extra thing at stake, right? Every round, every kill has sort of this little extra, like, if you die, if you lose this duel, you're gonna hear about it instead of somebody just typing angrily on their keyboard. Who knows where.
A little bit different vibe from words on a screen to actually hear in person for sure. Oh, okay, that drone's a little difficult to hit right there.
It's still alive. What is happening? It gets a tag. What?
Oh, I thought it died for sure. Wow, you're right. Redux even gets a knife kill on Pancake. So actually, PSG has some momentum in this round now, as those shots missing on the drone, they're biting them in the butt.
Sign this guy for the drone racing league. That was unbelievable handling by Sova.
Up to the 2, Gucci and Calm. For A crew trying to retake this. They do have a flash. Gonna use it right here. They get some information. Nice shot from Calm. However, the peek from Terms gets Gucci and sprays on a Calm to take him out. That was an econ round, by the way, for BSG. So yeah, that drone play set up the following, and that's a big steal for BSG.
Yeah, I mean, that completely threw off the timing there because they spent so long trying to kill this drone and couldn't do it that BSG was able to run in from double doors and find the early pick. Sova MVP.
Absolutely. In terms, you even see peeking through that Viper wall right there and spraying through it. Good job. How about A crew, by the way? Look at that. Couple of operators. Both Kempeki and Neon. Bottom fraggers, but not going to let them phase them here. Redux.
I've got your trail.
Peeking up mid. Seekers out, favoring BSG. Give info that there's a couple in the B site. However, they're also being flanked, it looks like, from elbow. Yeah, got to be careful with Neon going.
Crew shuts down the aggression pretty well here. Stuck in double door, not sure where to go. Birdie takes a huge shock dart and the slow.
Yeah, that's a funky place to be in. There's the trap, the shock darts flying in. It's like, oh gosh, when you're clumped up like that, doesn't feel good. So they reclaim mid, but now Neon has got a nice angle here at E tunnels. What do you do if you're BSG at this point? This is a tough spot because you're possibly even being flanked as they are. Like from Sky, Calm, he's coming.
They try to fake some pressure towards B. Verdi goes back to look for the lurk, but 30 seconds left. A crew playing a very information-starving style of defense right now. Bleeding at utility.
Calm. Dago. We'll see nothing. Here we go up. Double door, though. Gucci gonna get some action very soon. Can't hit the first shots. Did a little bit of damage to Birdie. Not enough for the kill, though. Being run down. Doesn't know he's upstairs. Being distracted, but Calm. Flash out doesn't matter. He gets killed. So does Gucci. The site has been claimed. 9 seconds remaining. Although Pancakes kills Churns, but reducts the trade. On to Pancakes with that operator. 2 versus 3 retake for A-Crew. And Pecky has an operator, but you gotta wonder if he wants to pick up something else at this point. Neon also with the operator. Down goes Konpeki. And Neon, do you just save? Yeah, probably just gonna save now. Oh, or that. You did not expect him to be up there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it kind of started to look like A-Crew was maybe gonna go on a big roll there, but suddenly we just see Gaming has come back with 2 very strong rounds, and we have ourselves a very close first half here. Especially losing that was the operator, right? That Neon just lost?
Yep. They lost 2. Both Konpeki and Neon had operator. So I guess I don't know if they picked it up on the other side, but again, that's a lot of economy damage, certainly. You do see knives for Jet, everyone else buying Vandals, but this is a force from A-Crew, as we're now 4-4. Diamond, who flashed out early. Redux.
Chamber difference there. Becky finding the kill on Churms. Verdi almost with the timing. What?
You take that if you're Verdi. 1 for 1. You'll take that when you're stunned. Yes. Diamond. Drone MVP. Gets a tag on a Viper. Viper's scared. He should beat the shot from Redux. When you're tagged like that, no wall is safe. Pancakes in the back of the side, a double peek. Great teamwork from BSG. That's what I was saying earlier. We've talked about, man. This BSG squad may not be a signed team, but they are definitely a squad that plays together well. Diamond gets Neon, and it's up to Konpeki now.
Ooh, big shock dart there. Konpeki is gonna have a very tough time breaking this Viper's pit.
Viper stood up. Young had a lot of life to work with in the first place. Gets a quick kill on a Diamond. Surprised he didn't respond there. We'll see with a right-click classic. That'll do it. Base. And 5-4 BSG. So BSG swinging the pendulum back in their favor. 5-4 on the attacking side as we head to round 10. And I think A-Crew is going to be a bit okay, they got some buys. In fact, Konpeki does get to go back to his operator. So maybe not as bad as I thought, but still.
Nice shot by Redux there on the replay. Like you said, I mean, the teamwork, pretty darn good for Boosty Gaming, considering that it is, just a stack of high-ranked players. And they've even integrated Redux to the team recently. So it's been super fun to just see them challenge a team like A-Crew, who, as we mentioned going into this one, is on a 28-match win streak. Not map, full match. So some of those are BO1s, a lot of them are BO3s. They have just been absolutely stomping the competition, and they are up against a challenge here.
To that point, I guess it's fair to say, like, they've lost some maps during that time, just not full-on matches.
Right,
is what you're saying. So yeah, I was looking through. They have some 2-1s in there, so it's not necessarily be the absolute insanity if they lose a map here, but still, again, losing the series is a different story. They are on that big win streak, so. But again, there's still a lot to be played as we're sitting in the tactical pause before resuming here. But BSG certainly has to be feeling it, as we obviously can hear it as well. For good reason, up 5-4. Again, heading back into round 10. Ultimate status, you have Viper's Pit for A-Crew. You do have Tour de Force for the side of BSG if Chamber chooses it. Redux, so he's got his own operator in the lockdown halls. Doesn't look like going to get too much action early. That's a Viper's Pit use up from Gucci once again in A main to lock that down.
Obviously, Sova Drone can counter this, and a lot of times that is what we see. Looks like BSG might be setting up for that exact type of play here. He is kind of isolated, so he does need to be careful with his positioning here.
Take flight.
This out. Gucci getting out. God, it's like so much block. I get through all this stickiness of the Viper's Pit. Gucci doing his best not to get seen, though. The doggo as well, though. The info, they haven't found Gucci. He's doing a great job of hiding here.
And now he's just right back up in the middle, challenging them to spray him down through this. And time is ticking. 42 seconds left. Boltsy is going to get spotted by Pancakes on the quick jump peek. But Hall's control is taken by BSG.
Gucci, I love this. Living life on the edge, avoiding bullets. And he's going to have a chance for a firefight soon because you know that they're coming. It looks like they're starting to push in. He seems to hold swell. Gucci lays down the snake bite, gets flashed in. Redux gets combo. Freddy gets Gucci. But Pancakes gets 2. Makes it even.
Yeah, shuts down the hall pressure, which is huge there. So no pinch from the attackers, but they will be able to get the spike down potentially. Move towards the post plant.
Redux with that operator. A good spot for it. There is no flank coming, so definitely set up for a good chance here as far as making a very difficult retake. Neon, he's up in front. Pancakes. Shot a couple times, got the recon out, and Neon follows it up. And it is up to Redux now. Oh, he sees the gun.
Oh, he
almost got 2. Oh, I thought he got both for a second. That would have been something. But down goes Redux. Good play in the end by A-Crew, of course, to retake that side and make it happen. But close call. 5-5. Those calls continue.
And the double op setup once again from A-Crew as they pick up that other one from Redux. This was all about Pancakes hitting a nice little double there in halls, really shutting down the attack momentum.
Now with the buy situation you'll look at here, we still have that tour de force as mentioned from Churms. Diamond has the Hunter's Fury. On the other side, Kenpeki with his own tour de force, although he has an operator, and Pancakes with Hunter's Fury as well. So talk about the mirror match. Play this round certainly. One from Diamond. Making the call out Vipers here. We'll leaving with the tag on. Logan Hunter's Fury as Neon catches Verdi though, creeping up mid. However, Diamond got Gucci.
And that means no smokes. So suddenly the map feels a lot more open, but A-Crew strikes back as Calm finds Churms in the middle.
Feeling a little bit lucky there. Missed the initial shots, but was able to relax and go for round 2. Found the kill eventually, despite dropping to 30 life. Now having to hold A main. Boltsy, does he go for the orb here? Well, that'll give away info, of course. Spike. He's waiting for teammates to join him. Calm, though, is in a very tight angle if they hit the site. You check left immediately. Only has 30 life, so quick spray would kill him, but that's an if. There they go, charging into the cloud. Calm trying to be relaxed, cannot find the shot though. Redux gets him killed. There's a tag. Pancakes is very close as he dare go through this wall. Nope, he doesn't have a chance.
Seconds left. Spike planted.
Checking to see if somebody's there, gets rewarded. Redux setting his team up to win this round. Neon trying to retake with the operator, but you don't know that Boltsy is just holding this close angle, sitting on the spike, ratting it up.
You're going up against 2 operators. I guess that's a good play. In their face, and there we go. Kenpeki, the headhunter's not going to help him there. Jet jumps up. That's not going to work. Boltsy finds him. Gets both, in fact, and makes it 6-5 BSG. So we'll see if they go into the second half with the lead or if we're going to be a tie. But either way, the talk continues. I'd love to hear from the LAN environment.
Yeah, Breeze tends to be a fairly attack-sided map, but I mean, at the end of the day, it really is a game of momentum and a game of confidence. We've seen it swing both ways here in this first half, where sometimes it's all about just, you know, having the balls to just run out and shoot somebody, you know, even at weird angles, weird timings, and that could be a huge difference maker. And this is definitely a skill that BSG has showcased numerous times already.
Interesting here that BSG is the one taking the pause. It is pretty rare, it feels like, where a team that wins then takes a pause, but I still want to even calm down a little bit. And this is the final round of the half, of course, and make sure they're good to go. Set up for the best chance to get the victory here. They do have Seekers, they have Jet Knives. Tour de Force has already been popped on both sides, in fact, as well, so there is a lot of that utility to come. Guessing we're going to see a Seekers play. They're currently lined up towards the B side. Obviously, that could change as we come out of the B.
That'd be huge if they pop this right off the bat and just charge, because there's only one player playing defense on B right now.
True.
The gamble stack from A-Crew.
Uh-oh.
They don't have good weapons.
Calm is saying, get here now. Get here now. They need to go quickly. The Seekers are out. The Knives are in. Calm is still alive. Pancakes got Verdi with the Hunter's Fury, so Already a strike from A crew, but look at Redux is so far up here with the Viper's Wall. Going through, gets one, and then peeks back out. The aggression pays off.
Okay, Becky does have the tour de force though, so he could find some picks here, long range through the arches. A wall will cut off any line of sight.
Oh, you just see the knives flying past his screen. It's Gucci. His head sliced off there. Dux is done with that snake bite, but eventually wears off. All four in the same area. They're coming, but with backup for Dux, the right-click kill. Mostly gets Konpeki and Neon. Good player, but 1 versus 4. Don't think he's winning this one. Cherms will run him down. And BSG 7-5 here in the first half.
Switching sides.
Yep, pretty clean end of that half for BSG, and they will definitely be looking towards this pistol with some momentum. I mean, this is huge. If they can take the pistol and the bonus, A crew is going to be facing a long and very difficult comeback.
As you mentioned, perhaps maybe more attack-sided map, but still, I think BSG is pretty happy, especially in a matchup like this, where clearly there's a bit of a rivalry in play with the banter back and forth. Up 7-5 as we head to that second half, but there's a mirror map of agents, so not much to talk about there as far as different strategy necessarily. An advantage. Diamond's going to go for an arrow out mid as two are creeping up elbow. They get spotted though by the flash. With some good info coming out from Sky. Tom playing defensive. Tom turning his back though at the last second. Yeah, the timing. Good for Redux. Well, they're going to double door. Good shot from Konpeki right there. Cannot hit another though. Going in and out. Getting a run out actually. Redux, speaking of being a run out, the Ghost in the face of the Sheriff, and the Ghost wins. It's up to Gucci. Classic kill.
And he takes the spike towards B. So BSG gonna regroup and rotate, but it will be at least some plant money for the side of A crew. Not too bad, plus a couple kills. They could potentially even buy into the next round with this if they want to.
Just has to play aggressive. Gonna go for the right clicks. No, the left click there. Got one. There's no way, right? There's no way. Okay. Germs eventually jumps at him.
You guys are fools! It
was a nice try. I do agree on the nice try call. That actually was a nice try. In the end, it was too little, too late. I only had the classic after all, 1 versus 4. In fact, he even got 2 kills. Pretty good, frankly. And the spike plant on top of that. But the round does go the way of BSG. So they do have that last lap of 8-5. Oh, look at these buys, though. So it is going to be a bit of a force from A crew. Yeah, they're going 3 Spectres in there. We got full armor on a couple of players. So this is a force buy round, too.
Yeah, very, very critical round. We've seen this backfire a lot of times where teams will force into try and steal the momentum, and then suddenly you find yourselves facing double digits very, very quickly.
Redux up top. Have a chance here soon. All are towards B side or A crew. Drone's coming out. It will spot Jet. Says hello. And Verdi, woo, got 2 off the bat with the Vandal spray. Good backup there for the Jet.
Redux kind of baiting, although Neon finds one. Suddenly, he's turning around. Gucci finding a kill as well.
But Cherms is cleaning up. He's got 2 headhunters. Gonna go for a third. Jumping around Pancakes. Trying to land a Marshall shot, but difficult to do, especially against a jumping target. And now it is just Pancakes. So yeah, you thought it was gonna be turning around. So did I, but Cherms had a different plan. And he gets 3. And again, that's big. I know that was round 2 after the pistol round, but remember, they forced. So now their economy is going to be shot for A crew as they're down 9-5.
Yeah. I mean, realistically, we're looking at a 10-5 before A crew can even really start making a comeback. Although, you know, never sleep on eco rounds. I really do think that eco rounds and being able to win those thrifties is one of the biggest differences between like a top tier team and just another contender.
Good drone there. Spots the aggressive push mid. BSG, Calm gets Verdi. Good opener for A crew. Finds a Sheriff kill. Redux with the operator in hand, though. Get a shot here. Yes, he lands it. Took some damage, but I think kill on Cherms. These headhunters. He is on point. Oh, so is Konpeki.
Yeah, this whole chamber thing, it's really kind of hard to read the economy now with all these agents getting weapons from their abilities. You know, obviously we've got Neon coming into the game soon with their own weaponry.
Spike
But
down,
Redux
B.
is on point with the
One enemy
operator.
remaining.
He falls mid, and it's up to Chamber. Can't. Redux. 2 shots there that we saw for Redux were just nasty. Coming out from
Made me
Redux.
feel old.
Yeah.
Old and slow.
That hurt to watch. Like I broke my wrist right there. So 10-5 BSG. Of course, back to buys now for Acre. This is a healthy buy for them. Yeah, see, that shot right there was still as impressive as well, but and the final one. Oh my god. That's impressive. You play Churms. It's off the bat. Becky with the teleport play. Jiggle peek. Oh, Churms, nice shot through the smoke though. Gets Neon. This is a Viper's Pit. Aggressive. They still want this plant into the A site.
I saw a little bit of an elbow shot through the smoke to find that first kill. It does make this a bit more difficult. They're gonna flash out potentially. This positioning by Churms is wild.
They don't know.
I think he got
Saw him. Well, he saw him through there, and the hold by the whole team. Gucci, it's up to him. Only gets 1 though. 1 versus 4. The clutch would be absolute insanity. The spike is not placed down. It is currently on the ground. It's not in a good way. Gucci going out of the Viper's Pit. Gonna get run up by Churms though in the face. We're good about that one. 11-5, and they are letting them know what it's all about. As this is a big lead now for BSG. A crew, again, I got to think their economy is going to be fairly devastated. Again, that was a very aggressive A work with the Viper's Pit. Good shot by Churms off the bat to slow it down. And yeah, Churms hiding at this box, creating so much pressure and being a distraction, if anything.
Yeah, I mean, I love those little positioning plays because it's like it takes just the perfect timing and a little bit of luck to find yourself like behind enemy lines, them having no idea that you're there.
Enemy mark.
Diamond running out. Makes the call that he saw 2. A jump peek. But obviously, you look at the arsenal of A crew. As expected, not the best. The trap going to catch Gucci and Halls. And so now he's in a very unfavorable spot. Kentucky got Diamond, though. And he gets another. Apparently, Verdi wasn't ready for that. And Gucci gets Churm, so this round's falling apart fast for BSG.
Bolsey feeling heavy pressure. Will go down. Capecchi. Yeah, big.
Shorty kill. Dux does have an operator. Just having to use a shorty there to get the close pressure. We'll pick up the Vandal. 1 versus 3. Makes sense. I mean, that also means he's definitely going for this win. Because, you know, could have just saved the operator right here and said, all right, screw it, no point. But, of course, picking up the Vandal means Redux wants to win this round. Okay. We almost had a moment there.
We almost had a moment, but now in a 2v1, he's given up his position, of course, but I've seen his shots before, and he's playing this very aggressively and fast.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he has to check so many angles there. I mean, obviously for easy, we're like, oh no, look over there, but he doesn't see that X-ray, so understandably he's kind of looking all over the place. And seemed like a lost cause at that point, but went for the plays. A crew does win it though, and they slow down the bleed finally, as that was the first 4 rounds of this half going the way of BSG, so they finally take their own and make a 6-11. They got some ultimates, Calm, they got Seekers, they got True to Force. Looks like it's going to be used on the other side, Seekers for Verdi as well, though.
Eyes up.
Instant Seeker play here. The answer is no.
Here. All set up.
Very aggressive Halls play.
You get the Tour de Force for the first peak.
Oh, he missed!
No! He moved.
No! Oh, that's the head. That's the hand on the forehead moment right there. Oh boy, missing the shot. Churms will absolutely take it, especially as you mentioned, he got the second as well, and he gets a third. Churms is going off. He's like, you missed that shot. That's gonna cost you the round.
It even cost them the map here, as we're gonna see Booster Seat Gaming closing in on 12. And yeah, I mean that was one of those that Becky should have had. He saw the elbow. He didn't take the shot initially. Went for one more kind of like quick little peek out to get a better angle, and then just didn't stop moving in time before he shot.
Right into the bolts of Boltsy. 12-6 BSG. Yeah, unfortunate, but they should still have an okay buy, I believe, on the side of A-Crew. As now they're playing for their lives here on this map, at least. You see the operator for Konpeki. Had a Bulldog thrown in there. A couple of Vandals for now. They do have Seekers still, so they didn't. Both teams still had the Seekers from the previous round. But certainly still, you got to think, especially for A-Crew, that's going to come into play here.
Yeah, they definitely, especially with the weapon disadvantage that they have, they need to find the site with less players. Just try and overwhelm it.
It's actually Calm by himself, though, currently. And if he dies, okay. Oh, man.
So aggressive. They're just constantly pushing for these early picks and it's paying off for BSG.
And that's no Seekers, so much for that. Neon in with the knives. Will find Bolty, though, on the right. Almost got the head there. Back, but actually eventually finds Diamond. But Terms again coming in the clutch, and he finds the shot! Oh, man, Konpeki finally gets it. Trim's got another before, and Konpeki teleports away. He has the operator, 1 versus 2, though.
Now his spike is down on the other side of the site. He has to cross so much distance just to have a shot. Door gets closed in his face.
Yeah.
Lowers the amount of angles he can come from.
How do you win this? With an operator especially, not the favorable gun here, it feels like.
But it's Chamber. He has another
30
weapon.
seconds left.
Not a problem.
That's true. Needs to look down. Verdi's got a great angle, but it's all the timing! We saw him looking up there initially, but yeah, turning the other direction, and now Redux. Oh, almost hit the shot there. But it is now a 1 versus 1. He's going to get the plant. So this is going to be, oh, maybe.
Oh, Redux is going for this cheeky angle from the top of elbow that allows you to shoot to default. You can shoot to default plant spot from there, but...
Oh, that would have been something.
Yeah, Konpeki lands on the other side of the pyramid, so now Redux has to play aggressively, and Konpeki is in the perfect position.
Yeah, and Redux has no clue now. There's absolutely no way Redux has any clue where he's at. He just has to absolutely guess. So A-Crew, Konpeki, you gotta say, he missed a couple of shots there, but at the same time, he clutched it in the end, so definitely focusing on that. And the reason why A-Crew is still alive here on map 1.
Yeah, economy still looking pretty good for the side of BSG, though. You can see that kind of a funny buy, right? There's lots of money in the bank for Terms and Redux, but neither one of them is buying because they're Chamber and Jet, so they're going to use other weapons, although Redux does pick up a Vandal there.
I reiterate, Seekers are ready for A-Crew with Calm. Not going to use it instantly at least. Terms, watching out double doors. Maybe here's a drone at least. Check an elbow. Terms peeking out the timing. He got the one and he teleports back. And Verdi catches Konpeki as well. Trying to figure out what was happening. You see the Viper's Pit and the A-side. Gucci's going to just start going into it. A-Crew's got to do something. Patience. Send the dog out first, and it will see Viper, so Viper running out. Allows Gucci to push in.
Pushes Viper out of the ult, but they're still getting decayed as they push forward.
Oh, the snake bite. It actually got him really low, but it doesn't kill him. However, got the kill, but Verdi there for the quick trade. So yeah, the Seeker's helping a little bit, certainly, but Calm gets Diamond. Naku's still alive. Nice shot from Pancakes. This is going to be a plant. Potentially.
Hunter's Fury. That is a very aggressive play, and it will pay off.
Oh, the choice to Hunter's Fury right there. Maybe if there's one alive, you knew where he was, but yeah, the second one being there too. That was a risky play, and in the end, BSG will close it out and take it 13-7 over A-Crew. That's an impressive performance. We go back to A-Crew for good reason, hype, maybe one of the tournament favorites, but do not forget about BSG. Booster Seat Gamers are here to play.
Yeah, and they are a team that certainly feeds on the momentum there. I'm sure A Crew will be able to gather themselves for map number 2, but you got to wonder, is this the match where their streak comes to an end? I think hopefully we get 3. Honestly, I hope we get 3 maps out of this one.
Yeah, you always hope for that as a commentary, of course, and the spectators. At least you don't have any bias or in terms of a favorite in terms of one of the teams, but in the end, we'll see what happens. But before we go on that break real quickly, take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help you fuel your game and power you up to keep you playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. Well, A Crew needs to power up certainly as we head into map 2. We're going to be going by, and we talked about that. Looking forward to a fun map here as I'm Breaking CBK, joined by Elevated. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 2 going to be coming up shortly. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Bricky CBK here, joined by Elevated. We got map number 2 just around the corner here. And again, what a map one we had right there. BSG taking A Crew out on Breeze. That was BSG's map choice, but still, that was an impressive performance from them, taking a 13-7. I mean, I was looking at the scoreboard here too. Churms leading the way at 22 frags. You had Redux at 21, Birdie at 18. All top 3 fraggers in that game on the side of BSG. They played very well. Their teamwork was certainly there. And especially that second half, they just really took over.
Yeah, it's also interesting to note that both teams' top fragger was Chamber. Obviously, kills are not everything in this game, but the fact that this agent, quote-unquote, Sentinel, is coming in kind of playing this, it's almost like a secondary flex duelist or something, because Sky used to be kind of thought of that way, but in this case, it was the Chambers doing the heavy lifting for both teams.
Even slowing down right there, that shot from Redux still looks so freaking fast. I love this production and what we're going to see with it. But yeah, speaking of him, on that Chamber, Sentinel, not so much in the way it's played at this level, it feels like. Much more of that duelist playstyle, certainly, and getting those kills. But as we talked about, we're going to be going to Bind for map 2 now. Again, this is A Crew's map choice, and we're going back, we're talking about the streak and everything. I mean, overall data suggests that, you know, let me actually sort it real quickly by the time. Because
They're 15-1 on Bind in the last 2 months.
Okay, so that's exactly what I was going to go for there. Okay, so yeah, 15-1. On Breeze, they were 5-0, though. So, I mean, Breeze, they were also good, and that's their first loss on Breeze, I guess, in that time frame.
Yep.
But yeah, Bind 15-1. Again, this is during this huge win streak they have going, so it kind of makes sense. But obviously, it is one of their most played as well, is worth pointing out. That's why they chose it.
Yep. And they've been running the same comp every single time, which is an Astra, Jet, Sky, Sova, Viper. So we'll see whether that is what they bring to the table here. Most likely would be my guess. On the other side, you know, will we see the Chamber? Will we see the Verdi Rays? Who knows? Line is one of those maps where sometimes the Jet gets swapped out. We've only seen Redux play Jet, basically. So I am kind of curious to see what the lineup looks like on the side of BSG.
Yeah, interesting lineup there from Acre, honestly, if that's what they run. As you mentioned, the Astra, Jet, Sky, Sova, and Viper. No true Sentinel, technically. You know, not running the Killjoy, not running the Cypher. Dare I say Chamber, you know, if that's what they stick to. So we'll find out here shortly as the player is going to be getting set up and ready to go for that map too. But yeah, same thing with BSG. And curious to see what they choose to run. But they at least got that momentum of knowing that they're up 13-7 at the first map there. So 1-0 in the series. Of course, Haven is map 3 if needed. And certainly very possible, as we kept stressing going into this series, that wouldn't be surprised if we go 3 maps here. Let's take a look at some other matches while we're still setting up for this one and how those have been playing out. So quick refresh here. Okay, so same Raffle Lamau did defeat Kawareta 2-1. So they move on to the winter finals. They'll play Radiance in that Group B matchup. Then we already talked about Salt and Vinegar going up against Bjor's Kittens in the winter finals of Group C. And Salt and Vinegar is up 1-0 in that series so far, as they won 13-7 in their first map. So CLG Red and Mugiwara are going at in an elimination match currently in map 1 themselves.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see how these brackets shake out, because I mean, we have a matchup like this where we've got A Crew against BSG. Both teams look like, you know, are these teams that we should be expecting to see later on in the tournament, and how will they be able to escape their group, as one of them is obviously going to have to lose here.
You see the players in A Crew on the left-hand side, got some fans in the crowd as well, representing the flag and everything. On the other side, BSG, the one's up 1-0 now, and saw them, of course, in the previous Frag Major here at the same venue about 3 weeks ago now, and where they were the runner-up. So, and we kept stressing that just because of the team name, don't necessarily look at that and not have high expectations, because they certainly should have high expectations and already shown it so far. But yeah, fun to keep an eye on the results here. As we mentioned, today we got 4 best of 3s, going to be happening in total. This being our 3rd one here, obviously. But like I said, if it works out as we did with the previous one, we'll start the playoffs tonight with the first round, and then it'll go into the semifinal matches, followed by the grand finals tomorrow. So be sure to follow this channel for all that coverage going to be happening. Again, we're still young into our first day even of this event right here. And also to clarify again, so the top 2 from each group, there's 3 groups, so you figure, okay, well, that's 6 teams moving on. So that means there will be a bye round for 2 of the teams that advance on to the playoff stage. And from my understanding, how that's going to be determined is based on how well you did in the group stages in terms of the series wins as well as in the round wins, if it comes down to that. So that's somewhat of an important note as well, right? Where it's like you want to make sure that you're, winning big if you can help it, to try to make sure you get that bye round initially.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because that first round of the playoffs where you could be eliminated from the tournament happens today. And it's going to be your 4th series of the day, potentially. So obviously getting to play one less series, having time to kind of sit back and relax before you go into the semifinals is a pretty big boon if you are, we love playing Valorant, but 4 LAN series in a row is a lot.
It is a lot. This is a long day, and us as casters, it's one thing. I mean, I don't get me wrong, I definitely enjoy my job. It's a long day though, but we love to watch Valorant. But I can't imagine playing that many matches. Really, it's just, especially at this level of play in the tournament environment, it can be stressful certainly, and especially in a series like this where a team like A Crew is now down to 1-0. So here we go into bind, and our agent selection is upon us. So again, we have the expected agents for A Crew of literally running the same lineup every single time in the last couple of months, as you mentioned earlier. So we'll see if that comes to fruition. So far with the Viper, the Jet, and the Sky. We'll need the Sova and the Astra to finish it off. On the other side, what do we got? Maybe this is definitely a map where Raze is a potential. So see if Verdi plays that Raze or not. Not looking like they're going to be running a true Sentinel either, though.
It's not too surprising for Booster Seat, right? This is a team that wants to be pushing at all times if possible.
And they're going to get that chance with Raze locked in by Verdi. Redux back on the Jet. And they go the Sova, Viper, and Astra utility around those duelists. So seems like a solid composition, certainly. The one difference is really that Raze for the Sky. So one less flash on the side of, a couple less flashes even, on the side of PSG, but they got a lot more damage utility.
And of course, the Boombot is just great at clearing a lot of these close angles on bind. The blast back plays are quite useful as well, and we have seen Verdi play this Raze to great effect in the past.
Yeah. All right. Heading into map number 2. Once again, that scoreboard at the top correct. 1-0 BSG as they're leading over A Crew currently. So take a look at the overview of the map bind. And it will be A Crew on the attacking side first. This being their map choice after all. BSG on defense. Looks like we've got a bit of a default setup early on. 3 players currently for A Crew are headed towards Showers. Gonna put up a fight. You see a lot of these duels happen on bind, especially early on at the orb areas.
Yeah, especially Showers, which is such a attack favored orb.
Well, Neon got diamonds, so they get the orb there as well, but Verdi catches one lurking around mid. They get tagged up though. Verdi having to fight from both angles, eventually gets collapsed on. That was a tough place to be in, but Churms catches Neon in the sight, so keeps things even for now. They're gonna go for the teleport play, but a trade Redux for Gucci, getting his kill, but Redux gets Gucci as well, and it's down to Konpeki.
Yeah, I also gotta say I'm always impressed with how much players have evolved in terms of their agent tools. Konpeki.
Okay.
Hold that thought.
Yeah, I'll look in the other direction. And look at on the other side, Churms is thinking that definitely hitting the A site, but Konpeki gonna go pick up the spike and is wondering where the hell Sova is.
30 seconds left.
Who can out mind game the other? Are they going to end up going to the same side is the question now. Looks like it is.
Yeah, it's just one of those kind of luck moments in Valorant where it's like neither player has any clue where the other player is.
Oh, no. Oh, that's so unfortunate for Kenpeki. And, you know, you said it's a luck moment. It's a flip of the coin, however you want to call it. It really was just unfortunate for Kenpeki. He chose the wrong site. And a pretty easy kill there for Cherms.
Yep. But back to the point I was trying to make earlier was that, I mean, we just saw Cherms on the chamber. Now we're seeing him play Sova. Sova's not an easy agent to just kind of pick up and play. And I would say that chamber is one of those that has quite a bit of complexity as well. So, you know, the fact that obviously when the game first came out, it was like, all right, we had our Jet main, we had our Reyna main, we had our Sova main. But it seems like everybody's kind of understanding you need to be able to play a bunch of agents to play this game.
Yeah, we're getting more and more evolving to that point as Neon right there. Not sure what that was about with the shorty, but either way. Coming to fun there in the showers. Verdi feels calm though with a Spectre. You know, just hoping to hit somebody with these shorty shots. No, not going to happen. Verdi going to get a chance though. Oh, can't line that up. A little too quick of a peek there. Though, starting to work up towards A site. They do have a Viper wall in it. Of course, on those pistols. Holding it hard is Verdi.
Very exposed spot, but he has that one way to work with.
Oh no. Just saw enough of Kenpeki there, kind of crouching around, wondering what he was going to do. And eventually finds a spray for the kill. Gucci. Classic. It's a Z classic, though, so a little bit of a power-up.
Sure.
30 seconds left.
Feeling that extra hype. Inspect the gun and get a nice boost.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Redux.
Spike down B.
Not Spike.
Yeah, Spike down there. So they're trying to make a bit of a fake play, it looks like. I suppose maybe distraction. Hey, I'm not sure exactly. Let's be honest. But, well, it ain't going to end well, whatever it was. Verdi will get 4 kills. And Verdi, if I'm not mistaken, that's going to be 1 away from a showstopper. The raise now. Oh, that's a... Okay. Satchel.
It happens. Sometimes you're a little bit too excited. But yeah, like you said, closing in on that showstopper, obviously a big ultimate to worry about here on Bind. And players obviously wanting to die there, unfortunately having to feed their lives to Verdi to do so.
Yeah.
But they get the full loss bonus going into round number 3.
The gun's coming out as a result. You see Calm's going to lay down that orb, and this is that Viper. But how about this 3-player stack looking to catch Calm? Calm peeks in, but Redux wins the spray duel with the Spectre. I'll say thank you very much for the upgrading gun. As Gucci, nice follow-up to the doggo. Kills Boltsy, who was stunned there, so at least they get an early trade. You know, they can hit this B side. I mean, the spike is currently going towards A, as we see on the minimap, but Gucci locking down. And Hookah gets a spray. Got one, but Verdi trades again with the Spectre.
Hey, crew, gonna get the spike down, though. A little bit off on the nade there by Verdi, which stopped Redux from being able to follow up super quickly. Maybe cost him his life.
Verdi creeping up short. Needs to look left. Unfortunately, timing by Kenpeki. Now Diamond in U-Haul. Got the flash info. Eventually finds the shots on a Diamond. So make it 2-1 BSG as A crew. They'll be back to flying for themselves or upgrading even. Now this time around. More so BSG will be. Sorry. Anyways, operator in the hands of Redux for the Jet, and now they do have that showstopper as well. There are Seekers on the other side. Kenpeki manages to have Seekers. They also 1 away from an Astral Wall, it looks like. So, see if Kenpeki uses those Seekers early or not.
Yeah, aggressive stack towards B so far. Heading down long. Operators on the other side, so Cherms is going to be caught here. Find him on an island. He slows them down with the shock darts, but they're just charging forward. It is A crew.
Boltsy has some protection here, but even taking some snake bite damage in the meantime. Yeah, so many smokes to get through. They're in the site, they're going for the plant, but they still haven't found anyone technically. And now what will they do? Boltsy gets 2 before traded by Pancakes. Yeah, somehow getting 2.
And the crazy part is Redux and Verdi were still holding A that whole time. Like, as the spike is being planted, they're not rotating. They're expecting some sort of lurk. Verdi, no!
Well, that's one of the worst feelings you can have when you pop Showstopper. You get killed immediately. However, nice trade by Redux, so now 2 versus 2. Diamond, good kill on Kompeki. He forced him out with a snake bite. However, this recon dart is huge for Pancakes. Has all the info, but Diamond with the peek. And A-Crew, I believe, yeah, they are going to be able to stick that. Excuse me, BSG will be able to stick that and make it to 3-1 now.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, like, A-Crew's setups, they look good, they look coordinated, but BSG is just doing an excellent job just winning duels when they need to. And a lot of the times, that's what these rounds are coming down to.
Well played by Calm right there. Catching the Showstopper Temper Verdi, but again, in the end, didn't matter. As got a retake from BSG as a team to make it 3-1. And now you see the knives for Redux is ready. So he's going to be coming out. Boltsy will have the operator this time around. There's Boltsy. Boltsy, it looks like, is in the B site. Verdi, that's a fun place to be with Raze. Oh. That's scan there once, so they know that they're pushing up long B over here. In fact, Kenpecky's going to get the peek on a Churms. Finds 1 kill. That's a Spectre.
Spots Boltsy there sitting up on top of the middle tube. But Spike headed over towards A, but as you mentioned earlier, Verdi is waiting in the wings with... Oh, never mind. He had a judge, but...
He's got the Phantom, probably a better gun at that angle. Put the Boombot out as they're going in hard. Yeah, the Astral Wall used by A-Crew as well. Trying to cut off the side, it does just that. Neon gets Verdi, but Diamond trades on Neon, is making sure not to get flanked. Nobody is flanking currently. Shock Dart in avoids that. Boltsy holding U-Haul. The Astral Wall is going to last a little bit longer. Gonna get the plant off. That was a bad snake bite, unfortunately. Redux gets caught, but Boltsy found Kompeki, and Diamond manages to get the shot on Pancakes.
I can't believe that Boltsy's retaken lamps with a operator. Not generally the best close quarters weapon in the game.
Oh, Diamond peeked correctly, and now it's up to Cobb. Does he have lineups? No, he doesn't have any more snake bites. One is already placed. It's going to wear off here, though. Viper versus Viper. Got it half. Is he just going to stick this? He's going to stick it! Yep. Oh, he sprang too far to the left! Oh, no, Cobb! Oh, but what a stick right there on the other side. To get the win for BSG. I mean, you can't play in combo, man. That's so frustrating at a point like that.
Yeah, heroics at both ends of that round for Diamond. I mean, he found a couple of really crucial kills at the start of the execute, and of course, coming up with the nice, confident defuse as bullets fly around his head.
You're right, though. Boltsy retaking U-Haul with an operator helped kind of set that old retake in general for BSG and allowing for the win in the end. And how about this? That's a Viper's Pit locking down A short. So do they challenge? It looks like they're thinking about it. Oh, flying above it, in fact. Verdi, he's pushed in. This is awkward. Neon's on top of the box. Verdi's still alive to hold this.
It's so screwed.
Finally killed by the Spectre Spray and Becky. Yeah, it's a matter of could he take somebody with him? Well, Diamond will get a snake bite kill at least. Hiding in that pit.
One of those moments where there's a jet above you, there's a drone coming at you, you're tagged, there's 3 people running in. Not much you can do other than just go down. But yeah, Diamond did a good job to get a trade there. And A-Crew now has to reset, and they're being flanked pretty rapidly by Redux, although he might get timing here by Neon.
Yep. Redux certainly was not ready for that aggressive knife play in the face, and Pancakes catches Boltsy as well. So suddenly this B side is open. You see the rotation coming out from Churms. Trying to get there as soon as possible with the recon. Killed immediately. Diamond. Oh, what?
30 seconds left.
Okay.
Okay.
Spraying default. Nothing wrong with that.
One enemy remaining.
Instead, they're going to plant towards the A side, so Neon will catch Diamond finally, who was lurking in that Uka spot. But it's up to Churms now, 1 versus 3. Doesn't have a recon for 15 seconds. And understandably, A-Crew is going to play pretty safe here. They have a lineup as well, worst case, yeah. It's going to be coming out.
They have a lineup, they've got all the information. Churms just going to try and do some damage ultimately. There's essentially no way he wins this round.
Trying to get some, yeah, a kill or two, but not going to happen. Well played by A-Crew as they get their second round here in the first half. So they make it 2-4 at least. But overall, BSG feeling pretty good about the situation, I'm sure. And they're going to be back to, are able to buy, I'm sure, going into round number 7 now. Take a look at some ultimate status as well when you start things up. But yeah, you see the timing here. You mentioned Neon happened to catch Redux, unaware. So it looks like so. Bolsey's got the Astral Wall. On the other side, you have Hunter's Fury and Viper Spit for A-Crew. A very default strategy from A-Crew this time around, letting BSG push to them if they choose to do so.
Slowing the pace down here on the attack is A-Crew. And Spike being over towards market means that they will likely lean towards B eventually, but if the dog comes out, this could be the fake. It's so hard to push through this one way in A short, and the Viper utility and showers makes things kind of difficult.
Yeah, again, the one way going up, and it's like, we can't really do this. This is a pub, you know, you kind of just run through and they'll get all sprayed to death, but this level of play, like to be a little more methodical with their when to go, and wow, what a peek there. They see just enough of Redux up there on the vehicle. Neon's in. Pretty, oh, what did the flash actually got one shot off with the shorty, but not enough for the kill. And it looks like the A side now has been claimed by A-Crew. Diamond finds one, but quickly traded out by Com. And it is just up to Boltsy now, who only has a classic and a dream.
Yeah, unfortunate bounce on that snake bite from Diamond as well. Things are just kind of gone the wrong way for BSG here as A-Crew looking to start building back into this map. Should be able to cleanly win this one. I assume Boltsy will just wait and try and find an exit maybe, or just die to the spike without giving up any more ultimate points.
Yeah, 100% he's gonna out of the spike if he doesn't get a chance here, and it looks like that'll be the case. Last thing you want to do is save that classic. It really is the best case, right? Because as you said, he's not giving up an orb either. On the other side, so pretty well, but still the round victory for A-Crew, make it 3-4 as we're going into round 8 now. And a little more ultimate status, including Kenpeki picking up the Seekers now. So certainly could be quite the firefight of a round. Gun's going to happen as well for BSG. Yeah, that's Redux thought he had a great angle right there, and Bush just got sprayed just enough on the corner.
We've got our first attacking operator here for Neon, looking for a pick on B long. It looks like.
Gonna go for it. Neon. Ooh, goes for the shot but misses. Redux keeping him guessing where he's at and wasting a couple of bullets there, I suppose, but using some of the jet utility. And Becky will clear out Hookah meanwhile, allow Gucci to start jump peeking now. This makes it a little bit further into there, but Neon still respecting the fact that somebody on the side of BSG could re-peek. Oh, they're really pushed up into Hookah now.
Verdi might get caught in middle as comms continue to lurk. Verdi not getting too aggressive here. The drone will push him off the angle. Fall back with the paint shells.
Gonna try to avoid Hundo. Hunter's Fury War going at it. Pancake's doing some friendly fire damage, but no kills happening on either side. Here come the Seekers though from A-Crew into the B side. They're gonna see one in the garden area. They check it immediately. Pancakes jumps out, or Kenpeki, excuse me, but gets traded. Nice hold by Redux so far though. Down to 10 life. Oh, dash away. The shock daddy avoids it. Some way, somehow, still alive. against these three players, and now Verdi comes in to help, and Diamond's in the flank. Redux with the hold, even and finds a third. What a hold from Redux! And even though he didn't get those follow-up kills after the first two, he kept them occupied that whole time.
That was crazy. I mean, he re-peaked 2 people with 10 health and didn't die. Just absolute confidence in his ability to avoid any shots, the shock dart as well. Like you said, even though he didn't get those kills after the initial couple, it's the fact that they know he's there and they can't get rid of him. So it just delays the push in. They don't feel safe to come in and plant. Ultimately wins them the round, and he finishes it off with 3 kills.
And similar to the previous map as well, it's a case of BSG. They win that round, and it was a very chaotic round. And they're going to take the timeout. They'll kind of take a breather timeout here, we'll say, as they're now at 5-3 also in this first half. But I think it's also a timeout where it's like A-Crew is, okay, we'll take it too. Got to figure this out. I want to approach it going into round number 9. They do have a Viper's Pit, certainly to help. I'm guessing they'll have some decent buy here as well, but really BSG, especially that B site, seems to be on a decent lockdown there. Granted, that was, again, just some great individual play specifically from Redux. As here we go out of the timeout. And yeah, it is going to be some good buys for A-Crew. Almost. I guess Neon won't necessarily have... going to get some buy from a teammate, I'm guessing.
Buy him. Yeah.
There you go. So, no operator, but they got the rifles. You see Redux does have an operator, though. Boltsy, did he have a classic again? So, Boltsy just doing a classic play once again. We saw this in the last map, too. If he walls and then does the running through again. That's what he did on Breeze. Maybe that was somebody. That might have been the previous.
Redux just missed the shot there. I know the operator's A, so you see the quick rotation by A-Crew towards the B site. Bolsey has a shotgun.
Okay, good by the judge there. I was going to say. Smokes are in. Gucci setting up stars. Looking to get the initiation into the B side, but with that judge nearby. Although, actually, now Astro's falling back inside the box. Boltsy. They hear them jumping around. There's 44 seconds remaining, so still, especially on bind, you're never too sure that they're going. There's an Astral Wall. Going to be placed by Boltsy. Says if you want to come here, it's going to be extra difficult now.
Yeah, and they rotate 2 players over towards A at the same time. So Calm is actually walking into a stacked site right now.
Oh, man.
Relying on the judge and the wall to hold back the pressure on B.
Here we go, Boltsy. Yes! Saw Judge dash in, but didn't fall for the bait. Got one at least. Neon, though. Big trade, but in the back. Chirps can't. Oh, got one. He got Konpeki. And another trade happening. So a lot of damage, though. Jet, not much life. However, they get the Viper spit down in the B side.
If they don't know about this Viper flanking through long.
And there you go.
Diamond finds the kill.
Diamond gets one. Redux has a shorty in hand if needed. Verdi gets Neon check in, and Calm hiding in the corner of the Viper's pit. Gonna wait for the peeks, and Redux gets the peek with the shorty. Shorty's an OP gun in that Viper's pit, man.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. The pit is just overpowered.
True, that's true. It's fine that there's a nice response of a gun there. But no, BSG, great retake once again. That whole Astral Wall could really, you could tell, slowed down momentum a lot too. And it made the timing a bit off for A-Crew in terms of when they wanted to go. And obviously the judge hold from Boltsy pretty clutch as well. So yeah, 6-3 BSG. As we're going to round 10 now, A-Crew. Not the healthiest of buys. They do have an operator, though. Oh, never mind. He changed his mind. Yeah, I'm going to go to the Phantom. Maybe not. Okay, figure it out. Back to the operator.
Neon buys the operator.
Yep.
Redux is here as well. Oh, boy.
Ooh. And it pays off. That is big for A-Crew. Heck of a start. They take away the operator from the other jet. And they have the player advantage now. Verdi very pushed up in mid.
No man's land right now. About to run into 3 people potentially.
Oh, what? You could tell he knew somebody was to the left as well. Went for the quick showstopper. play, but got killed quick enough before he could get it off. That's both showstoppers have been unfortunate for Verdi.
Take flight.
That was kind of a Verdi moment where you're like, wait, why is he here? Still gets a kill to make it somewhat worthwhile, but ultimately just a little bit too isolated from this team.
And Calm doing what Vipers do best in this map, locking down a short. And it's going to keep that place occupied. Of course, only 3 players alive for BSG. As Neon's going to go for a recheck now on long B, but 35 seconds remaining. It looks like B is going to be the site they choose to hit. And there's 2 players here for BSG,
30
so
seconds left.
at least they got that going for them. 2 of the 3 in the site, ready to defend. Oh, well, now there's only 1. Diamond left alone. Got the spike, though.
Down B.
Knows something's coming to the right and got a bit distracted right there. Neon finds the operator shot. And now it's just Astra.
Yeah, Bolsey tries to hit the timing, running through the snake bite, will get gunned down by Calm. And speaking of Calm, it's just kind of funny as, you know, with the observer's POV, where we can see the whole map and have the x-ray vision and everything, just watching Calm play this. He's like in his own world playing this Viper game in A short, where he's like, you know, trying to peek through the smoke and find the right timing to get into lamps, and there's just literally nobody there on the entire site.
Mm-hmm. That was actually a great response from Acre, at least, killing Verdi. Having some fun with that replay of making sure Verdi is aware that that showstopper didn't go through, I suppose. It's been a little unfortunate with the time it's there, but hey, his team's up 6-4, and talk about aggression. And even Verdi's going in with the Bucky. What is happening? When it's all said and done, Acre still has 4 players alive to the 3 of BSG, but we're having some fun here. Calm gets Voltsy, so it's a little bit better, and I mean, obviously BSG is really just saving what will be the final round of the half.
Blocking vision. Obscuring vision.
Gucci's gonna get the walls up, or the smokes. Terms affected by that. Do they commit to this? It looks like they're on default, ready to plant. So Churm's gonna arrow out and some info. Churms! Oh, he almost timed that. He actually does get the kill still. Ooh, could not hit that headshot though. And Gucci gets his diamond. Checking from the spawn. 5-6, gonna save round for BSG. Let's see what kind of calls that we have now.
A little bit of damage, but it's going to be a fine buy for a crew. Ultimate wise, we've got the hit available for Diamond. Churm's 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. Those are the 2 big ones to keep an eye on there. On the side of a crew, Knives, Seekers, and the Astro Wall all available. Pancakes only 2 away from Hunter's Fury.
All right, so here we go. Final round of the first half. BSG 6-5 currently. Once again, Verdi pushing up short. Neon with the operator, just enough of an angle, hoping for the slight peak such as that, and got it from Verdi. So already a player down is BSG. See the Viper spit locking down Hookah, meanwhile, from Viper on BSG side.
Yeah, it's a little questionable, in my opinion. You're pitting the B site, trying to force people A, and then you peek A short like that. But maybe we'll see some heroics from Redux. Maybe get smoked off and drowned here, however. Oh, Neon through the smoke. Blind shots Redux, and that big problem.
Yeah, get this player an operator more often. Neon's actually been on point with the operator ever since picking it up several rounds ago. As I say that, finally dies to Churms. It's got a little too aggressive there, but certainly the damage has been done. Kenpecky gets found by Diamond, and Churms gets calm. Suddenly this round is not so won for A crew. Pancakes still trying to clutch it out. Diamond goes down, and it's up to Churms. 1 versus 2 sprayed through as he reconned out. And the round will be victorious for A crew. So they make it 6-6. Got spicy there at the end. Well, we had a tie going in round 2 for the second half.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has been a very back and forth map. Both teams not showing necessarily like the crispness that we saw in Breeze, I want to say. It seems like these rounds are a lot more scrappy, and players are just kind of like out of position a lot, but fighting their way out of bad spots on a regular basis. This really could go either way at this point. Becky and Long gonna shoot that dart.
Oh, my apologies there. I muted myself.
That's all right.
Anyways, Kempeki has fallen back to elbow now. After getting found by that dart initially. And speaking of being found, the drone's also going to see him. We're on a force this issue. The walls goes down and in comes Jet with that frenzy. Gets almost a kill right there as Kempeki down to 11 life as well. But Pancakes found a shock dart kill. Churm's jumping in with a right click of the classic. And elbow butt runs into 2 players. So they get the plant of the spike, but Acre still has all 5 alive. Ducks finally runs down Pancakes. Bolty gets 2. And again, we're looking pretty even, but Gucci gets Bolty, runs out of ammo, was low on life at that point. And A-Crew finally clutches it out to make it 7-6 in the second half.
Why are you looking at me? You're literally wearing a shotgun.
Oh my gosh.
Just gonna let it ride.
Just, you know what? Let's
No commentary.
Oh, not needed.
I feel like I'm playing a ranked game right now.
This is fantastic. Oh boy. All right, well, I think they're winding down now. Into the next round we go, as we are going to see a force buy from BSG. Gold Spectres and half armor, so they're looking to play in the second round of the second half.
And fast towards B, which is stacked right now. Bolty finds the first kill though on Kempeki. That's big.
Yeah,
Did so much damage.
I got a dink, but not enough for a kill. He's gonna go for the repeat. Sprays through, gets 2, and almost gets a 3rd. Why not? The duel at Long B is absolutely real. Verdi coming up Puko though. That wall. We'll see this. He does. Obviously went to the lower right of him. Neon's in the back of the site.
The player's still over at A site, so there is an opening here. Check well though.
And Neon peek behind him as well. Caught Diamond, and Pancakes catches Bolty. Trying to sneak into the side. So again, force buy for BSG does not work out. And now they're going to find themselves saving, aka buying sheriffs, heading into round 15. You have Neon already 5 out of 7 towards those knives. Yeah, you see Neon right here. It's puts the cloud down, goes with a spray. Sometimes that's best. He knew he did a bit of damage before, so might as well go for it.
Yeah, all 3 players were pretty low after that initial duel with Neon and Kempeki, and Neon just capitalizing there. Also, shout out to him. He had a very rough first map, but give me a big for a crew here. Crew, rather.
Gucci going, peeking again. Ran through the smoke. The Spectre, who's seen it work before, but this time not able to find anyone. Feels like the whole team is here for BSG. They really want this orb. And they are going to get it in the end. Looks like they're going to give it to Raze. Nope, knocking it over. They're going to give it to Birdie. Didn't have the best showstoppers, unfortunately, in the defensive side first half, but going to come back here on the attacking side now. It's lining up that cursor.
Blocking fish concealment.
The hit.
Here we go, Gucci. And little did he know, Jet was right next to him. In fact, that Jet found Calm. And hiding still, they're both hiding in the smokes, but they don't actually see the agents there. Even the right click gets some damage in. The patience is real, though.
Spike it stopped, though.
Finally, Gucci's exposed. As he mentioned, the spike plant also stopped. Pancakes catches Bolty. Gucci gets Purdy in the end and showers. And where Ducks shredded out there, where Ducks has gotten 2. But now it's just Diamond with 10 life. And again, the spike hasn't been planted. Yeah, it's like, why even peek this? Exactly, if you're Acre. You're just giving him a chance at a headshot, so. Also say that, Neon goes for the peek up top and sprays for the kill. That's what we're looking at. 9-6 now. 9-6 favoring A-Crew, but back to buys for BSG. And Essentially going to be the first full gun round here of the second half. And I'm guessing we have some ultimates to look out for. Yes, we do. Neon's knives, and Boltsy's got that astral wall. Redux does have knives and one ore, but has a vandal, so likely not to come out.
The defenses look pretty solid from Acru so far. We'll see whether BSG decides to switch up the pace at all. Does not look like it. Verdi is just up B long in a hurry.
Oh, he had the spray initially, but Konpeki takes advantage of not being killed, gets 3. And now he's got the doggo out. It's going to be killed. The distraction is wrong. Konpeki gets 4. He is feeling it this round. Diamond in short. Trying not to give up the ace at this point.
That's what I'm talking about. This whole like the Nats Viper setup in A short has just created this whole meta of Vipers like they're playing a solo game. I was like, wait, what? What are you guys doing over at B?
It's like you weren't supposed to all die like that. Okay. 1 versus 5. What do I do? It's obviously Aku's very aware of this too. It's like it's a Viper on buy. Where would the Viper be?
Yep.
Guess what? He's short.
Little kick. Konpeki gonna go for this ace, but the timing, nobody knows. The flash.
Utility! No!
No!
Ran out of ammo! Oh, unfortunate for Konpeki. But still, Aku able to enjoy that one in the end, as they will make it 10-6 here in half 1. Or half 2, excuse me. Alright, so now it's...
To be clear, I mean, this is the Acru map, right?
Yes.
This is their pick. They are 15-1 on this map in the last 2 months. And they're starting to show perhaps why. Their defense has looked really like it has no holes so far. PSG is not really even able to get close to planting.
Get out of my way!
Well, they're gonna try to go for a play of sorts here. Of course, on Sheriffs, they do have knives for Jet. Can't outland the headshot though, and on the other side, Jet dashing through the portal. Luckily for him, no one over there to fight him as he runs through showers and stays alive, but gonna get the orb. Showstopper is not ready yet. They do have an Astral Wall still, as we mentioned earlier, but again, with the not like to force it out, but Bolts against pancakes. Konpeki going for another spray down once again. He gets 2. Finally traded out by Verdi. Gucci will catch Boltsy. And now, guess what? It's Viper in the other site. Looking around.
Standard. I gotta say, I'm really liking how Konpeki is playing this Sky. I feel like there's kind of been a trend of Sky a little bit more supportive on a lot of teams. And initially when she kind of came into the meta, it was because she was replacing Phoenix and it was really just this very aggressive duelist style of Sky. Konpeki has been showing that off a bit here. He's aggressively taking these he's flashing for himself and peeking out of it and getting multi-kills left and right.
30 seconds left.
Come on, where are you? Lands are great, man. Like, I mean, obviously you could type this out, but it's just not the same vibe. It really isn't.
But you know that we're all thinking this in ranked, right? There's one guy with a sheriff and
absolutely
3 people watching the spike with rifles. It's like, come on, man.
I mean, he's gonna get the gun and get out. Obviously, it's no chance for a win, but yeah,
it's worth.
He's gonna go for it. Oh, that would have been something. So got the kill, got the Phantom, got out. So yeah, not too bad of an end there. But yeah, Acru again, still overall very satisfied. 11-6, trying to really close things out here and send it to a map 3 on Haven. Neon leading the way with it, as I mentioned earlier. As soon as he got that operator on the first half, Neon just went off. It is now 29-3 as an operator in hand once again.
Being aggressive here in A short as well. Love this angle.
Almost got a double chance. Gets Verdi though. Already down 1.
You want to fight it?
Neon, that's gonna be an Astral Wall. So still, ESG really trying to force this issue. You're right though. Acre is locked down on defense right now. They're making it very difficult to get anywhere. Redux gets just Gucci though. Pancakes. Woke over Ducks, jumped up on the box. And here comes Seekers defensively into the Viper's pit. So everything being used this round. It is chaos all over with the utility. Diamond hiding in that Viper's pit. Taking some stray bullets. Down to 30 live. Does he teleport? No. Gonna just back off in a short, but being flanked. Terms. Diamond got calm. Okay.
All right. Breaks contain. He's going to be able to make his way over towards B. The rotations are going to be there, and obviously, what, a total of 50 health between the two players on BSG, but at least getting the spike down gives them a shot. Say that.
Yep, not so much. And obviously that just delays the spike plan now, so now Jet doesn't go for a play. No, they're still going to get the spike plan off. But yeah, not much life to work with, as you talked about. And on the other side, A-Crew is pretty healthy. Good to go, and Konpeki will even make it more difficult. Takes out Terms easily, and Diamond just going to hold elbow. See what he can make happen.
Doesn't have any snake bites to work with. A-Crew playing this pretty safe, not giving him any free peeks. Play as a team. One person will hold, two people will play defense.
Ooh, almost. Got Konpeki down to 6 life, but in the end killed, and 12-6. So map point looking good for A-Crew. As again, trying to force that Haven map 3 here in the winter finals of Group A. So
speaking of Haven, I guess it's worth noting that while A-Crew is 15-1 on Bind in the last 2 months, they are 17-1 on Haven. So things may not get a little easier for BSG, even with the map reset. Yeah. Obviously, they are back against the wall here.
And Neon again, where is he looking this time? Looks like Long Bean. Nobody's there on the side of BSG, so this time not going to run into the operator. We'll drone up short A to clarify that Jet at least is not here, or anyone else for that matter. In fact, the showstopper pretty jumping in again! It's killed, yeah. The showstoppers just aren't on point for Verdi this game, unfortunately. Terms catches Pancakes, though, hiding behind that wall as soon as it goes down. Diamond got Gucci. Neon tried to go for the knife kill, down to 47 life, but still has an operator. Meanwhile, Calm, good timing there, takes out Diamond. Terms, shock dart kill the one to Neon, but Calm, no, he gets treated immediately. He got Terms, but Bolsey takes him out. 1 versus 1, this is it. Can A-Crew clutch to take the map? Konpeki specifically.
This time is very awkward. Boltsy just missed it. Konpeki doesn't have an angle to this cubby where Boltsy's now playing. The shoulder gets seen. He only has 3 bullets, though. He's going to have to reload at some point. Oh, switch his weapons. Okay.
Works, too.
Pulling them in.
No way he plays this aggressively, right? And delay. Sure.
Let's go!
Okay.
All right, well, 1v1 goes the way of Astro.
That was honestly, I was expecting a little bit more of a blow up with the pop off there, but with the way this series has been. But no, that's just a simple saying, and then we're moving on. All right. So 12-7, BSG does stay alive though. Good clutch in the end, coming out from Boltsy. They got a Guardian for Terms this round, so it's one of those cases like, yeah, they won the round, but they're still, not the most healthy in terms of economy.
Yeah, they're just forcing into every round at this point, obviously. It's like maybe a fast hit A short. They're up into lamps already. Redux gets tagged. This is bad for Jet.
Jet. Redux is dead, and more damage for the Hunter's Fury. Diamond. Good Pancakes though. Boltsy got Konpeki.
Down A.
Diamond traded out by Gucci eventually. Gucci holding tight on the showers. Good shot there on Verdi. He finds 3 kills now in total. Chance for more. Worked up short, and what an angle. What a hold from Neon. Trying to peek past, pick up the spike, but with that operator, really no chance to get it. And now it's up to Boltsy, 1 versus 3. Let's just last round. Different scenario though, and A-Crew will do it. And we're going map 3 on Haven. So, yeah, very comfortable map. It was the map choice of Bind, and I think that definitely showed, especially on the defensive side, right? Like, the first half was actually really good for BSG, but the defense completely locked down.
Yeah. Yeah, it was really, really hard for BSG to find any forward momentum. It seemed like they were just getting absolutely shut down, like, before they would even get close to the site. They came close to planting a couple times. and did get the spike down maybe once, maybe twice.
Mhm.
But either way, it was very, very one-sided once that flipped over to Acre on defense.
Yeah. Well, we're going map 3, and you know, with this series, with the I gotta admit, with the trash talk going on, I'm excited. I know the fans are as well, the viewership, and looking forward to seeing what happens here between A Crew and BSG as we're going to be heading into map number 3 on Haven. But before we go into that break to get things set up and calm down a little bit, I want to real quickly once again give another shout out to one of our sponsors here. Experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of Nerd Street Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs features the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere. Get yours today for as little as $24.69 a month. Use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Awesome chairs right there. Well, Elevated, we got a fun series here, and we're going to be going to map number 3 on Haven after this short break. So stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back. Map 3 coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here we are, map 3, just around the corner. We're going to Haven, as we mentioned, as these two team Booster Seat Gaming versus A Crew. What a series we've had so far. Again, we expected a good one, and certainly have gotten it, and more. Plenty of trash talk, plenty of good fights, plenty of gunplay, precise shooting. And we're going to Haven as a point. But as you're talking about there near the end of that map, as it was clear it was going to be coming to a conclusion soon. I mean, fine, yes, it was the map choice from A Crew, but it feels like with their stats at least, they could have just as easily chose Haven and been just as confident, and it turns out to be the third map. So they got to be pretty happy.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this map will set up pretty well for A Crew.
One enemy remaining.
And honestly, it's going to be Booster Seat Gaming. It's up to them to prove that they belong to move on in that top seed in the group, because I think that we starting to see a little bit of difference between the two teams on Bind. Like, Breeze is sort of an aimers map. It's got that reputation, and that's definitely a map that would favor a team like BSG, who like to just kind of run it down and click people. Bind, totally different story as far as like the defensive setups. A Crew dominated on the defensive half, and Haven is, again, kind of one of those fast-paced maps, but it's been in the pool for so long that teams have developed very clear play styles and protocols for it. So I definitely think that that favors a team like A Crew once again.
Yeah, certainly. But again, who knows what's going to happen? BSG clearly is a team that can compete and is showing up to compete here. So looking forward to a good map 3. And how we conclude here. The winner of this not only will win Group A, but we actually did get some clarification. With only 6 teams going to the playoff bracket, usually, it'd be 8, you'd have the single elimination kind of set up perfectly there. But with 6 teams, will be 2 buys initially. And how they determine that, the teams out of Group A and Group B that finish first place actually get those buy seeds going into the playoff bracket. So I guess maybe there's some, pre-seeding going on initially for the group stages and what kind of led to that. But the point is, the winner of this, being a Group A match, will get a bye and essentially go to the semifinals right away, where they will play tomorrow. So you win this, you're done for today. You get to relax. That feels pretty good, right? You don't have to play more matches for today and wear yourself out. So extra important, you can say, knowing that's on the line too. So. Oh, yeah, and actually, speaking of that, too, real quickly, Group B did conclude for the one team, at least, and that being Radiance. Radiance actually defeated their opponent, same Raffle Lamau, as they beat them 2-0. So Radiance gets the other bye that was on the table, as they're going to day 2 in a comfortable fashion there.
Yeah, so, I mean, we saw them earlier today. It definitely makes me excited for the playoffs, knowing that that team will be there. And, whichever team makes it out of this one, I think we're setting up for some very, very interesting playoffs, and hopefully some very loud ones as well, based off of this series.
Oh, yeah. No, we're definitely going to be happening, I'm sure, and continuing with that. So the players, getting hydrated here, maybe in a couple snacks, some Mike and Ike's perhaps, power up, but getting ready for that map 3. As you take a look at, that's BSG over there on the right-hand side. Getting ready to prepare and go into map 3. So again, Haven being the triple site. How about the play styles? Teams usually seem to be a bit more precise in terms of what they're looking to go for, what kind of hits they're doing. So also comes down to what agents we're going to see, though, as always. And you and I were having that conversation in the break there as well. It's like, well, where's KO? KO really has died off as far as really not even just for the matches we've been watching, but I think you were saying it's like a 10% pick rate overall right now in the event as a whole. So KO's not getting as much love as we saw 3 weeks ago at the Frag Major.
Yeah. And you know, even Acrew specifically, they were running a KO comp up until I don't know, like a month ago, a couple months ago, on Haven specifically. But since then, they've been running Astra, Cypher, Jet, Sky, and Sova. So that's what I expect to see from them. We may even have a bit of a mirror comp here, as it looks like BSG already showing and locking in pretty much the exact same lineup.
They are, yeah. Diamond's going to be on the Cypher. There's the Astra. They got Verdi on the Sky. And sure enough, Sova's locked in as well. So, yeah, you're right. They're very, very quick lock-ins, specifically on BSG side. And we do have the mirror matchup once again. So, again, Sky is just getting a lot of love so far today. And it goes back to, I'm not saying like, you know, what this is not a good agent. Why are you picking up Sky? It's just for comparison to the last event 3 weeks ago. It is kind of interesting. That she is getting a lot more attention, but either way, certainly a very relevant and powerful agent herself and what she brings to the table. So, but yeah, it's the Cypher Sentinel. Always like to bring that up as Cypher compared to Killjoy specifically. You know, there is the obvious of what their utility, what their toolkit is specifically. You know, Killjoy bringing the lockdown compared to Cypher's ultimate, it's a bit stronger, but Cypher on both sides here. Is there a big reason, an obvious reason for that, you think?
I think it's just the fact, because you have the 3 sites, that you kind of need that extra bit of information the camera gives you, where it can kind of take peeks for you. It can peek the A short on attack. You can hold C with it while also rotating. You've got the trips for garage. It just makes things a little bit easier to play flexibly and rotate. Whereas, you know, with Killjoy, you end up kind of being stuck on one site. And teams have gotten pretty good about, you know, calling on the fly and switching up where they're hitting. So Cypher gives them a little bit more versatility.
Okay. Well, again, Cypher on both sides. In fact, all the agents the same on both sides. And we are going to be looking at Acrew on defense. So it'll be BSG on attackers. So here we go. Countdown has begun. The pistol round is among us. And again, this is map 3, 1-1. Which team will get that bye round in the playoffs, and which team will have to drop down to play another match today, an elimination match coming up later on today. That's what's on the line. Bolty, push up mid early on. They're going to have to deal with the Cypher trap. Tripwire even. They're going to go into B hard, though, and they're going to claim the site for the time being. Becky will scout it out. Go quickly. Got a little bit of information perhaps, but so far nobody dead yet. We're going to see that change soon. Bolty hiding in that smoke as soon as it drops. Almost got the utility of Sova, but Neon's there for backup. They're taking the side. AQ in. Germs goes down. Takes the headshot.
Getting picked apart and comms on flank.
That lands it up eventually. A little bit of hold there. It's down to Sky, though. Verdi cannot do enough. And the defuse coming out.
So bad.
He runs out while reloading because Verdi's focused on the 2 players on site. So he gets the kill. So quick hit, ends up getting the spike down, but B is just a very, very difficult site to post plant, especially when, I mean, their lineup doesn't really have post plant mollies or anything like that. So
I was gonna say it's a funky site to hold. It really is. Like, it's one of those, like, there's a reason why teams a lot of times on defense will just flat out give it up, and they'll be like, hey, if you want to hit B, go ahead, and then we'll collapse on you from 3 different angles essentially. So
right.
So yeah, it's not to say that that's a bad decision, but it is a more difficult site certainly right off the bat. So looks like well, we got a different view right here. We're gonna see the players playing in the game there. All right, jumping in now, Gucci. Hiding in the back of the side, so it looks like they've already taken the B side. Gucci there, though. Spectre in hand, finds Redux, jumping around, gets the second on Verdi. Tom got Bolty elsewhere, so the spike has been planted, but this is going to go the way of Baker pretty quickly. And did they force spy, by the way? I almost want to say they did.
I wouldn't put it past them. They're a team that likes to play kind of in that reckless area, but yeah, it looks like they might have, since they're all on pistols right now. So
yeah,
interesting that they hit the same site again with a force buy, and it was like essentially the same play, except just accelerated as far as how quickly they lost this control.
Yeah, that's... I don't know about that. That's maybe a case of two. Maybe they're not as practiced on Haven. Again, this obviously isn't necessarily a team, putting together the squad for this event and ones in the past, but maybe not as comfortable on the attack side perhaps. Either way, it's still very early on, so I don't want to jump to conclusions necessarily, but a good recon dart in the site will be quickly destroyed. Check out C, but yeah, they got the confirmation it was a force last round, so on Sheriffs or Marshals this round, and we'll see. Well, yet again, it's going to check in B. Yeah, that's open for now.
Cypher trip in the way, and an Astro Star. Nice little utility combo.
Pull you into the tripwire. One. Gake's got a diamond. That was towards A, it looks like. And oh, nice couple of shots there, though. A couple of sheriff kills for BSG. Although Neon sprays back with the Phantom and finds 3, and Pancakes will clear out Bolty. It takes round 3 to make it 3-0.
You know what? If you're going to be loud, you got to be willing to take it back when you're not hitting your shots. I mean, Birdie obviously hit one there. And I'm not specifically calling him out, but just in general, like if you're going to talk smack and when you're winning, you got to be willing to take it when you're losing as well.
Goes both ways, certainly. All right, now, A-Crew having that advantage. Goes up 3-0, feeling pretty good, but it is that full buy on the side of BSG as Pancakes can abuse the fact he has an Ares. Ran through the window wall. Birdie getting some info into the side, caught Neon. Pancakes will check Barrage and tag Redux. Oh, is he in trouble? Oh, somehow avoiding those bullets there, but yeah, got a little scary there. Tag.
Meanwhile, Spike heading over towards C long. A couple of Astro Stars here to meet them. Run will not get any real information. Neon finds the first kill there. That's big.
Great peek by Neon. The timing was real. Redux did not expect those up to peek out. Neon now dashing into the wall. Has backup from Gucci there as well. Diamond, though, coming through garage, finds Gucci. He's by himself, and you know they're flanking. You know they're coming in. He's going to push out.
Making a bunch of noise behind him, too. So he's got to make a play here, but great denial of information by Neon there.
Oh! Good foot shot, but Neon, another 4 kills and continuing momentum from behind. Neon, I still go back to in that first half. I mean, it was a very close game. It was 6-6 if I'm not mistaken. But Neon got the operator in that first half and just went off. And since then, carrying it even into Haven here, 8-2-1 right now. Has knives ready, but of course has a Phantom bot currently. But yeah, it's going to be back to Sheriffs for the side of BSG.
Yeah, and remember, I mean, Neon finished Breeze 7-16.
Yeah.
94 ACS, and he's been absolutely lights out in the last 2 maps. So, great recovery.
Ducks going for the quick kill with the knives, but A-Crew respecting it. Gonna fall back and not give him a headshot chance. A little Neon, nice angle here. Holding Sewers, doing the jet thing of moving around the map quite a bit. We know where he's gonna be, and he finds the opening on Sherms right as the utility was coming out from the teammate. Ducks is up with the knives, couldn't land a kill though, and they are getting cleaned up quickly.
They are, and Diamond will just walk directly into comm. A-Crew looking clean here, 5-0 lead. And again, it just kind of feels like BSG have one gear and one plan on how to attack the last 2 maps, and it is not working out. A-Crew is watching their angles, they're slowing down the momentum, they're not giving up these free kills that allow the snowball to happen, and BSG is just really kind of spinning their wheels right now.
5-0 A-Crew. But back to buys again for BSG. This is one of those, okay, got a chance to come through. Oh, Neon, well, he gets another opener, but finally traded. So even able to do some damage still, but that's got to feel good for BSG at least. the operator out of his hands. Says Pancakes will say, I'll grab that. There was a wall there, by the way, that they just fought through.
Just shoot where the bullets are coming from. Sometimes it works.
Dog is trying to catch him in a window. Great job, Pancakes. I mean, not only to get the operator, but then to land that shot through the double doors. Have some action, because here comes a flash. Smoked off, Pancakes. Let's recon out and go for a scan. Doesn't get one, and they spray him down. Played by Diamond.
A little bit too comfortable in that smoke there. It's punishable. Gucci is here to rotate in. Gets gunned down by Churms, though. Spike could get planted here.
Looks like that's going to be the case.
Spike planted.
Pecky in the side already is joined by Calm. Birdie holding garage, but they're both logs.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, they see him there. Jump peek on the logs and was sitting default. Now Churms up to him. The flash, the double peek. Well played by A-Crew. The teamwork is certainly real. As we are now looking at 6-0. So momentum ain't stopping, and you got to wonder, you know, what does BSG do here? They think maybe a timeout even, talk this over, but, you know, what's the strat?
Yeah, I mean, they called the timeouts when they were winning.
Yeah.
Maybe now is the time to call one, calm it down, come up with an actual execute.
I thought we were taking one there for a second, but no, never mind. Going into round number 7. And 6-0. So yeah, but from what we've seen though, it really is no obvious answers. I mean, they tried the hard B rush multiple times. That didn't work out. They've definitely put some action in C. I guess they haven't really done A yet. So. Just on a very basic level. Maybe try A sound, but no. They're going to try to hit C fast as they take up a garage, Redux specifically, and into the side, dealing with all this Cypher utility though, and gets caught jumping around.
Super disconnected from this
One
team.
enemy remaining. Spike down.
Somewhat to be expected, but yeah, it's definitely falling apart here for BSG right now as a crew is just waiting for them to show and then just pouncing. And it really does feel like BSG, they need to change tempo perhaps. Like every hit has been dog, 4 people rushing in into a spray of bullets.
It's again, it's a rough time right now for BSG. You could tell, even just with the shots here. I feel like that almost you know, losing a little bit as far as the, you know, how to really approach this game. And A-Crew is playing good. You obviously can't take credit away from that. A-Crew is playing very, very good. Only carrying over from Vine, but on the defensive side here at Haven, just start Neon specifically keep going back to. Is going to watch Sewers. Not going to push it this time though. Pretty rare.
Listen to you, coach.
Yeah.
Try A.
Right, exactly. It's good coach over here. As oh, okay, don't get away from A. Neon's there. Oh, he tried to spray through the wall. And lucky for him, Redux only had a Marshall.
Yeah, but you can see that the coverage from Acre is so good, right?
Yep.
Nobody is ever alone in these peaks, it feels like.
Right there.
I say that. Somebody is alone getting picked off.
No,
But at the
Neon
same
got
time,
it.
he gets immediately traded by Neon. So there's always somebody covering their back or a piece of utility to fall back on.
Oh, come on.
And that's really the difference between like a practiced team.
Concealment.
Absolutely. That's Gucci. Flash just gonna peek out the
One
smoke.
enemy remaining.
Figures has the advantage anyways. Takes it in his hands and gets 2 kills. Now Churms lurking up through garage. Has a spike and the sheriff. Not gonna find the shot though, because Neon with an operator a little too quick and gets that 1-shot kill. So 3 kills, 3 more kills even for Neon that round. And again, it's just I know we're kind of joking about it as well, but really BSG, they just feel lost. Like it feels like there's nothing that they can do. This is a completely different team that we saw in the first 2 games even.
Yeah, I mean, even from Bind, they look very unconfident, very hesitant rather to play aggressively, to take gunfights, and understandably because they've been losing all of them so far. So you kind of get in your own head, and it's very hard to make progress. But Redux might start things off well here with a shot onto Neon. Now, how do they build from this? They need to kind of group up, use the information that they have, take this player advantage, and snowball it into something bigger.
Well, look what Pancakes is doing. This goes back to the backup you mentioned. I mean, he just like we saw before when Neon got picked off. He's going to protect that operator, try to get it. He gets 2 kills, and he's going to pick up the operator. So,
yeah. Such a good play.
Now, Redux will take out Kenpeki, who pops Seekers. So
again, it's like, why does he get 2 1v1s there, right?
True.
Get out of my way.
Some more scattered plays for the PSG, and Redux did not think he was going to peek through the Astro Wall. I guarantee he's thinking, what? Why? What are you doing?
So I was like, whatever, Jet. I don't need a dash.
Last player standing.
Gee, holding a very tight angle on the Astro Wall, and good luck running through that. That's not going to work. All right, they're done. Oh, he's even typing to them after as well. You can see he's on there typing.
Just in case.
Just in case.
You didn't hear me.
It's so much muscle memory. It's like, you know, I used to the LAN environment maybe all the time, and make sure they really heard it.
I know there's a white noise, but just in case you didn't hear me, in case you didn't see me talking to you, I'm gonna type to you.
Oh boy, 9-0 A crew. I mean, every reason to be excited. Certainly, it's just bloodbath out here, favoring A crew. Hell, boy, that's damage going through that wall there. Window. Birdie. Are they just going to go for the B hit once again? Looks like it. They put the wall down. I'm just going to try to take over B with this Astro Wall. Aware that somebody might have jumped. Okay, there we go. Bolsey gets Gucci, though.
Such an awkward spot. Khan finding 2 and Decipher. Oh, that's really big, but Bolsey finds 3.
Yikes.
One enemy remaining.
Tom went through. Pancakes was on a flank, though, so as you mentioned in there. The Seekers are out, so they know exactly where Pancakes is, in this area at least. Headshot box. As they angle on the spike that's currently dropped.
Standing ahead. There they are.
Okay, well, scans 1. The shock dart hit? Yeah, it did.
Yep.
Oh, but Bolsey peaks. Whew, that's a sigh of relief for BSG right there, that's for sure. They take 1. Best case scenario now, they can take 3. We'll see.
It starts with 1, and at the very least, you're not getting fat donut on the scoreboard. It just helps a little bit to know, you know. Getting blanked is like the worst feeling in this game.
So the Astro Wall B hit, it actually does work out in the end, and they were certainly at a gun disadvantage too, so it's big, but of course A-Crew, it's not like their economy was hurting. They still good to go. Neon, in fact, holding Garage, and it's like they go to the same spot naturally every time. Just like that happens when Jets both have operators. It's like they're just gonna duel it out.
Yeah, they're magnetically attracted to each other. The game's way of balancing the agent. Just have Jet play against Jet only.
A little arena. Now, Neon did get killed by Boltsy in response, so...
I know
what the hell is he looking at? Am I missing something? He's kind of just dazed and looking at the wall right there. But...
He was probably standing up yelling at the other team.
Anyways, Calm, he knows they're coming. Gonna go through the trap. Here's the info. Gets Diamond. Scanned over here. Sprint through the wall. Got some damage, but Terms takes him out. Terms gets another. And Pancakes by himself. Down to 13 life. Now he's dead. 2-9. All right. So BSG starting to climb back. I'm trying to close out very strong here in the first half with 3.
Yeah, at least for the mental, you know? Even if they end up losing this map, make it closer so that you go into the next series, because they got to go right into another series after this. And you definitely don't want to come out of this one feeling like, I can't win a single duel if my life depended on it. So, definitely good to see them fighting back here.
Long tournament ahead of you nonetheless. Still again, 2 more best of 3 is going to be happening today, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll be at the halfway point as far as our coverage for today, and of course continues into tomorrow with the semifinals and then grand finals action. A lot of Valorant to Nerd Street gamers throughout this weekend. Neon right here, pushing up, very aggressive. What else is new? Diamond is also there on the other side with an operator, though.
Eyes down.
The timing. Diamond did not think he was going to be that far pushed up.
It's kind of a funky angle for a Jet to take, but Verdi's made his way up into Raj finding 0-2.
Oh,
What?
he's okay. But he gets killed by Pancakes by Hunter's Fury. Calm on the camera. Hello.
Redux.
2. Oh, BSG. 3 versus 2. They're going to get a spike plant.
Shock.
That's a double shot.
Double shock. Yeah.
Yeah, he lined it up and did not see it coming.
Spike
Oh,
planted.
make it a 2 versus 2. You know the info. Couldn't get the kill though. But with the box, he sprays through. Neon just on point. As a shorty, Redux. Oh, a good amount of life and will hold to keep things good. Enough for BSG. They take 3 rounds. Make it 3-9. Don't say it, Elvin.
I won't. I mean, I just hope that this continues to get closer because that's the most fun. That's when the players get the loudest. And you know, if you're a BSG fan, I think at the very least you're breathing a little bit easier.
Enemy remaining.
It's not embarrassing at this point. So see what a crew looks like on the attacking side. Obviously, this map is pretty 50-50. It's really up to the teams whether it is defensive favored or attacking favored and what their setups are.
9-3. So BSG. There's the pistols once again. Now on defense. They are not going to give up B side. They have one currently in the B side. They have 3 towards A though. Side of BSG, but right now A crew grouping up around grass. And waiting for an aggressive play to come out of BSG. Expecting them to feel a little tilted, but good discipline on the defense so far. Keep up your garage now. I believe there is a tripwire there. Yep, it's going to be cleared out, it looks like.
Sniper's very isolated though. Needs to not get picked here.
You were saying. Gets picked right after. And that side is wide open, as you were talking about. They went for the risky play of only having one in the C site, and guess where they hit? It's C site, so getting killed back quickly. Free side breaker to take. Neon catch Boltsy in the garage, and oh, Redux couldn't find a kill despite the flash right there. It is up to Churms now with a frenzy. They got 2 kills, but Kenpeki will find 3 himself. And now 10-3 A crew.
That's tough. Redux had a moment there where he could have turned the round back. But unable to clean up either of those kills. Just left a little bit too much to do for Churms. And A crew get closer towards moving on into the playoffs. Gonna be a force-ish for the side of BSG. 2 Spectres. I don't know. How do you feel about this? Like, you're only putting 2 Spectres on the board.
They do got full armor 2 sheriffs as well, so I mean, I suppose, but yeah, I mean, again, I think it goes back to they're down 3-10. It's obviously they lost 9 in a row to start the first half. They really just want to try to gain anything here, even though it wouldn't necessarily, maybe on paper it doesn't necessarily make the most sense to go for, but mental thing. Look at Cypher, by the way, on the BSG side, all the way pushed up C. Very deep angle there. Boltsy cannot connect the headshot.
Yeah, and that puts Cypher in a very tricky spot, too, because C very likely going to be the site that gets hit. Although, maybe not. No, they're playing the extra rotation. They expect BSG to overreact.
Yep.
And A crew reading this perfectly.
They expect... Yeah.
I was going to say, Khan probably heard the players running, communicates to his teammates that very likely nobody on A or very few people on A. Let's go.
30
Yeah, so
seconds.
trying to win the mind game war right here, but Birdie is hiding a very good spot in the corner. Manages this to take 2 with that Spectre buy. Redux going to go up to heaven, but it's going to be blocked off, of course, thanks to Astra.
Shock.
Doing some damage, preventing the plant. 13 seconds remaining. Finally, the plant does go down. Redux trying to find the head. Unable to land, though. Neon having the dash away. Got a little bit of damage, but still 92 life.
Cypher flank.
Oh, yeah, nice
One
flank to
enemy
Diamonds.
remaining.
Now Churms peeks in, so he gets sort of scattered all of a sudden. Pancakes gets to the air. He's going with the 3rd.
No way!
He gets it! He Pancakes, the spray down with the Aries to clutch the round for A-Crew, and you know that could be the beginning of the end.
Yeah, I mean, they should have won that. There's no way. That's not even the buffed Ares. That's coming next patch. You can't let that guy get 3 kills with the Ares. You have him surrounded. You're going to see another 4 spy here from BSG. I mean, they have to at this point, and it is ugly. 2 Guardians, 2 Spectres, and a Sheriff. Not what you're looking for when you need to win every single round from here on out.
Oh, Verdi is playing aggressive out mid. In fact, 3 players are there for the side of ESG. And that's going to be a fast C hit. Neon's already in the site. It's a Jet. They scan in the back. See Diamondback. They're running at it. There's smoke covering a couple other zones. They peek out. Terms gets 3, though. In response with the Spectre spray. Going for 4th. Has the damage done. Oh, needs to get careful. A good back of a Verdi was there, but Pancakes will finally finish turns. But Verdi gets Pancakes in some way, somehow. BSG wins a very fast round. A-Crew hitting it hard.
Scrappy, man. That's definitely the best way to describe BSG. Like they're putting themselves in these rough situations and shooting their way out of it. Obviously, the rate of success against a well-practiced team like A-Crew is somewhat lower than against your other random pug team in the tournament, but they're only keeping themselves alive here.
And break it.
You see A-Crew, all the pistols going to be in play now, so obviously not having the highest expectations this round for them. They want to hit B, but that is a lot of utility off the bat. Neon, though, he doesn't care. He just jumps over and dashes on in. Reduxo will just spray on through, catches Neon initially. As they're going to use a Hunter's Fury for this, so Sherms gets 1.
They might need
more
it.
Damage. Yeah, you're right. A couple of kills going the way of A-Crew there, so actually even right now. Oh, Verdi. Got hit by the dart. Managed to fall back just in time. They pick up the spike, though. And now Garage. Let's see.
Spike planted.
Patience game right now.
I've got
Of course,
your
BSG is the one that have to react. Out come the Seekers, favoring A-Crew. They give the exact locations of where they are. That's huge. Oh. 30. Had several angles to check right there. Had a feeling it was in there. Unfortunately, cannot connect. Pancakes, though. Nice shot, though, on Terms. It is all up to Bolty now. Seems like an impossible task.
Yeah, and the spike. I mean, look at where the spike is planted.
In the back, you're right. That's not normal.
There's no way. No, not normal, and there's no way he's going to be able to defuse this in time. It's already have to stick it from there on out. Shot. Will get a kill and pick up a rifle, but at the end of the day, that's 12 on the board.
Hey, made the best of the round, as Com also dies to the spike. I don't know if that was intended or not, but either way. That's 12-4. So it's yeah, A-Crew having the lead, but yeah, making the best of that bad situation there, at least. Boltsy picks up the rifle. So if you look at the Bizo, a couple Spectres, a Guardian, and a Vandal. No ultimates online currently for BSG either. On the other side, you have Hunter's Fury and Astral Wall ready to go for A-Crew. So everything lining up for the success for A-Crew. We'll see if they can capitalize with it now on the attacking side.
No more charges left.
Something tells me we're going to see a solid XQ here. We're going to see Redux try and find a timing here. I mean, at the end of the day, if you are down weapons, you're down rounds, sometimes you have to get a little bit crazy. But aggression's been read very well.
Smoke trying to pick the timing, but it can't land a shot. That's one of those cases of there's just so many people there when you go through. You don't know which one to shoot at. And with a Guardian, that's true. Not the ideal gun. At that point, Neon finds Bolty going through the Astral Wall. Why not? Cypher detects them. They're just trying to finish this in good fashion, and they will do exactly that. A-Crew takes map 3, 13-5. And they are going to the playoffs tomorrow. They will have a bye as a result of the first round. So they're going right to the semifinals here out of Group A. So congratulations to them. Hey, we still have a hell of a series as we hoped for and frankly expected between these two teams. But, you know, let's just say I wouldn't mind if they meet again in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, that would be quite the storyline. I'm sure that things would get even louder You know, we'll see some fist bumps here. Everybody's like, all right. You know, now we're out of the game. It's all good.
Yeah, that's always a fun part
But
to me.
yeah, I mean, it's part of the game. It's a competition, right? It's all in good sport, regardless of what happens in the actual arena.
You're shit. All right, yeah, good game. Bring it in. It's something about that's always fun to me, but you know, you love to see the sportsmanship at the end. And then the NA crew is absolutely victorious. Like I said, hey, they were down the map. I still go back to that bind. I mean, I want to say they were down like 6-3, 6-4 in that first half. Like, this was certainly a series that could have easily been tipped on an upside down, and BSG could be moving on. But talk about the fortitude of A crew, despite being one of the more favorite teams, if not the favorite team in this event. They managed to hold down and pick up the victory. So, again, a big congratulations to them and making it happen. So I believe that means we're going to be setting up for one more series from the group stages, that is. And our next series, I don't know which one exactly it'll be just yet, but it will be an elimination match. With that in mind, so the winner going to the playoffs, the loser going to be knocked out here of this event. So we're going to find out what that match is, but real quickly, are you the next Nerd Street champion? Let's find out. Compete in your favorite game at nerdstreet.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, this break coming up, but we're going to be back on Break CBK, joined by Elevated. Our elimination match from the group stages will be coming up next. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hopefully you had a good break right there. No, we did. But looking forward to continuing action now here as we got a elimination match upon us here for the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships Regional LAN Philadelphia. We are going to be going over to Group C as we haven't casted Group C yet. And that leads us to Bjor's Kittens versus Mugiwara. Here in the best of the three for the elimination match once again. Now you may be saying to yourself, well, who the heck are these teams? Well, understandably, as yet against one of these pug teams put together for this event. But out of Group C, we do have Salt and Vinegar, one of the more hyped teams coming into this event. They're already advancing onto the playoffs themselves as they beat both these teams, in fact, to get to that point. Now these two teams going to figure out which team comes next. Mugiwara defeating CLG Red, by the way, to get to this point, so eliminating them already. But hey, should be another fun series. Not sure what to expect, but at the very least, looking for some good Valorant coming at us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, once we get down to this this part of the tournament where, you know, your tournament life is on the line, we tend to see things get a little bit more heated, things get a little bit more crazy as far as the round by round strategy and just general play goes. So this should be a very exciting one, and both teams have, you know, shown flashes of brilliance so far in the tournament, and both of them beat CLG Red, obviously, to get here. Bjor's Kittens did it a little bit more convincingly than Mugiwara, but Mugiwara also took Salt and Vinegar to a pretty close 13-11 loss on Ice Block. So, I mean, read into that whatever you will. I think we'll have a pretty solid series here.
Yeah, Bjor's Kittens actually went overtime against Salt and Vinegar in their matchup on map 2 to almost force a map 3. So, yeah, both these teams, I actually do think that this has a lot of potential to be a good best out of 3. So, looking forward to seeing what we got ahead of us here. Obviously, we'll get the map selection and everything once things are ready. The players still sitting down as always in the LAN event, setting up on stage and getting ready to go for the match. As there you go, you get a clear view as far as players being ready or just about good to go here in the series. Again, so things are winding down a little bit here in the group stages. We already have all the top seeded teams out of all the groups. So to kind of recap on that, Group A, obviously A Crew going through. We just watched that series over Booster Seat Gaming. In Group B, you have Radiance. Mentioned earlier, they had a very good time. Pretty easy route for them. And those two teams will get a bye in the first round of the playoffs as a result, so we won't see them again until tomorrow. And now Group C, Salt and Vinegar, as we mentioned. A very good squad right there. Several of those players on the team that won the previous LAN event that we casted at this very venue about 3 weeks ago. So a lot of expectations coming out from them. They will not get a bye, though. Coming from Group C, they will have to play in a first-round matchup later on today. But they are the number 1 seed out of Group C. So some updates right there. As far as other matches, I guess we'll go over those real quickly. Booster Seat Gaming versus Faux Real from Group A. So that is a rematch. Booster Seat Gaming won 2-0 pretty decisively in the first series there. So we'll see if that's a repeat. Same Raffle Lamau will go up against Kawareta in Group B. And then Group C, we have Bjor's Kittens versus Mugiwara, the best of the 3 that we're going to be covering here on stream. So with all the players sitting down, I like to believe things are going to be getting ready and good to go in the near future here. So looking forward to that. And then again, this is our third best of 3. We also then start the playoffs later today to finish off the night. So still plenty more Valorant action coming at you. As there we go. There we got the rosters on stream now as well. So to confirm who's on which team, Bjork Kittens, T-Kaz, Hijinks, Okin, Teague, and Coach Joe. Mugiwara side, Hyuncio, Quanster, Cryptic, PNK, and Cryptwalk is their roster. So are any of these names familiar to you by chance, or what are we looking at here?
I do remember Okin from some previous tournament, Hijinks as well, Cryptic and Cryptwalk both also ring a bell. And I'm going to give you a little bit of an out here. I think we'll probably go with Wincio.
Okay.
A little bit easier than whatever it was you said.
When you're on the spot like that with some of these names, it's
thinking about you when you're casting, the play-by-play stuff. I can't imagine it flowing too well.
Yeah, Quincio. Well, that's probably a little smoother there. All right, so we talked about it earlier. Hadn't seen Icebox till today, and we were just fine with that, but it could only last so long. We're going to see Icebox here in map 1. We're going to Haven map 2, and then Breeze will be map 3 if needed. The first map pick, not too sure actually, because same logo there in the different colors, so I couldn't 100% tell you. Either way, those are the 3 maps that we'll be seeing right here. Okay, it looks like getting confirmation. So Bjor's Kitten's actually choosing Icebox. Haven chosen by Mugiwara as a result, and then the center map on Breeze. So there you go, a little more information to work with. But yeah, we're going to see Icebox elevated. Let's kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, both you and I were like, thank God we didn't have to watch Icebox 10 times in our first 2 matches. But now that we've seen everything else, pretty much, aside from, a little fracture and split, yeah, it's okay. We can have an Icebox match. It's not a bad map.
I'm with you there. It's definitely not a bad map. We're seeing it just every single series, especially like map 1 every single series of the previous event that we covered. So a little bit of change of pace here, but yeah, we are going to see a map 1 in this case. But I'm with you. It's fine. Nothing wrong with that. But yeah, Split and Fracture would be the 2 maps that we haven't seen yet. Back to that point as we're talking about right there. So kind of looking through actually. So this event so far and agent selection, has there been some interesting stuff going on. And yeah, Kale's still down there at 10%. And Breach has been seen a couple of times on Bind, but nowhere else. It doesn't look like Fracture hasn't even been chosen as a map yet. Interesting. So Fracture has literally been unplayed this whole tournament so far. even off stream.
Yeah, I think people were kind of hyped to try it out in an official environment, and then realize that okay, this map needs a bit of workshopping. It's definitely one that requires quite a bit of coordination and comms. And if you've got all these plaguing teams, you're gonna want to play the maps that you feel like you can just kind of run it down.
Mm-hmm. All right, so maybe it'll make an appearance eventually, but not on this series, at least so far. That's that's on the players having fun and knowing that they're on camera right now, and nothing wrong with that. They enjoy
Get that
the
mask up,
experience.
son.
True, that's a good point. But, mask definitely doing work here, so. It's always interesting too. We talked about the keyboard placements, and yeah, we even got the vertical keyboard right there closest to us a little bit, but also the screen placements, man. I'll tell you this: like for the longest time, I actually used to play with my monitor, pretty far back, but I started to see like more and more of these players, getting closer. So it's kind of curious. I have this set up now where I can actually like pull my monitor in because it's on one of the holder things. And when I play Valorant, I actually found myself doing that because it's like, hey, now I can see things a little bit closer. I don't know how much it's really doing. I would just hurting my eyes in the end, but every advantage I need.
True. I mean, I'm going to be the first one on the train when you have those like contacts that you put in, and it's a computer screen and it's just in your eyes. Fully invested.
It's one of the see, you saying that is one of those things. It's like, that's just stupid. But man, how fast technology has honestly come up in the last like 15 years. Like I wouldn't be surprised if we get there sooner or later, right? So would not be surprised. I can't wait to game on Valorant on my phone. I mean, that'll be a thing in the future. Said no one ever.
I was gonna say the best time to delete this tweet is right now.
I mean, every game's setting up on the phone nowadays, right? So why not Valorant?
Sure. I mean, if I can plug my mouse and keyboard into my phone, I suppose.
Hey, that might be coming too. Who knows? How to be the purpose,
or
I guess, but
then you plug your phone into your brain and you just control it with your brain, and you have your contacts in your eyes, and you're just seeing, and you're just in.
You're living it.
The Matrix.
It's just we've become the Matrix. Is essentially what that's leading to. Yes.
Yeah, we're on the way.
Did you see the latest Matrix movie by chance?
I did not. I have been putting it off because I don't want to ruin the first trilogy, which I love so much.
I have the same reaction, honestly. I have not seen it. I don't really know if I'm going to. I haven't heard the best things, unfortunately. So.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I will just because I'm such a big fan of the original trilogy, but it's not something that I'm rushing. There's so much stuff to watch right now. I'm like working my way through Witcher 2. I've got Arcane to look forward to. There's Wheel of Time. Expanse is going on. I mean, there's just a million shows to watch. And I have to continue to make content.
Oh, geez.
There's no time.
Where can people find that content that you're making?
It's on a little site called YouTube.
Haha. Yeah. Something about being ascended.
Yeah.
All right, cool to hear. Hey, you know what I noticed too with the setup actually, now that I'm realizing I'm a little disappointed. There's no Yoru on the screen.
Nerdstreet was just like, all right, just even we can't make this happen. Get him out of here.
I remember that we made that a point last event we were covering here because they had Omen on one side and Yoru on the other, and it's like, oh, at least they're getting some representation. Because literally they weren't picked like in any of the matches.
Yeah,
but
everybody else was.
Yeah.
I mean, Owen's still there. He's an OG in the game, right? You got to give him a little bit of representation. But at this point, everybody's like, I don't even know if Yoru's in Valorant anymore, to be honest. Was that something that they released? I'm not sure. Was that a joke patch? Was that released on April 1st? I'm not sure.
Well, that's actually interesting you bring that up because that rework, I suppose, you got to figure is going to be part of that patch coming up, right? So that's something else to maybe look forward to. Illusion-based agent.
Yeah, I mean, it was not patched on the PBE. I played a few games on PBE last night, and the Yoru changes were not part of it. But the map changes were, so it could be that he's delayed once again. Maybe he's just never coming out.
They just don't know what to do. They're just gonna kind of not do anything to him over time. It's just like eventually he'll literally just be deleted from the game, and then like they'll get to a point where they figure no one's gonna complain because no one plays him anyways.
Right. They just keep teasing it, and eventually everybody who's a fan just gets sick and quits playing the agent, and they're like, wait, literally has 0 pick rate in pubs. What if we just delete him?
Would anyone
Nobody
notice?
will know. Nobody will know. He was just gone.
Poor agent. Well, we'll see. We'll see what comes of that. Now Neon's coming on board, and who knows? More and more agents to come in the future, of course. Like you're talking about that map. What's the next map going to be as far as like funky mechanic go? We mentioned the verticality possibly, but agents also another thing, right? That's always a fun thing to think about as far as like. I mean, it feels like they've done quite a bit, but what
Every 3
more?
months.
What more are they going to do? Is that really the routine? Okay, every 3 months.
Yeah, that's what it has been, and I think that they're continuing it that way, at least for the foreseeable future. So, I mean, I assume that the next battle pass will drop with the update that we see next week, and then there's always the teaser. One of the player cards is a teaser for the next map or the next agent
Okay.
or both. So we'll start to see speculation about that, and then a couple months from then we'll start seeing the teasers again. We get the whole cycle of content repeats itself.
Gotcha. All right. Well, as you can see, they're still setting some stuff up. You'll see in the background is again several teams playing off stream. So I suppose at this point it's two other series are playing off stream, the elimination series that are going on from the group. So I got to imagine that's from that, and I'm gonna keep an eye to apparently an ear even out to see how those are shaping up. But somebody's happy over there.
Keeping an ear out for sure. I mean, it's almost like Verdi is still playing on the main stage.
In the background, still hear him. Yeah, they're playing up against Full Real right now. Again, the team that they beat pretty decisively earlier, 2-0. So good results stay the same. Expect to see game moving on, but we'll have to see how it plays out for them. All right, some last minute issues figuring out here, but hopefully, again, getting into what's going to be map 1 and Icebox between these two teams, our elimination match. And then after this match, like I said, we're going to be going to a first round matchup of the playoffs. And then that'll end our day. And then tomorrow we got both semifinals individually going to be covered, followed by the grand finals where they're all playing for that $7,500 prize pool. And if I'm not mistaken, it's essentially need to make it to tomorrow to be a part of that prize pool. Yeah, so it's top 4 taking their share of it, it looks like. So
yeah, and it's crazy what has led up to this too, right? Because there's been Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championship Opens, like the qualifiers. I think they were all qualifying points up until now. There are 12 of them that happened since the start of October. So there's been a lot of buildup, and I guess maybe this is even still just part of that same circuit. I am potentially putting my foot in my mouth here, but because there's also a Denver LAN event coming up pretty soon, and then there's like a 13th open as well. Anyway, we're all building towards something here.
Yeah, the Denver LAN info I have in front of me at least. Again, don't quote me on it, but it looks like January 22nd from the looks of it. So yeah, that's something else that'll be coming up in the future. So yeah, it's fun to see this circuit happening and giving all this opportunity to these teams to play, not only in the online sense, but again, qualifying for more in these LAN environments and just play on the big stage and compete for a solid prize pool and play against some quality players, certainly. So nice to see how it's led up into all of this. One of the teams got the admin over here, so
yeah, some sound issues. Obviously, the setup, they have in-ears plus a headset that has white noise being pumped into it. That's why they can't necessarily hear each other's comms across the way, despite being as close as you can see on this shot. So just a few little moving pieces to make sure are all working together before we get started. So speaking of the new content that's coming, are you a battle pass buyer? Are you a battle pass enjoyer?
cosmetics in general in games, like I get the systems and I get why people do enjoy them so much, but I'm honestly not as much as many others out there, including yourself. So I bought the battle pass a couple times. I have bought it a couple times, but not every day. I didn't buy it this season, for example, because frankly, a lot of it was kind of like and not really sold in it. But I don't mind supporting if maybe there's something in there that really is attractive in the earlier levels. But to answer your question, no, not really.
Gotcha. But have you seen the new skins with the voiceover? There's always one layer that Riot can add to their skins. So obviously we had the pull-out animations, the equip animations, then we had the finishers, then we had the finishers with a song, then we had the finishers with a song that changes the map, and now we have the finisher with a voiceover that you can cue when you inspect your weapon. I don't know if you've seen that.
Wait, so I did see some kind of video of, I think I know what you're talking about, where like a robot came down on the finisher and like.
That's the finisher.
That's the finisher.
There's a 5th level to upgrading it where when you inspect it, there's voice lines for each one of the weapons. So knife has a different one than a bulldog.
It's not like custom voice lines, is it? I'm talking about that. No. Okay, geez.
It's like a robot voice line that says something to you. It's just kind of funny that they're going like, how much more can we stretch these cosmetics out?
Just when you think like, okay, what can they really do else? But they do something else. So yeah, it seems like that they've definitely pushed the envelope quite a bit as far as a lot of the cosmetics go over time. Some have done good. So I will say there is like the Z cosmetic. Honestly, if I was willing to put money like that down, I actually would get that certainly, but a little bit too costly for me right now, at least. I got a family after all, Support, but...
I understand, but I would expect them to support your.
True. I'll talk about the kids after this.
To look good while you play.
No more fruit snacks for the next couple months.
Yeah, it's fine. Just cut out that one extra pizza that you order for a month or whatever. Don't eat out. Make sure you can invest into your Valorant skins. Who knows? Pretty soon, Riot's going to be dropping NFT skins. Let me tell you about NFTs.
Oh, God, I knew you were going.
Shut up now. The blockchain.
All right, we got an agent selection on the screen. We got the 2 teams ready to go. And it's okay, apparently swapping sides right there. So, yeah, let's just clarify who is who. Bjork's Kitten, so we're looking at Teague is on the defender side. So, okay, so we're looking at Bjork's Kitten's going to be defenders. Attackers will be Mugiwara during this elimination match. Group C. So agents are out. We got Jet and Reyna duelist combo with the Silva, the Viper, and the Sage. On the side of Mugiwara, is it the same? Looks like to be.
That's interesting too, because I've seen a lot of people talking about how Sage is actually not good on this map. There's like 2 very strict camps. Obviously, many people believe you cannot play this map without Sage. But then there's another camp that's like, Sage is holding back evolution on this map. If you pick Sage, you're kind of just committing to doing the same bad thing over and over and over. So I'm really curious to see whether that ever evolves past that point, or whether it's going to take an entire rework of Icebox to really shake things up.
Yeah, from our understanding, I believe it's just Breeze and Bind, at least so far, that we know about in terms of getting some upcoming map changes. So not the Icebox, at least that we're aware of yet. Maybe to come, but I mean, with how popular it is and how much it is played, maybe they don't want to really touch too much, obviously. But either way, we have map 1 underway here in our elimination series once again. So this is to see who goes to the playoffs and who will be eliminated from the event. So once again, it's Yours Kitten's going to be defending. Mugiwara will be attacking. A smear matchup of agents.
Yeah, that is confusing too, because they're teal, but they're teal, but they're not teal. Okay. I'm going to mess up the names a little bit here.
Vincio, take out that dart off the back. Cryptic did not expect Coach Joe come out tunnel that aggressively with a classic. It's a bullet to the dome.
I call him CJ because we're boys.
Naturally. I'm not as. I got to stick with Coach Joe. Monster.
Well,
Pipes there, but TCAS in the back. So, and looking for another headshot, but Quanster's going on point. Finds 2.
Quanster the monster making waves on A. Oh, little Viper action. Oaken's going to win that one.
Jinx in the back of the side, so yeah, despite a couple of early kills from Quanster, they're still not pushing into the side. Hijinks peeked off of his teammate. Quanster did get the Coach Joe, but Hijinks, let's just say a little bit of bait action coming into play. Make it 1-0.
Nice little clean win there for the defense.
Mugiwara, pistol round. Yeah, Coach Joe off the bat. CJ, as you call him. Pushing down tunnel. Very aggressive stage push in tunnel. Not usually you'll see them maybe just wall it up and then play very defensive, but of course in pistol round, different story perhaps.
Pretty much full save for the attack here. Get scanned out immediately at the A site and slowed down by the Viper on B.
Monster look for a headshot. Almost had a chance there. It's all sliver, but unable to connect. So can you see back on default with a Spectre. And so, making sure not being flanked from the A side. Currently, there's still 1 player over there holding defense at A. So we'll see if a call's made from Mugiwara. Still peeking out B a little bit, but the spike currently is headed back towards mid, but you also see rotation from Viewers Kittens, somewhat. There's still 4 players in that B site though, so until they get some more precise information, and they might get that soon because instead now Mugiwara is thinking about pushing out mid. They're getting some spray Oaken. He's in there. Here's a lot of footsteps running around.
Trades a bit of damage there. Looks like they're pretty much committed to the B site. And thinking about wrapping through middle.
30 seconds left.
And now we have the stalemate. Oh, taking yellow. They're sage walled. They vapor walled.
Yeah, all the walls coming out, but cannot get the plant down. The wall's killed quickly. The sage wall it is. They know he's going for this plant stick, and the spray happens. Oaken gets 2. But good return fire despite only being pistols. On the side of Mugiwara, nice clean shot by Hijinks there, and Coach Joe will take out Huencio for the win. So it went from no action to all of a sudden just a rain of bullets from either side, but in the end, victory for the defense.
Yes, sir. And pretty expected, obviously, winning that first round, taking the upgraded weapons into the second one. You get the defuse. And now we see the rifles coming out for the attackers.
You can hear the slight communications. There's some excitement going on, but definitely talking over strats amongst one another.
Keeping it focused on the game, boys.
Yeah, long series ahead. Elimination match, so. On the line here in that sense. Mugiwara, though, as you mentioned, of course, pick up the rifles. They expect recon dart. They'd be correct. Hijinks going for very aggressive. Gets taken out, but TCAS makes a trade happen thanks to the Sheriff. Huencio finds Coach Joe, though. He's also in the A site. Look at where the spike's headed. It's currently headed towards B. Viper's already rotating towards A in mid, even. So this could be a free side if they hit it fast.
Obviously, they don't know that nobody's there. The wall is currently down, so pretty good opportunity to just check their angles on the way. Viper wall does come up. But I don't think anyone's close to hear these sound cues right now, so it should, again, just be a pretty free plant. Quick block here on the Sage. He closes in on a Resurrect.
No, another orb added, so at least 3 more it looks like in total, but good spike plan, and already got 1 player wrapping around. That's Oaken. We wait for some backup. The Sova also avoided the drone being spotted, but all 4 players on the side of Mugiwara are in B main spot, including Quanster, who's watching this. Saw it the last second. Great headshot there. Strafing away. There is another one flanking, though. It's almost like the only expected one. Oh, TCAS. No chance. Huencio, beautiful shot as well. It's up to Teague. Do some damage at least.
Yeah, now the question is, you go for the exits. You die to the spike. Uh-oh. Don't know your position. Does find 1, but will be gunned down by a team. Mugiwara gets on the board there.
You see those bullets go off right there, and all of a sudden the X-ray fish and all the 4 of those players turn around, start running at you. So hey, at least they got one, but in the end, victory for Mugiwara. Of course, they make it 1-2 now. But of course, Spies on the side of course Kittens. You got an operator for Hijinks playing that jet, and a lot of healthy status in terms of the orb or ultimate status. It is, as apparently we have a tech pause coming out.
A little shot of the players, and yeah, speaking, you were talking about the monitor placement. I mean, you see one person literally looking to their left as they play. Got some close monitors, some faraway monitors.
Oh yeah, that's right. I didn't even notice that. That's at the top there.
Yeah.
Interesting. That is something. Yeah, it's like I'm like trying to like I'm trying to like replicate that myself. Oh man, that's
It's just like playing on the corner of the desk. It looks like a little Zoolander action. Only turn one direction.
I wonder how many people actually get that reference. Is that getting it to be an old movie now? I mean, when would
I think so, unfortunately.
Yeah, right. Like 2001. It's 20 years. God, oh man, that hurts. Hijinks.
Yeah, I guess I can't even use that as a reference anymore in Valorant circles. Too old.
Oh, it hurts. You can see Hijinks there up on top of Tube with that operator, but it's a full send in A apparently. From Mugiwara, nice headshot off the back. Quanster, he's got some nice precise shooting here. Early on, an icebox finds 1 kill. But not in just yet, being slowed down thanks to Sage. And so we'll try to help out a bit, clear the area, throw some shock darts in there. They got a Viper wall to work with, and the default plant is in. Walled on top of it as well. So this is a tough retake now for yours Kittens, and it got tougher. Trade at least there, but Wintel is on point. Gets Oaken and suddenly just Hijinks with an operator. Yeah, just wants to run at this point.
Here comes the attackers streaming after him. Got to get this operator out of his hands. Finds 1 kill, but there are so many angles to check. Oh, 2. Getting a little disconnected now.
And now it's at a point, it's like, do you keep going or gotta get a pick together? Oh, okay. I mean, hey, that's a lot of damage. He just killed 3 more players, despite losing the round. That's a lot of econ taken away from Mugiwara. And see there, they're gonna get some buys in the end, but still.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be fine as far as their eco goes for this round, but definitely that's something that a couple rounds from now, if they continue to have these kind of expensive wins, could come back to bite them. Also, Hijinks gets those knives online with all those extra kills as well. So you can see the ultimate economy is ramping up for both teams.
Standing ahead.
For the knives coming out, yep. Gross Kittens. Knives are in play. They're pushing B with it. Meanwhile, the A side being contested once again. Mugiwara worked out well for the last time, but Oaken falling back. Lands a Sheriff headshot. And that will deter Mugiwara now, who is starting to be collapsed on. Yeah, Coach Joe, not going to push the ball the way, only has a Sheriff, so can't necessarily flank him full.
He's getting lots of information, though. He's hearing all these footsteps as they rotate. Up into spawn. Cryptwalk goes for the res, so it looks like they really want to not lose any momentum here. Really commit with 5 players to a site. And that site looks to be A.
Quanster's already up there. Quanster in a very good position. Go for the shot. Oh, missed the shooting. Both sides do right there, but Quanster finally finds Sig just sprang through. Figures somebody's still here, but they had fallen back, so being alive though, that's the big key. TCAS eventually gets cryptic and will heal it up as a result of that, but Quanster continues to be on point. As I say that, finally TCAS will slow him down. Finds the head of Quanster, also trying to shoot through the walls. Oaken got Crypt Walk, but Wincio is there with the trade. Coach Joe, oh, the patience. No!
Oh no!
Oh, I feel for him. That was such good patience. If he lands that first headshot on Viper, maybe he can flick for the second one, but unable to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where the timing is just a little bit rough because he's expecting his teammates to be able to hold the attention for just a split second longer. They both go down, and he ends up having to kind of rush.
Oh, just to the left. Change that crosshair. That'll be the difference. No, that
Stretch
was,
res.
Could do something. Yeah, no, nice try though, but in the end, a victory for Mugiwara once again, as they're going to see a Viper Spit in play immediately in the A site. Happening on defense, so Bureau's Kittens trying to lock this down. It'll do
Will
just
not
that.
spot anybody.
Cryptic up on pipes there. Start going across the rope with the knives in play. Oh, saw one, but Cryptic got the kill first. Again, sees the feet, manages to spray down Cryptic.
Enemy kill.
But Quanster timing through the cloud, gets Coach Joe looking the other way. However, TCAS again wins the duel against Quanster.
It's getting kind of expensive to push on A, and so they will head over towards B now. Hijinks not really in a position to meet them with the operator. He's kind of worried that somebody could have snuck up into kitchen, so not super confident in clearing his way over to stop this plant.
Spike
The
planted.
aggressive Viper's Pit now on top of the B plant. Now it's 3 versus 3, but the Viper's Pit in play. Feels like it's more. Because does have Empress. I was going to say, chooses to use it right here, so Empress in play now as well. Hijinks. Very aggressive with this operator. Finds the flick kill.
Standing.
PNK catches 2, though, in the Viper's Pit. So much for that Empress. And Huncio will clean up, finishes off Hijinks. And 4-2. Mugiwara is what we're looking at.
And good attempt, good positioning by Hijinks, but the Viper's Pit really just the equalizing factor there as PNK clutches it up. And Mugiwara is starting to roll here, 4 in a row after those 2 pistol and the eco went the other way. So showing pretty consistent pressure on both sites really here on Icebox. They've been faking A lot, they've been getting picks A, and then seeming to be able to do whatever they want there.
Pushing down tunnel. Monster. Get distracted underneath, but the timing's not there. So all 5 players of Mugiwara headed towards the B site for now. Viper wall's down. And you already see the rotations coming into play. Oaken making the call as a Marshal. Cryptic, Empress ready if feels it's necessary. This is an econ round though for yours Kittens. Wall's gonna go down.
Thanks for the comms.
There's the wall, and on top of the orb, easy spike plant. Shock darts coming in. Monster will take the tickle damage. All 5 players on either side though, still up. Empress activated for Mugiwara.
Classic B post plant. Cryptic finds the first kill on Oaken. That means no Viper ability.
Got a little too aggressive.
3 people.
Yeah, that was a little too much right there though. Wall goes there from Sage. And now they're gonna go for the stick on the defuse. Teak trying to hold. No, with the Hunter's Fury. Cleans up Coach Joe and prevents a ninja defuse right there. So it cost them a bit more than they definitely wanted, including the Hunter's Fury, but still a victory for Mugiwara.
Yep, and economy looking pretty good for them as well at this point. Everybody's banked up quite a bit, so even if they do lose a couple of rounds in a row, they should be able to continue to buy for basically the rest of the half. That means that yours Kittens need to make their move now. With this operator being invested for Hijinks, need to get some value out of it.
Hijinks waiting for someone to defeat that. It doesn't look like that's going to happen. Nice shot there with the Hunter's Fury. That's a little bit of damage, but can't hit the second one.
I think that was his teammate that he hit.
Oh, was it the teammate? Oh, yeah, you're right, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
never mind. Well, so, I was still right. Did some damage.
a little damage.
Let's see to who. The patient play again, Quanster. Hijinks is still there with the operator, being patient himself.
Wide on Raptors. Almost gets punished.
26 life. But manages to dash away, and TCAS just winning these duels against Quanster. Quanster has been on point in so many times, but except against TCAS, seems like has his number.
And a very, very far back hold for Viewers Kittens right now. You can see, obviously, we can see that the body is easily resable if they wanted to go for that, but
30 seconds left.
not feeling confident enough to push in. Lurk through middle could pay dividends as well as PNK makes his way.
Oh man, TCAS is
Waiting.
Yep. God, the patience is so good. Ball's gonna go down from Sage, so at least they want the spike plant, and they will get it. Zio, 2 versus 5. Okay, they do get the res off, but TCAS now has 3 kills, and Teague will clean up the last 2. With that res essentially wasted at that point. So, yours Kittens gonna make it 3 to 5 and start climbing back for a nice box.
Yeah, they needed to get value out of the operator, and they did with a flawless round there. Shutting it down on A for the first time.
The operator coming through, and Hijinks, of course, keeping it. And the question is, does he do the same thing? Or, I mean, we see a lot of Jets, especially with operators, you know, change it up a bit as far as where they open with. But looks like so far is setting up really in the same spot.
Yeah, on Icebox, I think it's a little bit less flexible a lot of the time. Usually it's like between mid and A, because Viper tends to just kind of lock down B site like a Sentinel a lot of the time.
Sure.
But yeah, a lot of the play is like, do you take the trip up into the pipes? Do you play back here like we just saw? Nice shot by Hijinks. Eliminate the drone as well, and has eyes on Spike.
Also, TCAS is pushed up and catches Wincio. Kind of turn and kill him, but Cryptic's there at least for the response, and Quanster catches Hijinks with his own operator. So a chance for Mugiwara now, although not going to commit to an A push. Instead, they fall back and start going towards B, maybe the mid spot.
Your duty is not.
Little Obamacare there for his teammate, bringing TCAS back to life.
That was clever. TCAS, oh, just enough of a peek there. Catches him going through the Viper's orb, so down another player's Mugiwara, and suddenly what was a 3 versus 3 is now a 4 versus 2 somehow.
Poison's off.
Okay, yep, up in the window. Oaken goes through Quanster, trades the operator to the face, but now Quanster by himself. And 30 seconds remaining. Does have a spike.
Surrounded.
Uh-oh. Pushes out his dead. Yep.
Good patience. Don't want to give him any more free kills with the op. And yeah, you're right. It really does kind of feel like Monster has only been stopped by Gaz, and it's like obviously Hijinks is doing work with the operator, but the duels of the 2 riflers really been kind of dictating whether attack or defense wins.
Mugiwara still up 5 to 4. Despite a couple losses right there. And to that point, they have a overall pretty good buy. They have a Spectre for Crypt Block. No ultimates in play, however. On the other side, you have Knives ready and Empress ready. Both the duelists. Their ultimates in play. Hijinks sees a jump peek and is just going to go for a hopeful shot there through the wall. Coach Joe looking at walls, walled off mid, and on top, almost got taken out right there, but just to fall back. Monsters already pushed up. Backed by the drone, though. Yeah, sitting patiently in the back. Meanwhile, Teague lining up some shock darts. Teague, as you know, is here. Takes out
It's a
clear.
little bit late.
Yeah, shock dart didn't hit. NK wasn't ready for the peek from a Coach Joe. The wall comes down from stage on top of it. And TCAS went for the kill, but Cryptic was the other direction. However, Hijinks going off with the knives. And with some teamwork as well, they will clean it up, and 3 players still alive. They're going to tie this up at 5.
Continue to swing back and forth. Love to see it. Those kittens coming back with firepower of their own, and it really just kind of feel like as soon as they got this operator online, things have really turned around.
So what's the play now if you're Mugiwara? That's 3 in a row that you've lost after the 5 you took, and you go back to that operator in play. So You change it up and maybe try to be more aggressive mid, even towards the B side. And as you say this, you look at where Jet is. Hijinks with an operator is currently in B. B main to be specific, and actually has a chance for an early peek here. As Viper's pick going to be used in the A side meanwhile.
Going to force them to go into this op. He is very isolated, so soon, gets tagged, but is able to find a pick first.
Sage almost was picked up here. He's going to res right there, but no, still 3 away. This PNK also caught. Getting a little too far up, so this round all quickly falling apart for Mugiwara. So it's an understandable decision, especially with the Viper's pick going down to the A side. With how this game's been flowing for Mugiwara to check B, but I mean, that's to the credit of Yours Kittens as well. I mean, making some adjustments. And the aggressive operator Hijinks once again coming through, so they have to kind of fight into this Viper's pit. I guess flying over works too. The Quanster finds Teague, but Oaken still lurking in the pit and catches the back of Quanster. However, can't
he
get
gets
Sage.
backstabbed though.
Spike planted.
Yeah, the Viper's pit game is kind of interesting in this map. A lot of people will go up on 4 places so you can cover that rope. But in that case, Oaken places it more forward, and so they just go over the top of it, but Yours Kittens will win the round anyway.
Doing their best effort, but Mugiwara already set up to be a very difficult task. Already 3 versus 5 going into the Viper's pit, despite the couple of early kills. Not to be, and now 6 to 5, Yours Kittens. So the pendulum shifts again. First 2 going the way of Bjor, then 5 in a row for Mugiwara, and now 4 in a row for Bjor's Kittens. So see how we end things off, but by situation, Mugiwara does have the really healthy buy, the Guardian for Quanster, but he's definitely hitting some headshots, so might still be useful. Both Reynas having Empress ready. Hijinks getting aggressive once again with the operator.
Teamwork to have that dart taken out, allowing Hijinks to hold the angle. Oh, the timing was almost bad, but he finds the shot perfect anyway.
Was that a spray through the Viper orb, I think, too? Coach Joe manages to get 2. Unfortunate for Mugiwara. MPNK has no clue he was getting flanked right there, so talk about just falling apart for Mugiwara. I mean, they get 5 rounds, but Icebox attack and losing after getting 5 in a row, then losing the next 5 themselves. That's overall point is good first half for Bjor's Kittens.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like you said, they got 5 rounds, but they were all in a row, kind of seemingly based solely off momentum. So definitely interested to see whether Bjor's Kittens is able to carry the momentum from the first half and over into the second half of the pistol round. We flip things.
All right, so here we go, swapping things. Again, it is a mirror matchup, so not really an agent advantage necessarily. More so the strategy and how that comes into play. And off the bat, Bjor's Kittens going to carry that momentum finish into the second half and thinking about all 5 up mid. Apparently, pain train coming, but wall off mid and head into the B site now. Although
that's awkward.
That is very awkward.
That is so awkward.
Sandwiched in thanks to the Sage wall. Joe's pushed up 2 meanwhile, and going at it with Crypt Walk, and little does he know there's another one nearby. And we're having a tube fight now.
This is weird. I don't think I've ever seen so much attention thrown towards tube. Meanwhile, Spike has made its way up into B, but UK sees this.
Walk, not going to happen there. As Quanster can't hit his shots either and having to dash away. Did some damage. No headshots though.
Poison's off.
Yankee. Put the snake bite down as the spike is planted. Yours Kittens. There's a headshot. Quickly traded out by Hijinks. Oh, they're going to push this with a Viper's Orb.
Poison's off.
Sticking together.
Last player standing.
We found Hijinks, but Oaken lands the first shot, makes it a 1 versus 1, and gets the second on a Cryptic. Yeah, the dink after set up the second kill and the victory.
It's always so scary against the Reyna. You hit the dink and you're like, wait, What happened? Uh-oh, she full healed. But able to clean that one up. Really nice clutch there from Oaken. Great positioning here on the smokes.
Re-peaks it on the 30 life, but wins it in the end. Sad Bureau's getting now 8-5 after that victory right there. So no force buying from Mugiwara after that loss. They'll accept the fact. On the other side, you even have a bulldog for Coach Joe, though. And it's going to be a heavy A hit this time. He's pretty far up, but not the ideal gun for that. Jinx in the ropes, following the drone. Flares in, then you're forced to fight now. The heal's coming out, Oaken. And the whole team really just clearing out the A site. There are two more here pretty quickly, but they're only with the Sheriff. That's one. Oh, had a chance for another.
Robbie hunting.
Yep. The eco frag's coming out. There you go. It's not as talkative as the previous series, understandably, but there's still some energy there.
Yeah, we'll take it. And that gets Oaken very close to a Viper's Pit. Could definitely help secure another round here. Mugiwara has definitely lost momentum, it feels like. Monster is still fragging very well, but everyone else seems to be struggling to find their footing as Bjor's Kittens is strung together, what, 7 rounds in a row now?
Yep. First 2, lost 5, and 7 since then. Simple math suggests. Hi, Jinx. The operator, we saw what happened in the previous half on defense, what he was able to do with that. We're going to drone up, and that's information to start pushing into the site now. So once again, all 5 players are pretty sometimes simple as best. Just follow the drone, take in the site, push this 5, and then retreat once all the shock darts come out. Where are they? Winso, and that's actually the Viper's Pit. Yeah, gets a kill, and then you mentioned that was one away. Now he has it.
Kind of an interesting spot though, because it doesn't block off the back part of the site, so you still have to clear this. ECAS will go for it, instead of going down. But the wall there, now they really have set up on the side.
And it being a 4 versus 1, PNK, there's no way he goes for this. Really just gonna try to do some damage, but I mean, I'm almost surprised he's even trying to duel at this point with the economy as it is. So get taken out, and that's 10-5 now for Bureau's Kittens. And you can tell, yeah, again, Mugiwara is almost in a mentally bad spot as far as just what do they do this game? Because yeah, they had those 5 rounds in a row, 5-7 first half, not the worst thing ever, but since those 5 wins, it's now been 8 straight losing the other way.
And their buy is rough. They're all on pistols right now. No ultimates to help them fight back, and you see an operator coming out for hijinks aggressively.
Standing ahead.
Hijinks immediately jumping up.
Watching here.
Doesn't seem like Mugiwara is really contesting too much in terms of the A site early on. Allowing multiple times now for this push-up to happen, and I mean, the site's literally just left open this time. Obviously, as you mentioned, it is pistols. Zokin having some fun.
Laying on the rope course.
He's having trouble with the orb there. So, it's a free take in the end, and PNK slowly but surely setting up that flank. Oaken, speaking of him, finds you until. Now they're running in. The spray, there's a monster kill with that shorty.
That would have been amazing.
Jeff flying anime style in your face and taking you out with a shorty, but no, not going to be. Hijinks catches PNK in the flank eventually. And lost 2 players, but still 11-5 for Bjor's Kittens as they make it in 9 in a row. So really, this is it for Mugiwara. It's by round. Monster has an operator.
Yeah, definitely now or never at this point. We've seen what he can do with the rifle. I don't think this is his first play with the op this map. Maybe there was one earlier.
I think he had one earlier because I think I remember him trading even a hijinks. I'm mistaken. Either way, he's got it now. And where is he? He is really mid. There you go. See the kill feed. Catches Coach Joe peeking through mid. Hijinks, operator himself, is going to work up B with it. Sage wall right there. How about that? That's going to block enough part of the spot. They maybe use that to get up there, but...
Now, if you're the new agent, you could make that jump. But
yeah.
unfortunately, still Reyna.
No neon yet. I'll be for the best. Jumping down and sees a peek there. Hijinks down to 10 life. So despite having that operator, still not the most cozy. They're just going to go for a naked plant. No wall. They got TCAS. He's basically a wall, though. Does get traded by Cryptic, but at least allows for the plant. Oh, no.
Flank coverage by Oaken. That's very important. There's multiple angles to watch for the defense as they go for this defuse, and it's very difficult.
Re-peeking when he's tagged right there, a little risky, but still, he definitely did his job getting 2 players. Now it's a matter of 2 versus 2. Can they prevent the defuse? Jumping in with the 40. Hijinks gets it in. Kills Hijinks! Accident. Yeah, he can stick this.
Every time.
Yeah, he is. Yep. Oh, that was close. Nice chance by NCO, but so Teague's like, okay, yeah, maybe a little bit of a screw up there, but hey, we'll take it.
I love that actually by Hijinks because he's 10 HP, right? So he knows that he can't really win a duel against somebody running and gunning him, even with the operator. So he double smokes, pulls out the shorty, and just walks through it, finds that kill for Teague. Puts him in his grave.
Yeah, if he doesn't find that kill, then that's probably a win for Mugiwara at that point. So, but with the Hunter's Fury against a 1v2, it's actually pretty difficult.
Getting ahead.
But did find it, and now makes it 12-5. So Bjor's Kitten trying to absolutely carry out the victory here, as they've now run 10 in a row. But TCAS, Empress, going to lead the way. Once again, hitting A hard and fast. All 5 players are essentially here for Mugiwara, though. Oaken got Cryptic. The wall's down from Sage. And here comes the default plant, avoiding the shot. Okay, got hit by one of them, so a little bit of damage taken by Sage, but she'll start healing up. Monster, though, knives her out. Catches Hijinks. Gonna start the comeback from Mugiwara now. 2 more fall. So certainly winnable. Oaken is gonna Viper spit the peaks out, but oh, the crouch! The crouch from Sova, NCO, and they clean up. Mugiwara staying alive. You're on Icebox.
You love to see it. You know, this is even though this map feels relatively out of hand, being able to fight back as if you're even neck and neck or ahead is really important, especially in a LAN environment. You can't get down because we've seen what happens when you start to lose momentum on the stage and the other team's barking at you and you just kind of crumble. So good job from Mugiwara, and see if they can continue to build on this momentum.
Yeah. Guessing looks like it's more of a tactical timeout, and no one's necessarily coming over, so talking things over and figuring out how to stay alive in this game, if anything, for Mugiwara. That's exactly what they're doing as they finally stop the bleed of what was 10 rounds in a row. So I believe we're looking at what 12-6 now. Still favoring Bjorn's Kittens. I got myself mixed up. Is it Bjorn? Bjor's Kit. And I was wrong. Apparently it is a tech pause. So here comes the admin to address said issue in the game. So we'll resume on map 1, though, as soon as things are good to go here on Icebox. We are going to be headed to, what was the second map? It was Ascent? No, it was Haven. Second map was Haven. This one, I think.
Yeah. And then Breeze is map 3.
That's right, yeah. Haven guaranteed. Map 2, as here we are resuming back in. See Quanster, the operator, checking up top, hanging belt. For somebody to show. And they're not going that way. Oh, Cryptic's pushed up, though. Hijinks.
Those Reyna moments. Oh, Oaken. Great timing.
Wow. Yeah, how just walks up mid. However, Crypt Rock lands headshot on Oaken. Coach Joe resurrecting Hijinks meanwhile. Way back there, Quadster. Cannot land the flick.
One he definitely needed. Spike starting to move in.
Going for the shots, but unable to connect. So do they commit to a play? You can tell, you hear them on the background. It's, you know what, this is just too much. Let's fall back. So Bjork's Kittens are somewhat falling back. Two of them at least for now. And by now Mugiwara is also suspicious on what's going on.
Kind of like the old phase approach where they'd show heavy aggressive pressure towards A and then freeze, cut noise, and just bait out plays like that. Really well done from the attack there.
Walls down, and here comes the plant. So they got the player advantage now. Take the site. TCAS gets Quanster as he lurks up mid. However, PNK is there for a trade. Cryptic. Two players to his left underneath. Was he unaware of that? Down. Oh, almost got Silva, but Hijinks too quick to shoot first. Clutch, he lands a headshot. Silva had took some damage, but Teague finds BNK and will close it out for Bjork's Kittens. So trying to make it at least interesting, but Mugiwara only able to do so much. Bjork's Kittens will take map 1. They're an icebox.
Yeah, really good reversal of momentum there. Looked like it was kind of all Mugiwara early on, but Bjork's Kittens came back with a vengeance and looked very strong. They're an icebox. So like you said, we're going to go to Haven next, but for that, a little bit of a break.
That we do. The day continues here in the elimination match. Bjork's Kittens going to try to close it out on map 2. We'll see if map 3 is upon us, though, and if Mugiwara is able to get to that point. But before we go on the break, real quickly, shout out to Mike and Ike. Take your candy game to the next level with a pack of Mike and Ike Original Fruits or Mike and Ike Mega Mix. The delicious, fruity, chewy flavors will help fuel your game and power you up to keep playing at your best. Power up with Mike and Ike. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Breaking CPK, joined by Elevated. Stay tuned. We got map 2. Going to be coming up next. We'll be right back.
All we have is this.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Mugiwara versus Bjor's Kittens. We got map number 2 just around the corner here on Haven, as the players are sitting back down and getting ready to get into it. I'm Rick TDK, joined by Elevated once again. This is the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships, Regional LAN Philadelphia. As we take a look back at how the Icebox played out, and again, it was looking pretty close. You see at this point even 5-5, and it certainly was, but and this is where the pain train started favoring Bjor's Kittens, as they would go to win 10 in a row and eventually take the map. It was 13-6 in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it really was just kind of like they flipped a switch and all of a sudden we're the better team. And honestly, maybe it comes back to that clutch from Oaken, because that was a pretty big turning point. Momentum just kind of kept sliding their way. And ultimately, we head into Haven with Bjor's Kittens looking pretty hot. Mugiwara kind of struggling to find answers.
Well, they're going to have to find answers on Haven. Of course, as we keep going back to that being the second map that we're going to be heading on. And again, I'm trying to remember now. I believe Icebox was chosen by Bjor's Kittens. So, yeah, Haven going to be map 2. So the choice of... well, blanking on
Haven is
Mugiwara, yeah.
Other way around.
Is it the other way around? Okay. Mugiwara picked Icebox. Okay, well, I lied. Imagine that. You know, it was a coin flip, so I'm like, I'm just going to go for it. I was wrong.
Well, I am not going to Vegas with you.
I got my bad luck out of the way. That's how it works, right? Now the coin flip will be in my favor. Anyways, so the point is, I don't really know what the point is. It's just Haven. It's gonna be tough for Mugiwara. I guess that's the point. Is again, they're losing their map choice, and now we go to Haven against team of Bjor's Kittens. That's as we say going to this. Both these teams definitely looking solid, but Bjor's Kittens even going to overtime against Salt and Vinegar, who's certainly one of the more respectable teams at this event. So have some higher expectations for them, perhaps. But if they play that way, like they did in Icebox, especially after that momentum shift, then. Gonna be fun to watch. But as always, agent selection on Haven. Again, where's KO? I still go back to, but we've seen a lot more.
Give me my boy back. Give me my boy back. I don't know. I'm curious. He was there at Champions. All the teams that did well played KO. Where's KO?
Yeah, I genuinely don't have an answer. I really don't. It's like it is just an odd feeling. It's not like there's a patch in between. It's just simply coincidence, I guess, that the teams just preferring Sky when it comes to this event for one reason or another. But players, again, as you can see, it is a LAN event. Once again, I even saw people talk about it today. This is a LAN event? Yeah, no, this is an actual LAN event, guys. Although us casters are not there in person, we're there in spirit. Thanks to our production, doing an awesome job as always, as giving us that feel of the LAN environment. It goes back to this is the venue in Philadelphia. Check it out for yourselves in person as well. But big shout out to Nerd Street Gamers for, of course, putting this on. And that's that main stage that they got. And the two teams going at it currently in play. So Bjor's Kittens, though, going into map 2, trying to close this out. And go to the playoffs, which once again do start later today. Our last series coverage of today will be a first round playoff match. Could it involve one of these two teams? Maybe. We'll have to find out. I'm trying to see.
I mean,
go ahead.
It will, right? Because the other teams have the buys, so they're definitely going to end up in the first round of the playoffs.
Well, yeah. So, because Radiance and A-Crew from Group A and Group B, they were the winning teams. They have the buys in the first round, so they're going to tomorrow. Right. Salt and Vinegar will play today. It's just a matter of who they play against. I got to assume they're not going to play a Group C opponent, right? They'll probably play a Group B or Group A opponent. But again,
yeah, I would imagine so.
We'll see how that all plays out there in the end. But, all right, agent selection is here, and always like to look for any differences. And unfortunately, in this case, doesn't look to be that. It's going to be your Cypher on Cypher action, and everything else across the board is the same. The skies as expected. Sova, Jet, and Astra to round it out. So good combo of agent selection here.
No KO, I sleep. I feel right now.
Why is Viper not good on this map?
It's just too big. Like, I think with Viper, You really need the geometry to help you out to find the right smokes. We did see, who was it? Like Liquid and Fnatic, I think, played Viper on this map early on, and the Viper was like a pretty good Sentinel-esque character with that delay, with the decay. But I think that was like the first iteration of Viper with like when the decay was really, really strong and definitely overpowered. Um, but yeah, she's just like not a very consistent smoker on this map, and because you have those 3 sites and you have to like commit to a site with Viper, you place the wall, it's there, you can't move it. Not that useful.
All right. So obviously not seeing it here, just a kind of curious talking point. But in the end, round 1 underway. It's Mugiwara on attack and Viewers Kittens on defense. So fast A, pretty hard A early on, trying to take over receiver control. The drone tags one. There is one close. Hijinks just waiting, gets a flash from the teammate, gets a shot in the kill, then backs off. Well played by Hijinks.
How did he survive there?
Those are guns, like rifles. He doesn't survive, but it's pistols, different story.
Monster made his way down A long. Nobody saw him. Finds a nice little pick there.
Spike down
Okay.
A.
Teague trying to be extra patient, and understandably so. That was a well played, but the teammates were a little too far behind. And so, as you mentioned, they have the A-long control, but are not going to go to the side in the end. They will fall back. They got the rotations, and they're going to go fast into C. And it's open.
It is open. They will see the camera, or
30
the camera will
seconds
see
left.
them, rather. So the jig is going to be up, but the spike will be down by the time rotations can come in from the defense. Wincio going to go ahead and cage off spawn while PNK plants the spike.
There it is. Meeting up together, all 3. Going to be coming from defender spawn area. PNK, here's them running in, gets a couple shots off. Looking for the headshot, but no, instead he gets headshot. Wincio able to get Hijinks, though. So 2 versus 2 now. Cage down for Coach Joe. Does he go for the half at least? Looks like he might try to stick it. Monster got Oaken who traded. Got half and a shot from Coach Joe. Clutches up. Victory for your kid.
And there's the pop off to let him know. Hey, I got sessions open. Get the DMs.
Yeah, a little more convenient, a little easier to pop off when you're already up that map, and feeling pretty good after the first one, I suppose. But for good reason, that was definitely a clutch play. Precise shot from Coach Joe coming out to get that win. It was a good rotation from Mugiwara, and they made the right call in that sense of taking the free site, but obviously Viewers Kittens pushing in together. Teamwork comes through, and a 1-0 lead. A Bulldog in play for Coach Joe is holding down Garage. Checking with that Sheriff, and but somebody's hiding behind one of those walls.
Usually a pretty good bet. Unfortunately, picks the wrong wall to check.
Yep. And so it's like, wait a second. On candid camera.
That was awkward too, because you were like, all right, I need to go clear this camera. But if you do, you know they're going to re-peek you. So ends up being a fast A hit.
Kinda. They slowed down a little bit. They get some utility out, some Daco. Arrow, Teague is sitting very patiently. They got a couple opener kills, including on Teague. He only got 1, and suddenly it's huge for Mugiwara. They are going to take the site. 4 versus 2 now.
They just barreled their way in there with the pistols and hit their shots. Now it's TKaz and Coach Joe for some heroics.
Let's have that Bulldog. Flash to the face. Just don't over-peek. In fact, they get the kill, and Coach Joe jump down from TKaz. Bust out the classic after the fact. Not much ammo to work with. And just too many numbers to deal with favoring Mugiwara. So they definitely steal that round. I mean, they didn't really force it. That was just simply landing some shots with pistols.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was just one of those spots where they just hit the right timing and hit the right shots. They were able to take kind of a 5-on-3-ish fight for the site, and even with a gun advantage, that's pretty hard to win sometimes.
Valencia will take the Bulldog for himself. As Hijinks going to go aggressive with a Ghost. Peeking outdoors. Everyone's going aggressive, apparently jumping into the window. Quanster was busy rotating guns. Plus out the Spectre jumps back in. That is a ballsy play right there. And I suppose got one, but traded out quickly.
Yeah, I don't think he expected 3 players to push up into window, but ultimately probably not going to matter as the Spectres go to work here. Ghost Joe on the flank with the Sheriff.
Hit a shot right there, but you see down to 21 life. Vencio
Weapon
manages
here.
to live and taking out a gun for a teammate, but 2-1 Mugiwara. So steal that second round and they carry it on. As we're now hitting round 4, and here come the bigger guns. The operators on both sides, both Jet players. Will they meet up? Will that magnetization come into play?
Seems to happen on Haven more than any other map, and it might be happening here. Both Jets in the A vicinity.
It's possible. Hijinks speaking Quanster's not, though. It's just kind of very safe, waiting for the sewer peak, maybe, but. Very defensive posture from the attacking side this round.
Enemy mark.
They get a tag, and now they're going to start peeking long. You're the operator.
Watching here.
Cage will help, or they're making them think like they're going across.
Yeah, you can see now the drone will clear sewers, though, so pretty clear that the hit is not coming A, and the rotations will happen immediately.
Nice shot. Avoids the operator. The Seeker absorbs some bullets meanwhile. And Cryptwalk is able to take out Coach Joe. So now it's up to Oaken. Old Seaside does have a teammate in play in the side as well. And actually, Mugiwara is not going to force the fact. I mean, they still have plenty of time. They have 45 seconds. Sitting back.
Cypher's. Nice shot. I was going to say, Cypher's just been sitting in window this whole time, kind of communicating noise
30
and
seconds left.
visual cues, so should have a decent idea that nobody's really around.
Eventually, the Jets
Standing ahead.
come together, and
There they are.
right there. It's won by Mugiwara. Monster underneath. What's up the shorty? He's his best opportunity. They know he's hell, but and they rush him down. Oaken gets to NCO. Now working with the teammates. The knives come out. Has to go for some close duels and wins the first one. Gets the second. Operator not going to come out of time though. He got skills in for a Seeker. Is going to be used for this, trying to absorb some bullets. Be a distraction, but couldn't take advantage. Jumps down. Cryptwalk knows this. Flash left, go right. Oh, he thought it might have been sewers, but Cryptwalk was peeking around, and TCAS flanks for the kill. 3 kills for him and the clutch.
Well, it got a little awkward. The Seeker got stuck on the windowsill there for a second, so you can see the plan. He was going to try and use that, like you said, as a distraction and to block bullets, but ended up just getting kind of wasted. Ultimately wins the round, though. Some good movement and just better prediction.
Joe. That's how that round started, remember, all the way over the C side in the action over there, but ended up with a play in the A side and ultimately a victory for Bjor's Kitten. So got a little bit more of a back and forth this time around. Only 4 rounds in, but we're tied at 2. Oaken. ADS on the window there early, but with the drone coming out, we'll back off of it. So mid control taken this round by Mugiwara. Grass. Monster. We follow the dog, thinking about it. No one's in garage as we can see. Might have a B hit here. Looks like that's definitely the play. Flash in. Smokes are up. Not hitting it hard just yet. Now I think their cue is here. Quanster dashes in. Of course, you can hear that. Does he spray? No. He turns left, and he was right because Oaken was in the sight. Goes to the smoke, though, and Tigo's ready, but trade from Cryptic. And Cryptic gets Coach Joe. And another one gets 3, but TCAS had to respond for 2.
Trades are crazy.
Oh, but cannot get PNK. Yeah, the back and forth. But Mugiwara 3-2.
No, very back and forth series so far. Specifically this map, nobody's been able to string together too many rounds. Monster continues to put up numbers on this Jet, as we saw on Icebox. Hijinks having a little bit of a rough time, but you've seen what he can do once he gets that operator in hand.
Ultimate status. We got
Right there.
Neural Theft. We got Hunter's Fury. We have Astro Wall on the side of Your Kittens. We have Astro Wall and Neural Theft on the side of Mugiwara. Look out for here in round number 6. And we also have to look out for tripwires. Hijinks. Classic kill.
He jumped up to use the dog and just landed on the trip. That is tough.
Feels bad man moment, but obviously the gun advantage. Now Hijinks with the knives in the back though, so certainly ready to duel himself. So long, the Cypher trap, but he lands the shot on Quincio. Monster does Monster dare challenge those knives. Fatigue all the way from A side or C side even. Kills Cryptic in A. And
Power of Silver right there.
you can tell Mugiwara is really not sure what to do. They're going to sort of creep up. Oak is in a perfect spot. Oh, no.
What? How did they not check that corner? Oh my goodness.
The double right click. Back to back. And I'm with you. I thought for sure one of them would check to the right. I was expecting it, but oh, they committed left.
All right. Oaken doing some work there. Yeah, that's another one of those rounds where it's just like, it's so momentum based. Those early picks came out. Suddenly, Mugiwara's like, wait, where should we go? We have no information. We don't have utility. I guess we just kind of walk out. There's a little
One enemy remaining.
remix clip.
Rewind. Looks like attackers, aka Mugiwara, is gonna go to pause after that one, understandably so. A round that certainly got taken away from them from just a funky start of jumping on the tripwire, getting killed by a classic, to then that right there, and it just all fell to pieces. So, talk this over. They got 3 ultimates: Astro Wall, Neural Theft, and Hunter's Fury. To certainly use this round. And I believe. Actually, I don't know. Maybe they are struggling in their economy this round. See in a second. Yeah, they're gonna have to Marshall, Vandal, Phantom. Okay. I was gonna say that seems a little funky there, so they're talking it over some more.
Down to a Spectre. Yeah.
Quincy's got enough for by the next round as well, so we'll sit on the Vandal, but not a favorable round for them. That's one more round delayed on using the ultimates, most likely. Really pick for 2. So, as soon as the trap disappears, he peeks and gets the kill, and Hijinks pushed up with the operator, finds Quanster.
We'll see the dog come into Garage potentially, although a counter one used by TCAS immediately.
Last player standing.
Okay, got Oaken. There's another trade. Back and forth, back and forth. Walk. Flash doesn't hit. Down to 21 life, though. Has Seekers, but probably not using it here. Yeah, surrounded. And speaking of that, the flank TCAS is there. Says hello. In a very unfortunate manner. 4-3 Yours Kittens, as we're going to be heading to round 8 now. So at least they got Bizo, including an Ares for Cryptic. That's interesting. Not necessarily the gun you see a lot on this map. He's going to spray through mid-window or something like that? No, he's going up towards C.
He's over at A long. There's also an operator coming out for Hijinks.
All right, drones up. There's 3 players here, by the way, for Yours Kittens. And that's going to be Hunter's Fury from Cryptic.
Seekers as well.
Yeah, so all the info, but no kills. Even with the Seekers coming into play, unable to find a kill. TCAS kills Quanster in the side. Cryptic, though. Shades on the Joe. And yeah, they're not going to quit the Ares, the long-range Ares. Okay. That's why he got it. To win a long-range duel, apparently.
Yeah, T-Gas has this great timing that was going to find them coming towards the garage. Gets one kill. There's a lot more to work here, and there's also a Cypher middle. Pitches in for the kill.
Now going to be uploaded, or where he was at least. And they see 1-8 as well, so yeah, it's like they want to take the player advantage, as the unfortunate trap there. Doesn't really matter though.
One enemy remaining.
Eek holding way back though, catches Wincio in the sight. Cryptic didn't have time to trade.
30
What's the
seconds
tag? Makes the plant. Cannot win the duel. Oh, it's a phantom moment, and it feels bad.
Yep, that's why I just had that moment myself. I'm like, oh, that's... You have a Vandal, different story there, but obviously there's a lot more to it. It's the age-old debate. What is better? Either way, doesn't work out there, and a good victory for Bjor's Kittens. And back to saving for Mugiwara, unfortunately for them. Still have that Astral. Both sides have actually been sitting on an Astral wall for a while now. And they found the appropriate opportunity to use it yet. Control that C orb, and that means Quanster picks up knives as a result. Look at Oaken. Wow. Pushing all the way in window already. Okay.
Finds the perfect timing, and
Run!
smartly gets out of there. That is big damage.
Now he
Completely stalls the attack, too.
Yeah, and keeping them guessing as well. It's like, wait, where the hell did he go? And gonna see right here, but ENK, I guess he knew exactly where he went. Finds the dome of Oaken. CO catches. Oh, tried to get the headshot there, but just not able to line up. Cryptic peeking at himself, but they'd already fallen back from the looks of it. And yeah, the aggressive play from Bjor's Kittens this round especially is certainly throwing Mugiwara off once again. And we'll have 2 players alive, but not much more to work with in terms of utility. Just trying to get they'd be thankful to get a plant off here, if anything.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've picked the
30
site that
seconds
Hijinks
left.
happens to be watching the cross on with an operator.
Ooh. A very fast peek, though, from Cryptic. Ends up missing the shot.
Ares Gaming.
Yeah, but now what do you do?
Standing ahead.
Pray and pray.
Yeah.
Well, you bought the gun in the first place.
I guess so. Well, it's not going to work there, but you know what? They got the spike. So, like I said, the best case scenario is at this point, it feels like get the spike plant at least. They do just that. 6-3 Bjor's Kittens. Starting to get a little more lively and chippy, you can hear. Those mics picking it up.
Yeah, but Mugiwara continues to struggle on the attack.
They're gonna have a full buy once again, though, and I keep going back to that Astral. I know it's one of those abilities. It does feel like it's hard to use sometimes. So more so just making an observation than anything, but it is available as far as utility for this round. Hijinks. Oh, saw him cross. Oh no! And Cryptwalk goes down to Teague as well with a Hunch's Fury. So much for this buy round. It's when you lose 2 players in the first 10 seconds like that, just feels bad.
Yeah, it's hard to even set up for the Astro Wall, which is maybe why we haven't seen it. It seems like we're always playing down a player. Yeah, it's getting aggressive, pushing forward, finding another kill. Perhaps too aggressive.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like maybe feeling themselves a little bit too much now. That's that issue we see time and time again. It's like, okay, you're hitting shots, but let's not get too ridiculous here. But Coach Joe, he's being patient, and that pays off. DNK is not going to win against 2. And easy round in the end for Bjor's Kitten. So a very fast start for them, and they put Mugiwara right back down in the economy game. They're likely going to find themselves yet again saving as we hit round 11.
Yeah, I think. Let's see, we've got a Stinger, a Spectre. Maybe a couple more SMGs will come out. I'm actually going to buy up for a Phantom for Quanster. Definitely would love to get out of this half with at least 4.
Scout destroyed.
There. Smoke up. Almost too much. Gonna start spraying through and try to aim where the bullets are coming from. Almost found a kill actually on a jet. Cluster manages to stay alive and back off with the team. Oaken did eventually get Cryptic at long. Wencio, this is not the ideal gun in this case.
It's not?
It used to be, yeah. ADS with the Stinger actually used to be pretty legit.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Not gonna work there though, and they're just starting to flank on them now too, so.
One enemy remaining.
Gaz, okay, nice trade, but okay, Quastar gets 3. Keeping hope alive.
And go down swinging at the very least. That triple, he's like, screw the spike. I'm going hunting.
Enemy was pulling them in.
It's a clean shot from Oaken though. Will slow down the beast that is Quanster.
Last round.
In round
in the
11. So they
half.
make it 8-3. And Mugiwara, sure will obviously full buy here. I've said it several rounds now, but unfortunately for them, almost all they have is an Astral Wall. They are close to a couple other ultimates. They need a couple orbs. 1 for Jet Knives. That's actually the Cypher ultimate, never mind. So we'll see if any of those come into play. But TKaz has Seekers on the other side. TKaz, by the way, 15-7-1. Actually had a really awesome map too for Yours Kittens.
Fragging Sky. See, Hijinks misses the shot. Has to fall back, but slows down towards A at least a little bit. Dog will chase him off the angle once again, but he's gonna repeat this.
Scan, but knows he can't hit that shot.
Here.
TKaz pinging out for teammates. That's a slow peek out, but Hijinks isn't punished. Despite missing his shot.
Silence.
Oh, okay, he is.
Shock. That one coming once he got kind of low. So with that kill, Mugiwara is going to start to work the other side of the map, working up Jet behind the Sova drone onto A. There's still 2 players here though, so they might get caught a little unaware. Such a heavy A site.
A couple of shots at the Odin, a little off center there, and Cryptic catches Teak, picking up a TKaz gets 2. Going for a third, gets a third, gets a 4th. TKaz, absolute clutch player. And suddenly PNK finds himself by himself in the B site. Does have a spike though.
This is correctly on the site that tried to plant on, but runs directly into Oaken's crosshairs. TKaz, I mean, what can you say other than just great shots, great movement to stay alive. And Bureau's Kids will go up 9-3 in the first half.
Yeah, that was a rare the caster's boost coming out. Usually it's the caster's curse when we, hype up a player, talk about how well they're doing. Just mentioning TKaz and having a fantastic stat line going into that round. I believe it was 15 kills, and sure enough, gets 4 more to end the first half with 19 kills after 12 rounds. I mean, that's definitely an impressive performance on that Sky right there. So, and obviously goes back to a team effort, but certainly TKaz, big reason on that Sky. Viewers Kittens up 9-3. So we're going to see a pause right at the start of the second half. That's actually pretty rare. Usually, because you have the extra time even already going into the second half. So usually you would just kind of use that and save a pause for later on if anything. But they really want to cement stone what they want to do going into this. But you see TKaz once again in that C side, just claiming kill after kill and making it look so easy.
Helped out by that Seeker actually impacting, giving near sight to the Cypher there. He didn't get traded while he re-peeked. I think it was the Cypher that got hit. Anyway, great shots. And Bureau's Kittens continues to look very strong. Mugiwara, what do you have for us here in the second half? Pistol round is where it starts. And I feel like they need to come out of the gate with like 3 rounds in a row if they're going to have a shot at this match.
All right. Well, let's see if they go for something aggressive or not. It's not that mini map. Trying to see if they're setting up somewhere specific, and it looks like mid control is definitely something they want to go for. Speaking of Mugiwara, that is. Several players already in B, another one in garage. And acting as if they might push out. Coach Joe has a camera ready to check any pushes, perhaps. It's a sewer hit, though, by the way, from Bjork's Kittens, and that's a fast one. Hijinks is already in the A site.
Blocking sight.
It's a dog. Cloud up in spawn area. Avoids the shock dart. Well played there. The camera. Huenzio is not going to tag. Just gonna keep the visual there. Finally gets the tag off and is being destroyed. Cryptwalk jumping right click. Is traded. Oh, underneath though, Tikaz is hiding, has to reload, but still manages to re-peek on Huenzio, who is distracted elsewhere.
That was really funky with the Astra Star inside the cage. Giving him a lot of cover to hide around.
Monster up in heaven. Be spotted by the drone. Tried to avoid it. And he also sees Astra spawn. Did not get tagged by the drone though, so it's him falling back. Together. Definitely a life advantage for Bjork's Kitten. Cloud, however, Quanster wins the duel and PNK will get Teague. That was clutch from Quanster. He doesn't kill first and likely not going to be a win, so even with little life, comes up with a clutch, and it starts with that one as we keep going back to you. So 4-9, the climb commences.
Absolutely. They did lose 4 players though, so I could see a world where Bjork's buys into this, especially since they got the spike, 4 kills. It'd be enough for a relatively good buy despite the loss. And so it's going to be a difficult second round. It's not like your classic easy anti-eco where it's 5 classics running into a bunch of Spectre sprays. This is a legitimate round that Mugiwara needs to be worried about.
Monster, aggressive. Garage is able to destroy the dog at least, but runs back. Although PNK, Flash fell back into the smoke though. Oh, the timing could flank. Oh, the timing was so good, but almost got both. Did some more damage. Monster catches Teague, and Hijinks gets another, however.
One enemy remaining.
Finally, they kill Hijinks in the garage. It's Oaken with 17 life.
Running into the Cypher utility. He's probably gonna get the plant, but
We saw that coming.
they know where he is.
That gave it away.
Spike planted.
Just wait till the Euro change happens, man. Gonna fake out those tripwires. It was an illusion. No.
Scanning ahead.
I thought we agreed that that agent was being removed from the game.
Sure. Okay. Again. Oh, trying to seek out the headshot.
I needed that one. That's
Yep.
tough.
All right, Mugiwara, 5-9. You said, I think you said what, 4 in a row is what you think they need to feel like they actually have a legitimate shot. Well, but they got 2 in a row. Halfway there.
Actually, you know, since that was a force, this should be a pretty easy 3rd round in a row. As the side of Bjork's Kittens is not going to have a whole lot to offer in terms of firepower. Neither team has any ultimates on the board either, but that probably favors Mugiwara since Bjork's Kittens could use the extra oomph on their attack.
I see the Bucky coming to play. That really is not a popular gun nowadays, but I've seen it a couple times throughout today so far.
Monster's been a bit of a shotgun gamer. He's been using both Jets have been using shotguns pretty regularly. Hijinks with the shorty here.
Spike
Oh, yeah, they're planting in the smoke as we hear PNK eventually turns as soon as it goes down, but can't kill him! I mean, Cryptic is there to be like, don't worry, I got this, but surprise Hijinks lived initially. Meanwhile, Coach Doe does die to the Bucky. A Quanster, however, Oaken. Just Quanster pushed up right there.
One enemy remaining.
This,
Nice shot.
Enzio running out there. Yeah, that was a great shot with the classic. Okay, it's up to him. He picked a nice shot. Oh, he actually almost lined that up. He ends up getting Oaken, but it's not enough in the end.
You know, saying, "Oh, I hit him 142." Yeah, that was a lot closer than it actually looked on the scoreboard. Obviously, 3 surviving there, but 2 of them were on a sliver of HP.
Well, we got 9-6 now. Still favoring yours kittens, of course, but there's the 3 rounds to start things off for Mugiwara, but obviously this is where it really counts. As we got the full buy situation for Yours kittens. Attack.
This is a nice
See how they look to hit this. Meanwhile, 3 Spectres still exist on the other side for Mugiwara. It's going to be a very fast sewer hit once again. Jump, take around.
Pulls out a ton of utility. Look at all this utility in response. The drone, the dart, the sky bird, and they're not getting a ton of value from it. They don't see anybody along.
deploying drone.
All right, so kills, but you're right. It's more than just simply about the kills. You tag the camera. All right. Okay, get aware that they're in the garage. Just a matter of where exactly they are.
Cage triggered.
Oh, jeez. X-ray vision, just so close to each other. Yet they're definitely aware. Coach Joe wins the duel, but PNK, a very quick response to the flank. Monster having to dash away, took some bullets. B-side has been taken by Bjorn's kids.
Yeah, being planted though, and you can see them trying to fight into A because they don't want to be flanked from both sides.
Player standing.
Cryptic caught with utility out, and Crypt Walk is gonna have to deal with the Seeker. Has a chance. I mean, it's a 1 versus 2. It does have a dog. Slowly creeping out, but TCAS, what else is there to say other than just he continues to hit?
Yeah, I will say, I think that's like one of the only plays that I like going towards B is where you push onto B, but then you also just branch off into A and either go plant A or at least clear out A site as a team. So you're kind of taking the map and like dividing it in half when you do that. It's nicely done by the attack there.
Yeah, prevent the collapse, the sandwich retake that you really force them to. They can only go one direction at that point. Yeah, very well played. Quanster pushes up with the knives and finds the headshot on TCAS. Meanwhile, Teague is able to trade a Cryptic. But player advantage still favors Mugiwara after that exchange. Joe seeing the tripwire. Mike is going garage and Crypt Walk, who had a chance there peeking down, but Oka wins that duel. And hey, our first Astro Wall coming out.
Cage triggered.
They cut off the seaside. However, Huenzio is back there, but taking the shock darts in the back. They know somebody might be back here. And eventually gets peeked on.
Like it's planted by Oaken. See Mugiwara set up for garage and spawn pressure.
Oh, she's an Astrophone. Smoke's gonna go down in a second.
This is not good for Monster.
Back up.
He smoked. Almost was perfect for him.
Oh, that would have been something, but no. PNK knows one's logs. He's gonna get that kill, but he just doesn't have time for the.
Huh?
Does he?
What?
He does. Oh my
does.
gosh! Wow. I thought for sure that he was just gonna play like Ring Around the Rosie or something there, but I guess he didn't exactly know where he was. He was still walking. I mean, that was very well played by PNK.
Yeah, use the information from the jet to know for sure that he can kind of sneak into logs, and then just wins that 1v1 duel when it matters. Gets the defuse. We have ourselves a map.
We do. You see the players right there, and they're not necessarily facing each other, but very close to each other. As Bjorskins 10-7. And losing their footing a little bit here in the second half. Yeah, Crypt walking a flash into garage. They are pushed up in there, even with the blind, though. It didn't matter. The good turn away. Got the information, but they weren't as flash as they hoped for. PNK, though, kills T. Quick We evens it out, but it's not going to be an aggressive push by Bjork's Kittens. They're starting to rotate back with the spike as Oaken has it. Give him a sheriff. So able to pick up a vandal.
The rifle on the player with more health. Coach Joe has been kind of in his own world this whole game. Feels like he's always just somewhere on the map that is nowhere near the rest of his team. Obviously doing cipher things, trying to find the timing on the flank, get deep behind enemy lines.
Of that is going to catch one.
30 seconds
Okay.
left.
So evens it out at 3 versus 3. That is the spike. It's still not sure exactly where they want to go with it. It looks like they feel like A is somewhat open, and they would be correct. As TCAS trying to confirm that Cryptic is walking up heaven though. As Recon has 2 shock darts. Has full utility is the point.
10 seconds left.
I'd expect something's coming out. Shock dart was a little late there on default.
Take flight.
And now Cryptic is going to drone on through. Meanwhile, Quanster is still suspicious.
Yeah,
That's going to be lurked on.
Coach Joe is somewhere, right? He's somewhere on the map.
One enemy remaining.
Yes.
That's right. He's behind you.
Yep, and he was right, so the suspicion's correct, but Coach Joe now in a disadvantage.
There's no way.
He's sticking it, yeah. No, why wouldn't he stick this? At the coverage, and Coach Joe will just pick up the operator and fall back, but Mugiwara makes it 8-10, so they are certainly coming back. They're on map 2. And, I was kind of, thinking when you said, like, need to win 4 in a row or, still chance it. Really, I'm sitting there thinking, like, I don't know. It's just Bjork's Kitten feels like they got all the momentum going for the first map. They could run away with this one, but Mugiwara clearly has other plans. They turned it on now.
They certainly have, and a lot of that just kind of comes down to they seem to be playing with a bit more confidence. Like they're letting their players take the peaks. They're trading off of each other better, and ultimately that's kind of what matters. Especially when you're on LAN, when you're maybe not necessarily like a well coordinated team. You don't practice together all the time. A lot of it comes down to just those like basic tactical FPS fundamentals. And right now, Mugiwara is just doing them better than Bjork.
All right, the tactical pause coming out from Bjork's Kids, and I believe it's one of the Mugiwara players talking about they're just trying to ice us. Of course, that term being that they're just trying to get in our heads as Mugiwara has the momentum right now. So Bjork's Kids is like, all right, slow down a little bit. Calm down, but even if that's a strat, they're obviously very aware and just trying to keep that hype up. Clearly is hoping to make this comeback here, winning first 5 of the 6 rounds of the second half, as we see. Put themselves in this spot. Still like a TCAS 26-12-2, very impressive stat line, but that ultimate top score line that matters as far as team score. As the dogs are gonna say hello and run right past each other. Okay, we've seen this before. Hiding in that smoke. They might really be hitting the seaside. They are. Coach Joe catches PNK. Coach Joe continues to be that lurker. Oh, jumping up window, though, and Wencio will find him. Gonna be a little tricky around the trap, but the spike plant has happened, and there is the Astral Wall. Also cut them off.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury finds one tag.
Yep.
It's the kill.
Flash out, but Hijink standing on the wall! Yeah, that trap surprising on both, actually. Does fall to the operator, Quanster, but standing right at the wall entrance. Talk about the confidence. Look at Quanster, meanwhile, as that shorty. Trying to go for a Cryptic, gets TCAS. It's up to 1, and Teak has Hunter's Fury. Is that going to do it? You locked it down long enough? I don't know. Did they get it? Oh, we cut away too early, but I think the defuse happened. I'm pretty sure it happened.
Yeah.
Right? I'm pretty sure that happened. It sounded like that they were going to get it.
Yeah, that was close. That was even great repositioning there, where he knows the Jet is going to rush him when the Hunter's Fury comes out, and he just gets back behind another wall to delay and get off that last shot. So it's super close, but ultimately really well played by both teams. Mugiwara draws within 1 round now. And I mean, just look at the scoreboard.
Yeah.
6 out of the last 7 rounds, all diffuses too. So the plant is going down, but the post plant has not been there.
Yeah, they just cannot hold in the end. So Mugiwara looking to tie this up. Yours Kittens. Nice peek from Hijinks, and Quanster was looking a little bit too low. He hit Hijinks, but not enough damage. Meanwhile, Teague, nice trade on the Cryptic. And Coach Joe gets PNK, so Bjor's Kittens has taken the A side now, but maybe not so much. Yes, they did. I was going to say, I mean, that was a really fast rotation right there. Mugiwara to all 5 players essentially be there, but in the end, it is a very fast victory for Bjor's Kittens. 11-9.
Yeah, it's got to feel good because the momentum had really been slipping away, and all of a sudden you get this decisive victory. And actually, because these rounds have been so close, like Mugiwara has won 6 out of the last 7, but they've been kind of squeaking these rounds out because look at their economy. Like normally when you win 6 out of the last 7, you have a ton of money. But here they are on pistols, and this is actually a disastrous time for this to happen.
It is, and usually with a round like this, you got to think that they're going to do something a little cheesy, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. 3 players are pushing up long C on the side of Mugiwara, so that they've taken it over. They can't capitalize with a kill, though. TCAS is very suspicious. He knows they're here, essentially, and now with the team peeking as well, and rifles are a little bit better than classics at that range especially, so
I know exactly.
understandably, they clean them all up. They're just going to throw out the neural theft, because why not? And they see where the last 2 are, towards mid. Not to be an easy round for Bjor's Kittens, and you're right. I mean, that really was, despite all these wins, the economy is still not enough to help them, even despite a loss in one of the rounds. And it's going to be 12 now for Bjor's Kittens. An apt and serious point coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's one of those reasons why, even when it doesn't feel like you can win the round, it's important to do damage because the economic, it can add up over time. Like, you know, so many rounds won equated to 0 economic advantage, and here we are in a super critical, you know, potentially match-defining moment while they're on classics.
Well, that classic found a kill at least, but obviously for a lost cause. He's doing, speaking of damage, a little bit, but not really relevant damage at that point. I think TCAS is just fine. He's gonna get by the Vandal, full armor, good to go, and even has Seekers now. Were to be used for what could potentially, at least they want it to be this final round, but Seeker's also on the other side, as well as the Astro Wall from PNK. So you got to think, again, you're down 9-12, you got the buys, Quanster as the operator, want to see at least the Seekers coming out. Get that early info. Wait for maybe some kind of play somewhere. All 5 players of Bjor's Kittens are towards C. It's not often you see them all grouped up C long.
Yeah, drone got broken, so they don't know the operators in the back of C. Meanwhile, the dog did come down A short. So Mugiwara has a pretty good idea of where Bjor's Kittens are.
Yes. Knocking up mid. You can just see the positioning, too, of Mugiwara, just how deep they are back, even on the A site. You got Astra way back out of garage there, really holding B from the C side. Out come the Seekers offensively. And let the chaos begin. Quanster, operator shot, kills Coach Joe. Teague, busts out the Hunter's Fury, gets Cryptic. So an eye for an eye there. Quanster, though, with that operator still, just going to spray and pray. They have their own Seekers now to use for info. Gripped walk into the site, went a little bit too early, gets a trade, and the trades continue. We now have a 2 versus 2. Quanster, somebody was nearby. Spike did go down, though. Quanster has a chance here to go work through garage. Teammate working through spawn.
They have a couple of Astro pieces of utility to work with, but it's not going to be enough as Teague and Hijinks close it out. And that is the end of Mugiwara's run.
Yeah, it was a good effort right there, but Bjor's Kittens as a team looking pretty solid, and definitely big congratulations to them in terms of advancing on to the playoffs. So they get one more match. That's the reward. They get one more match now they have to play today, as a result of that. So again, it's definitely an exhausting day, certainly, but the end is in sight, and the ultimate goal of advancing on to top 4, which then will be played tomorrow, is what Bjork's Kittens right now is going to be playing for as they enter into the playoffs. So we'll obviously keep an eye on that and see how they do there. As far as their opponents, unfortunately, for Mugiwara, the road ends there, but they got to play some three solid series themselves, and I'm sure had some fun as well. You see all the respect and everything as has been happening throughout the whole event,
One enemy
coming
remaining.
out after the fact. So replays here, but I think that means we're going to be going into what essentially will be our final break after we end the replays here shortly to set up for that playoff match that we're going to be covering. And actually an update on other series real quickly. It looks like Calretta did defeat Sam Raffle Lamau 2-0. So Calretta coming out of Group B, joining Radiance. And Booster Seat Gaming and Full Real are in map 3, fairly.
Yep. Couple fairly one-sided maps. Booster C took the first one 13-7 on Breeze, and For Real came back in 13-2'd Booster C Gaming on Bind. So let's see.
All right.
One enemy remaining.
That's an interesting result, perhaps in play right there. So yeah, definitely going to keep an eye on that. And of course, the winner of that advancing on to the playoffs as well. The loser is eliminated here in the playoffs. So, well. The playoffs are shaping up. It's been a great day of Valorant as we hoped for and expected, and we certainly have been getting it. A lot of fun. But the playoffs are now just around the corner. We're going to be kicking it off with round 1 before we head into the second day tomorrow. But ladies and gentlemen, before we go on the break, once again, are you the next Nerd Street champion? Well, let's find out. Compete in your favorite games at nerdstreet.com. I have to do that myself during the break coming up right here. I think I am. Well, here we go. We got the playoffs are going to be coming up next. As far as our coverage goes, round 1. We'll let you know what we're looking at as far as match information. But ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. More action coming at you soon. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Championships Regional LAN Philadelphia. We have made it to the playoffs after a bit of a break there. Hopefully you enjoyed your break, got some food, whatever necessary. But we are back and ready for some first round action. It's going to be the only round today before we head to tomorrow. We got both semifinals followed by the grand finals. But one last series to finish it off strong here in this event. Looking forward to a good one, and elevated, we get a good one. Salt and Vinegar going to be going up against Booster Seat Gaming in this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited for this one. Obviously, we got to see Booster Seat Gaming on the main stream earlier today. It was a very loud match, shall we say. It was a very fun one to be there as a spectator. And they're going up against a team in Salt and Vinegar that we've talked about but haven't seen yet today, which has a bunch of guys that are pro players signed to teams coming together to play at this tournament. And some of them even won the frag major at this LAN center that happened just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, about 3 weeks ago. So coming fresh off of that and enjoying some holidays, but now coming back and looking to own some more lands. And certainly wouldn't be surprised if they get all the way, let alone win the whole thing. It's certainly possible. But they're going to have to go through a very good team in Booster Seat Gaming. Of course, Booster Seat Gaming, we saw them earlier as mentioned against A-Crew. And hey, they took that first map. They were looking hype, but the momentum certainly shifted the other way. And A-Crew took care of business and ended up winning that series 2-1, which is why A-Crew themselves has that bye here in the playoffs. But speaking of that, as we'll actually get into that in a second because we got the roster on your screen. So to remind you, BSG, we're looking at Churms, Redux, Boltsy, Diamond, and Verdi, aka Virtual, as it suggests right there. But Salt and Vinegar, as you're talking about, we got plenty of legit players over here. Stellar, Governor, Rossi, Bang, and J. Cruel is the roster of Salt and Vinegar. Of course, they come out of Group C as the top team over there. So, but yeah, no, this really is shaping up to be a great match here between these two teams. And, maybe Salt and Vinegar has to be one of the favorites, but in a sense, this is a bit of a rematch, right? I mean, obviously, both teams coming in with a slightly different roster, but a rematch of what was the finals of that previous LAN, as we keep referring to, about 3 weeks ago. So, very familiar of that on stage performing, and looking forward to seeing how this one shapes up as a map selection. Going to say is soon to come. In fact, here it is. And we got so apparently the first map is going to be the way of Booster Seat Gaming. They choose Ascent. Salt and Vinegar going to be going with Split, and Haven will be map 3 if necessary. So hey, we get to see Split. We haven't seen that at all today. We get one more map on the table here.
Yeah, and I'm also excited for Ascent because Salt and Vinegar played KO. I've been waiting for a KO match all day, and it looks like we will probably get one right off the bat here if they do keep that same lineup. I would imagine they're not going to change lineups in between. So, yay.
That's fun. Yeah, that is good. Yeah, I couldn't I couldn't see them changing it either. I mean, I don't see why they would. So, certainly expecting that to come. But again, going to be kicking it off on Ascent, at least between these two teams. I mean, it still goes back to, is KO going to be seen there? Maybe Chamber makes an appearance. We saw a bit of Chamber earlier on today to kick things off even and die down in the last couple of series. But certainly one that comes to mind as well. But you see the admin collecting the phones. That's when you know things are about to get ready to get started. As we take a look, that would be Booster Seat Gaming there. Going to be on the green side, the left-hand side of the stage, and Salt and Vinegar on the right-hand side. So, yeah, a lot of talking in the earlier series with Booster Seat Gaming versus A-Crew. But these two teams also had a lot of talking at the previous event in the final matchup especially. So, yeah, something tells me there's going to be some vocals flying back and forth. Continue that hype, and I love it. I absolutely love it. It's definitely something unique with this event here with Nerd Street Gamers and what we're doing. So hopefully y'all are enjoying it as well.
Pretty sure we heard them talking in our last match, actually. There was a little bit of sound bleed through from some of the other matches that were going on. But yeah, I wanted to get a little bit deeper into the agent picks just before we hop into the map. Just at this event, we've got a 94% pick rate for Sova right now across 33 maps rather. The only one that he was not played on was a single split, and then there was one bind that a team didn't run it. Second most picked is Jet. Then we got Astra, Viper, Sky, Reyna, and then Chamber coming up with a 75% pick rate on Breeze so far. So that seems to be the map that everybody is running the chamber on, dabbling here and there on Haven and Icebox, but yeah, just kind of an interesting array of agents that have been picked so far.
Yeah, that's good to see whenever the newest agent comes to the table. It's either the case of, is it going to just be broken OP, picked every match, or is it going to be not picked at all? But it feels like Chamber is certainly finding that ground, at least with this sample size that we've had throughout this event, and again, the previous one that we happen to cover as well. So I think Chamber overall is in a pretty healthy spot. We may see some changes in the patch to come, certainly, but maybe not expecting anything too dramatic. But yeah, definitely interesting points to be taken there. As we're going to be heading to Ascent once again. So you see the players getting those masks up, making sure the mouse, the keyboard, everything is lined up and getting ready to go for our first map. So, had a good break there. I know you got some food in your belly as well, and definitely feeling somewhat refreshed and going to be finishing strong, certainly, with this one. We're seeing the potential matchups to come, and as soon as this one was put on the board as far as a playoff matchup, we're like, yeah, we better be casting that one because the other series certainly could be fun as well. That one's Bjork's Kittens versus Coeretta. But in the end, this is certainly one that got the hype for and having some expectations of some fireworks taking place.
Yeah, and it should be noted that the winner of this goes on to face Radiance, who we started the day with here. So, of course, Radiance definitely looked like a very solid, well-drilled team. And will be a tough opponent for whoever comes out of this one. But I think we've got pretty much fireworks all the way through the grand finals at this point, and that is what you want out of a tournament.
Yeah. That means A Crew is on the other side of the bracket. So, these two teams will have to go through Radiance eventually as well, but then ultimately the winner of this side of the bracket will face potentially A Crew in the grand finals. Of course, A Crew has to make it there first. They're in the semifinals. They play the winner of Bjork's Kittens versus Coeretta. So that kind of gives you a good visual in your mind, at least, of what we're looking at when it comes to the brackets. But elevated, we're on Ascent, and boy, oh boy, is that even extra exciting as we get KO on both sides here going to be coming out. So finally, we see some KO appearance on stream, and both teams happen to pick it. This feels a little more normal, as we saw more recently.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the no fun gaming, right? No abilities. We're playing a tactical shooter. You're not allowed to fly. You're not allowed to use your crazy smokes. It's just gunplay, and it's definitely an agent that works very well here on Ascent, just not only because of the suppression, but also just the general instant information that you get. Is the hit coming A? Is it coming B? Rotate and play based off of that. The knife is so valuable.
Looking at everything else, it looked like it is a full-on mirror match. It's so focused on the KO, but it's everything else. Yeah, it's both teams running the Killjoy as well. And then, of course, Astra, Sova, and Jet to clean it out. So we saw lineups both sides, aka the mirror match. As far as the sides of what they're on, we got Booster Seat Gamers on the side of defense. Salt and Vinegar will be on attacking to kick things off. But here we are. Match 1 of this best out of 3. It's a single elimination. You win, you go to tomorrow, you lose. You are done just out of that prize pool spot. Off the bat, we got the knife. Gonna deactivate at least a little bit, get some info, but let's send that drone in. And it looks like Salt and Vinegar wants to hit B-side pretty hard and fast. All 5 players are here. They get the scan. They know where Killjoy's at. Chum's also sitting at the back of the side. Birdie just spraying through, somehow doesn't die. And gets back, doesn't get a kill. But Troop's got 2. Troops gets 3 for the back of the side. Gets 4. Give the man an ace. And not going to get the ace. But Diamond will clean it up as Jake Cruel able to take 1 before. But backseat. Why do I keep wanting to call them backseat gamers? Booster seat gamers. 1-0.
You being a backseat gamer right now, Breaky?
I am.
Well, I mean, that was some backseat gaming from the back of the site as Churms cleans it up there with the Sova. That's going to set him up nicely to pick up an Ares full armor. And he's like, bring it up. Come be again. I dare you.
Great hold right there. A distraction from Diamond ends up for the benefit of Churms, certainly in the back of the 4-1. After round 1, he's got the arrows, the full armor. Feeling cozy there in the B side, holding it alone currently, and good reason. But 4 players towards A, make that 3 players towards A for Salt and Vinegar this time around. The other 2 on the B side. Gonna get the A orb at least.
Spike down mid.
Marshall pick.
You already got one with the Marshall. He knows somebody else is maybe nearby. Oh, the double pick and the Marshall. That gun, sometimes it really surprises you how fast it can shoot. Case right there, but Governor finally kicks out Diamond and will pick up the Marshall.
And the fact that it's so accurate without a scope is really, really strong on these round 2s where the other team doesn't have any armor. Just a one-shot kill as long as you hit them in the body.
Yeah. Good shooting right there. 2-0 start for Booster Seat Gamers, BSG. And Sherm's even adding another kill, now 5-0-1. So, of course, buys for Salt and Vinegar, including an Odin for Governor. That's right, Governor loves his Odin on Sova. I feel like I recall that from previous events.
Yeah, maybe going for the counter spray here because see Churm set up. He's got the Ares. He's going to go for it.
Oh. Just to the right. Did he ever tag him? Did a little bit of damage, it looks like. Maybe not. Hard to see here.
Those like Crocodile Dundee moments. Call that an LMG. This is an LMG.
It's a bit bigger. Definitely a bit more umph to it. Well, that door is going to be closed on market as, Alarm Bot will scout them coming up mid. Meanwhile, Rossi catches Verdi, peeking out towards A main. Bang. That's a flash, but you hear the communication and talking together. Salt and Vinegar trying to figure out 3 out mid. Checking B. Diamond's pretty far up here. He's going to be scanned out, though. Well, Void's enough damage. Falling back for now. Still scanned, though, and he's in trouble.
Yeah, the second ping was rough. And sweeping through market as well. Churn eliminated instantly by Bang.
Last player
This time,
standing.
not much he can do as far as the hold goes. The gun power is just a little bit too strong for the side of Salt and Vinegar. And Redux, I mean, does have a... That's the Vandal there, but... No, 1 versus 5. Yes, sometimes with these cosmetics, man, I get a little like, is that a Vandal? Yeah, that's the Prime Vandal, right? Yeah. Oh, gonna be patient, but really just trying to do that damage. He's gonna avoid a scan at least. Oh, and that works. Yeah, that's just on the very bottom of that scan, so Redux had no clue.
It pays off with a little tiny bit of economic damage. But as we saw before, any kill can matter in the grand scheme of the game. So Redux will take that and also could get him one step closer to some knives as well. J-Cruel has those ready on the other side for Salt and Vinegar.
Yeah, and they're certainly coming out. You see the classic in hand, full armor, so gonna be seeing the knives from J-Cruel as we are in a pause. Wondering a little bit longer this round, so I'm guessing a tech pause coming out here in the two teams. But 2-1 start here for BSG, of course, but BSG, as mentioned, back to buys themselves as Bolsey is still figuring out what he wants to buy as well. But yeah, Churms with the Odin, so both Sovas having the Odin, and likely, of course, Churms will hold that B site once again. We'll see more spray coming out, but currently the setup is Salt and Vinegar towards A, but we're in the pause, so you never really know what I'm gonna do here. Practicing their jumping in the meantime.
Oh yeah, movement, very important stuff.
It is. I will say that's one of those quality of life things, honestly, when the game's paused, that you can still move around. Like it feels nice. You can still jump around, practice, keep warmed up, whatever you want to call it, rather than just staring at a paused screen, not able to really do anything.
True. Yeah, no voice lines to spam or anything like that. So at least you can strafe jump and knife the wall over and over.
Yeah, exactly.
ADD in you.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's like, just I don't know what it ultimately results in. It's probably not necessary, but hey, keeps your fingers warm, I guess. All right, so coming out of the pause, here we go. The knives are out as expected. Slowly walking up the catwalk, has to deal with Verdi on KO eventually.
The scan missed though. It did not hit the drone, and it did not take away Jet's knives. It gave away his position, so he needs to be very careful here.
Didn't flash out. It still a molly down in response, trying to keep them delayed. Redux spraying through the smoke weave wall at a main. How committed are they? It looks like they're pretty committed on the side of Salt and Vinegar. Redux seen in the back of the site. They know he gets flashed once again, and bang finds him way back there. Birdie did get Governor, but he cannot get another. Jake rolled a knife to the face. Takes out Birdie. Diamond gonna try to kill this wall. ASAP runs on in. Diamond gets one on Bang. But the plan is gonna happen. However, Diamond going for the lockdown. They want to win this round still.
Got to defend against 2 people though as they push. Terms finds one on the backside. Lockdown will get destroyed. Oh, ooh, only 11 health, and there's a turret. No.
Did he know he jumped though? Yeah, well, we're gonna play together. That's what matters. And well played by Salt and Vinegar. Yeah, that's a big commitment right there. Again, in the heat of the moment, it's certainly understandable. But that's a lockdown down now. And it doesn't result in the victory.
Yeah, they were starting to feel it, but just a good push also from the side of Salt and Vinegar to send enough Wreath to punish that lockdown, knowing that the Sova is kind of low in heaven, maybe not able to help much.
2-2. Marshall in hand for Churms, and everyone else with the Sheriff for the side of BSG. Control is here as Churms trying to figure out where the hell that dart's going, and by the time he shoots it, ends up getting peeked by Governor with the long-range Guardian. Or excuse me, the Odin. Stellar catches Verdi as well. They expect somebody else to be here. Well, good enough, I suppose. Stellar eventually lands a shot. Redux catches Jake roll over at Catwalk in the tree area, but still. Favoring Salt Vinegar.
That is a rifle going his way too, but still going to be a very tough retake.
Spike planted.
You heard the comms there, calling for shots on Cat to distract a little bit. Hold the BSG players on that side a little bit longer.
Okay, yeah. Find myself being a little bit quiet sometimes because it is fun to kind of pick up on those things. Hear them communicating with one another. So that wasn't locked, though. It's in D main. Diamond, the Sheriff, trying to break this wall. Redux, though, using that rifle. Oh, great distraction. Diamond gets Rossi, and Stellar goes down as well. Redux trying to clutch this up. It's up to Bang now. He's going to commit big time, popping his ultimate. Make a play right here. Not exactly sure what the ultimate cause is for going up against Killjoy. Well, he's going to win the round, but in the end, the spike will go off, and that'll be the end of it. And Diamond's like, yeah, no, not going to save this gun. Might as well.
Yeah, that got really awkward for both teams. Redux got the kill, and then the body was fully blocking the head of, I think it was Astra, who was at the bottom of the stairs, Rossi. And so it took him like a couple seconds to register that there was a player behind the body shooting at him. And I think the other player didn't see him either. And so they're both like firing through this blind, like a tiny smoke, basically, of a corpse.
Again, that was interesting there too. With when you really think about it, popping that ultimate, the suppression on against a Killjoy at that point, felt like it wasn't really going to accomplish much as far as suppressing. But either way, gets the win in the round. That's what matters. Meanwhile, a main pick, Rossi. Blind one, flash up for Birdie, but he can't land the shots. He eventually does. The spray doesn't transfer as he hoped for, and Stellar gets Bolty. They bring Salt and Vinegar in the end, although Churms trying to take advantage of that distraction. Hunter's Fury blind is not going to work.
One enemy remaining.
Governor as well. Should secure this round pretty easily for BSG. And to your point, I think he was probably using the firing rate increase more than anything else, just to ensure that he wins the duel. A couple players fairly low, but so is Diamond here.
Sentry.
It's true. Has maybe a chance, but Diamond's just hoping for a spray to take advantage of those players that are low. But of course, best strategy against this, if you're Salt and Vinegar, is just don't peek.
Yep, they have the turret peek off of. There it is. Almost like you can see it coming.
Yep. That was a great hold by Salt and Vinegar. 4 in a row. Yep, so the first 2 going the way of BSG, but now 4 in a row the way of Salt and Vinegar. And it's back to a bit of a save for Booster Seat Gaming. Yeah, you can like almost make out what they're thinking about doing here.
5 seconds. 134 dart mid, okay?
Interesting. 134 dart mid is what I heard.
All right, let's see it.
Here goes Governor lining up. Hey, 134.
Dart mid.
Did it! Good job. Following that leader.
Does not find any information from it. But again, no information can be some information. Terms goes looking and gets punished for it.
Gun here.
Let's see. Governor. Waiting to see if somebody else peeks in, but not happening. J. Cruel also making sure Catwalk's not getting pushed. How about the positioning by BSG on Catwalk? They had 2 players on that little cubby over there.
Classic stack. They're very heavily invested towards the A site though, and we can see Spike and 4 players for S&V going the other way.
Yeah, like I said, they felt it out that he might be open, and they would be absolutely correct on that. In fact, Diamond's going to get caught by the alarm bot and flank. Now, great info there. In fact, Bang will capitalize. Get this Diamond all the way back in his spawn. Last place you expect, but Redux is looking to make some knife plays. Gets 1. Going for the second. Boltsy takes advantage of the distraction. Jericho got Verdi. Rossi's in the back of the side. Redux trying to use that smoke to his full advantage. Unfortunately, it's not enough. Boltsy with 1 life. He ain't winning this one. J. Crow closes it out. 5-2. S&V.
Yeah, that was really well sold by Bang. He just pumped a bunch of utility and made a bunch of noise towards A through those rotations, which you can expect, especially when the other team doesn't have the best weaponry. You kind of have to cheat a little bit to try and get an advantage with numbers. So they all rotate off of B site, and Salt and Vinegar is ready to capitalize on that. They even had a late flank from Bang that we saw catching the flank from Diamond.
Revealing area.
Sherm's going to dart on into B main, but no aggressive play coming out from Salt and Vinegar. Almost like they expect some kind of Sova spray, being a buy round after all. Redux also pushed up with the operator, but now they hear the drone coming, so can Redux make a play around this? Oh, actually got J-Cole a couple times right there. And here comes Hunter's Fury. Oh, Redux trying to hit the operator shot on the dashing jet, but J-Cole does land it actually. Wow, I didn't think he landed that initially.
Yeah, J-Cole was trying to go help with me to capitalize on the Sova, and Redux and hits that crazy shot to save the Sova. And
he gets 2 right there. He got 2 with that shot. Rossi will bring up Bang, so it is still a 3 versus 3. Thanks to the suppression being active. Meanwhile, I see Verdi has his own. He's going to be knocked down. A clean headshot coming out from Bang right there. Spike still has not been planted. That's because Rossi is stuck in B main with it. Bring it back up. Takes advantage for this trade, but cannot get the kill onto Rossi. And Salt and Vinegar takes the round 6-2.
That was a close round, and I mean, both teams successfully getting off KO Resurrects, but ultimately it's going to be the side of Salt and Vinegar just slightly more efficient with their trades, and even the heroics of Redux initially with that operator, not enough to pull that round out.
Yeah. Once again, talking it over, but you can look at the replay. So this is what we saw right here. God, I didn't think he landed that shot initially. Jeez. What a reaction from Rita. It's those jumping jets are like, I swear to you, they are the toughest shots to hit in this game.
Other than people who are just standing there facing away from you.
That's a good
not
point.
Looking not looking at you.
That is number 1 for sure. All right, but the round has commenced. And again, back to the econ save for BSG, finding themselves in that spot. Yeah, we haven't really seen Salt and Vinegar make a lot of aggressive plays towards A other than earlier in the half. Been more B and mid base lately.
Yeah, they've been kind of shut down by Verdi's KO there a couple of times, so just opting for a better option. Great timing play by Boltsy. So I'm sure as a Silva player that made you cringe a little bit.
Yep. Where's my protection? Screaming that out. That's what I would be doing at least. Anyways, speaking of that A site, they are going to hit it. They eventually go in. They realize it is clear, and it's going to be a spike plant. 4 players still alive for Salt and Vinegar. All 5 for the side of BSG, though. They get 1 tag, trying to take advantage, go to 1. Cannot get the shot, though. However, Redux will kill J-Cruel. Got Diamond first. They know several people are in main. It would be Oldham. In fact, the wall off is a beautiful Astro Wall. This is going to be so difficult to stop this defuse. Remember, they don't hear it either.
They can just hold.
Well, that dart, too. By the way, the spray through from Redux gets them both. That dart was clever as well at disabling them, giving them really no chance.
Yeah, you also saw the jumping knife attempt.
Was that it? Okay.
Yeah, the Astra. Rossi tried to jump through a knife. Redux just ran out and sprayed them both down.
Oh, great retake. Yeah, we're going to see that again right here. Oh, yep. Trying to go for the wall trick. Hey, I've seen it work once before. I forget what it was, but there was a match where it's like it actually did work. You never really know. But doesn't there. All right, knives coming out immediately. Governor will drone in, so go figure. Back-to-back rounds now. It looks like Salt and Vinegar very interested in A once again. Boltsy can't take advantage of the pull. Got a little bit of damage in. Bang kills Boltsy, though. The Ducks falling back. Powerless, thanks to that suppression. Birdie catches 1, gets 2. Knocks down Bang. Could be resurrected, but that's going to be near impossible for Jet.
Too many angles to watch. Really good hold from BSG, and one that they definitely needed. This map was starting to slip away. Obviously, Ascent is, I think most people would agree, it's relatively defensive sided. So the fact that Salt and Vinegar is stringing together quite a few rounds, they definitely need to slow the momentum down. And they definitely need to get a little bit more value out of their defensive KO.
I feel a little bad here, Elevated. You know, it's a couple rounds ago I made the point how they're not really going A site, and they've got A site back to back, and they lost those rounds. So I don't know why they're listening to me. I know who the hell am I? Oh, Vinegar, you might want to do that. Go back to the mid B play. That seems like that was working pretty well. No, but yeah, just kind of pretty much coincidence, obviously, coming out right there. And maybe that's why they weren't going A site so much in the first place. It's proven to be a little more difficult to not only take but hold as well.
Speaking of middle pressure, though, now they have to contest with an operator. As you see, Redux posted. Have the Killjoy shoot the dart so he can continue to hold the angle. Does eventually get smoked off, though.
Birdie backing off. Mid has been taken over, at least in the grass area, by Salt and Vinegar. They're not going to give it up easy as BSG. They got 2 players over towards Market, one on pizza side. Ducks at the operator. Star coming down mid, going to be blocked off. That is an actual smoke, going to get hit as well. And suppresses with all the daggers, so of course the info's there. Now Redux just trying to spray through, making sure Jet doesn't jump up there as well.
Birdie's going to push this. Of course he is.
Has history of being pretty YOLO like that sometimes, but holding from main. Boltsy, they didn't expect that. Boltsy at least able to claim 2, but Redux sitting on the wall. If the knife came out, that would have been something there, but no. They just run through with a flash. Well played. They're going to get the plant, and now it's up to Churms and his teammate Killjoy over there. Oh, gets 1 kill. Then goes down to the shock dart.
It'll be more doable here. They have the Odin, too, which makes holding in Hell a little bit scarier. As you can see, Stellar moves away from that spot. We get darted here, though.
Recon Diamond. Oh, the scan. That's big. I don't think he knew exactly where he was initially. And yet will peek out and eventually kills Rossi. God, that patience of back and forth, not actually going and fully committing.
Oh, yeah. Super good. I mean, that was one of those things that really, you know, it just takes like really good feeling of how to win these gun duels where you're strafing back and forth. It's like, when do you wide swing? Because whoever commits first is probably going to lose, as we saw there. Rossi goes for slightly wider of a peak, gets punished. And a good crossfire as well, as both players went down at about the same time.
All right, BSG. Booster Seat Gamers trying to close this out, make it 6-6. They've won 3 in a row after 6-1 in a row for the side of Salt and Vinegar. So we got one of those games in our hands. Redux, early pick chance at the back of Catwalk. Will not have a chance early.
Right here.
And decides to fall back or look to the right side, but can't hit that shot and dashes out. Now Jake Roll pushes up mid. He's going to go up to Catwalk. Boltsy heard the jump up, figured he would go for the peek, and runs into 2 players.
And little do they know that there's nobody on the site right now. Investing the lockdown.
Might as well, especially being the last round after all. Now come the knives. Speaking of that, Redux, I guess might as well use them here. Does have an updrift and could come into play for a knife chance. Oh, but that's suppression. Good old Bang, popping his ultimate. Suddenly those abilities not so useful.
Rossi found a kill on the Catwalk as well before falling back to main, so getting harder and harder. BSG needs to go soon. They have their knives back, but I don't think they have enough time to make a real play at this.
Ducks will fall on terms. Just keeps on spraying with it. Oda finally gets Governor, but it's the last round. I'm not sure what the plan is here. Figured he's gonna save it. Wait a second, this is it. Gotta try to make a play, but really a lost cause there. So 7-5, Salt and Vinegar. They will stop at least a bit of the bleed, the momentum, and not really that because they are up 7-5 as we head to the second half. But yeah, a little bit of picked up there, at least from BSG, as we swap sides now.
Yeah, that was, I mean, one of those underrated things about KO where the hit's coming in and you just pop the ultimate, and then suddenly the other team just has to wait. You know, I guess they can push in, but especially on a map like Ascent where you really do need flashes to lead the way or a drone or something. Suddenly you're sitting there for like 16 seconds and the spike is basically timed out by that point.
All right, so the setup in, you hear the comms in the background. Duck's gonna go pretty quick towards B main. Dart. I think it might have hit 1. Hard to tell from that shot there, but it's not going to ultimately find any kill.
Obscuring vision.
As instead they'll start retreating back, instead rotating towards A. Astra already all the way over there. Churm's checking out mid, is looking for any information. They see the alarm bot, they'll kill that. Of course, it goes off initially though, so Salt and Vinegar very aware that some people are mid. We'll mark it. Oh god, such a clean shot. Dashing over into the site. Gonna close the door as well. I'll try to lock it down as best as he can. Governor classic, the classic duel! Governor eventually wins it. It takes forever. Redux though gets another. The cleanup from PSG as a squad. They get 3 kills together. And now they have the advantage in the plant coming down.
Yeah, complete turnaround. That one looked like it was all Salt and Vinegar. Suddenly, 3 players fall. Stellar. You know, a little bit of his own medicine, having to fight through a turret to get anywhere near the site.
Start from Bang, or more so the knife. Doesn't find anyone though, so those are not close at least. Bang will trade on a diamond. Figures he's main, he'd be correct. Flashing out, just gonna try to run him down against Churms. Churms like, wait, I hear you coming, and lands the ghost headshot to clutch the round for BSG.
Boltsy, you're 5-11. You're 5-11. Shut the fuck up.
The scoreboard call out. That's, you know, you can't think of anything else to say, just resort to that.
I can't hear you from the bottom of the scoreboard. What's that?
There's just something about hearing people actually say these things that they, you know, type out.
Right.
It's different than when they're actually saying it, right? It's fun. All right, yeah, Boltsy is indeed 5-11. Has had a solid tournament overall, but yeah, we're reminded right there. So, PSG heading outside the B main area, not going to expose themselves to this dart. Governor going to scan somebody. Ain't going to happen.
Right here.
Patient play from BSG so far. Now they're going to start creeping up. They have a flash and checking somebody close, but 4 players are in B site for this at press and B. They're ready.
This is not going to go well for 30.
Hold diamond. Classic headshot. He's still well alive. Not so much. J. Crow finishes him down. And speaking of Birdie, he's just going to molly and run. Pick up the spike and try to run to the other side. Yeah, they know a lot of numbers are there. So they figure the A side certainly a lot more open, and they'd be correct. Can they get there fast enough, though?
He's going to do his best to delay. Try not to go down. They definitely need his Astra utility.
I think the answer is no. I mean, they didn't get here necessarily fast enough because look at that. They're already in the side on defense. However, the gunpowder still favors BSG.
Yeah, might not
and we
matter.
see Volty.
Remaining.
Yeah, so with the guns, it doesn't matter. You're correct.
Spike planted.
It doesn't. Ooh, J. Cole has 100 life. He's going to give away where he's at, of course, but got a Spectre.
A borrowed Spectre, though, so he's just going to try and do some damage here. Knows that he's going to pick up a right in the next turn anyway.
And good play. In and out, in and out. And eventually the kill happens. So 7-7. Make sure they get their appropriate guns. As you mentioned, though, Salt and Vinegar will be on the buy round this time around, including J. Crow picking up that operator. Is going to be a naked operator. No armor for J. Crow, but at least has that op.
Yeah, we'll see. He's going to go ahead and post up middle. Seems to be the preferred spot for most Jets on Ascent, at least initially. For a pick towards tiles, perhaps.
Killjoy is one orb away from ultimate, so I do wonder if they're going to try to get that Killjoy orb.
No charges left.
There's J. Crow. Yep, checking tiles. You see Diamond towards the A orb as mentioned, would like to get that lockdown, but as we see, no one's really there contesting, but of course they don't know that.
Deploying drone.
Germ scanning mid. I think you'll definitely know somebody's there now. I was going to say maybe saw the foot, but gets killed by the operator. So this orb will be claimed if they want it. And not sure about Winery. Going to peek together.
April's already here, though.
Oh, jeez. Gets another. So this naked operator certainly paying off.
And just good movement from him across the map. He gets to pick tiles. Reads that they probably won't go B because they think he might be there. Repositions, and this is a dead hit. Absolutely no chance that BSG is able to get anywhere near this site.
Yeah, it's an interesting call right there. They ultimately just left the orb to be taken by somebody else rather than getting Killjoy a lockdown, because I think at that point they were realizing, okay, we're probably not going to win this round. We don't want to commit a lockdown. He's going to die and get the ultimate anyways for next round. Let's just give it to somebody else. So it's kind of the further down the line logic. It's supposed being used right. I mean, is he even going to die?
10 seconds.
No, he's holding onto his Phantom.
Okay, never mind. So he's not going to die. Well, again, still one away from the ultimate, but yeah, he's going to hold on to the gun because that's pretty important. 8-7. Salt and Vinegar. That means Booster Seat Gamers is going to be on buys themselves, though. All the Vandals coming out. Across the board, and you hear the calls being made as far as what to do.
Ultimate status is nothing for both teams at the moment, but like you said, Diamond very close to getting the lockdown. Positioned maybe to collect the orb in B, but there's a ton of utility and lots of players here.
Ducks. Aiming, battle, bang. He's ready to flash out and go with this. Obviously, maybe waiting for the sound cue of the orb, but will they try for it is the question. There's a flash out. On the other side, bang. Cloud is going to go for the flash now. Goes for the play. They line up perfectly.
So good. And they double peek, too, just in case.
You've gotten so much better. It's actually
Yeah, that was great patience there.
Waited for any sort of cue, right? It was like, is the orb going to get taken? Nope, it was the smoke. And it cues him to go for the flash.
One enemy remaining.
And they continue to hold on the side, and now it's just Bolty 1 versus 5. Pretty much no chance for him, but going to give it a go. Again, this goes back to this is Booster Seat Gamers put in some good investment, good buy into this round. And they're going to come up short. As Bang will close it out. And back-to-back rounds, if I'm not mistaken, all 5 players staying alive for Salt and Vinegar. So not taking any damage themselves either.
Yeah, definitely doing wonders for their economy. As you can see, several players up to the 5,000 mark. Governor gonna invest in the Odin here. He might have had that last round, I don't remember. Guess he did.
Probably did, yeah.
But on the other side, BSG, they're gonna have 1 rifle. Redux just going naked rifle, or not naked, but hero rifle. There's a great shot of that flash double peek.
And yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, dude, the point you're making as well. It's like, oh, actually, we're into the next round. J-Crow gets Bolty, being aggressive with the operator, and another great start for Salt and Vinegar. Again, I believe this is well, actually, Redux actually does have a full Vandal and armor, so they are investing quite a bit. Dang, has an excellent angle here. Redux had no clue. He saw the animation of the dash going off, and not in time though. For him. And the other player seems like they do have sheriffs though, so I'm guessing a Redux will have knives for next round. Trade by Birdie. Oh god, oh god. Turret OP! Such a bad feeling. His sheriff is not a good gun for killing that.
Nope. Turret 1, Birdie 0.
Alright, 10-7, but yeah, you hear the comeback call being made, and yeah, it's certainly believable. PSG is obviously a very capable team of doing that, as they have a lot of utility now. They have that lockdown we keep referring to. They have Hunter's Fury. They have Astral. They're 6 of 7 on the other 2 ultimates, so they definitely are going to be using a lot of firepower here. J-Crow going for the same play off the bat. Doesn't work twice, does it? Especially scanned. They're not going to give him a chance.
No, there's an op at B, so the plan is to go A. They're going to come out with the Cosmic Divide, set things up. Very front part of the site away, at least.
Okay. So they're going to plant up there. Whoa, okay. Redux in the middle of the Astral Walls. Cosmic Divide, that's some trippy stuff going on right there. It's like an acid trip.
He's a Raven.
That. Not sure what's going on, man. I don't know.
That is very awkward. Completely wastes the attacking Astral Wall, by the way. They have not gotten the spike down yet.
Yeah, wasted initially. You're right. That was definitely the purpose, but it still doesn't matter. Redux is going off with the knives. He finds 2. Got a teammate with another kill. Governor sitting very far back with that Odin. Of course, the no suppression popped by KO as well to make this happen. So they are using a lot of their utility, but as they should. It's there for a reason. Silva. Shock dart. Hand. Throw that out. Just sprays with the Odin. Does have recon in 10 seconds. Does have a drone as well. So use it. As Jacobs tries to follow it up, taking some spray, as there's another headshot landed by Redux, and now Bolty flanking, not even needed. All right, 8-10, so that comeback call, definitely putting a little fuel in that fire. Back, Booster Seat gamers.
We also have a lockdown to head into this next round. Diamond has that. On the other side, we have a null command as well as Bladestorm for J. Cruel is once again on the operator. 4 stacked towards A for Booster Seat, looking to potentially maybe draw out utility and then pop the Killjoy ultimate. Or fake on B, perhaps, with the Killjoy
doing
ultimate.
one of those, yeah. It's Killjoy, again, it has its ultimate for a while. Diamonds, oh no! The trade back and forth. Thought for a second that was going to actually be bad for Diamond. But a little bit of damage off either way. J. Cruel, this could time work very well. The smoke goes aggressive, but dashes backwards, and that is not out of sight. Making the call. Oh, Diamond knows. You can hear. Knows they're pushing up. The alarm bot triggered. Sprays out, however, cannot win a duel, doing some more damage. Meanwhile, the teammates pushing up catwalk. Bang, holding. In the smoke. They're in A main.
The suppression is doing so much work. Verdi can't flash through this smoke. They can't get in, even though they have a numbers advantage, and it's allowing the rotation from Governor to come over.
It really is the power of null suppression. The dart, it's actually killed, so it doesn't even get info beyond the kill. There's flash in the open, so a very desperate play going to be happening from BSG. Can they hit the shots? They have to damage initially. No, they cannot. It's the answer. The lockdown from Salt and Vinegar, 11-8. Beautiful hold.
Yeah, bang with perfect timing there. It was just 2 players on A who could have been overrun by a well-placed flash and dart combo.
I should probably play some stats.
But AO says no and completely shuts down the attack.
And BSG still have enough for some decent buys. Odin in hand once again for Diamond. Gun of choice. Again, that lockdown. I mean, this is what, 4 rounds now. I want to say it's had that lockdown ready to go.
Right here.
Gets to a point. That's one of those ultimates you just really want to be able to use.
Just push up the angle by the drone. Has to fall back into sight.
You should run.
There's the lockdown
no.
finally, but this is a massacre to push through.
Yeah, who's locked down? Is it the other team or them? Because they're having a lot of trouble getting through all this utility here. Finally, Jeff flies in, though, but Governor just doesn't care. Just spraying through as he's flashed. Redux gets the kill on Governor, but suddenly it's just Redux at lockdown. Let's just say, essentially doing nothing. Although Redux still has a chance.
Does, but he has to go back across to collect the spike. I mean, that play by Governor was elite, actually. He's just sitting there. He's going to take the lockdown detain no matter what, just to delay the push in, which buys his team enough time to get positioned and counterplay perfectly. Really, really well played from Salt and Vinegar.
Love that particle effect after the kill as well. So excellent job by Salt and Vinegar. 12-8 on map point here, map 1. We're going to close things out and make our way on a split. And I believe, if correct me if I'm wrong, this is Booster Seat Gamers map. So
yes,
because yeah, split would be Salt and Vinegar, one that they chose, as we've seen before. So yeah, this is tough case for BSJ, a tough pill to swallow, but on the verge of being knocked out of map 1, unless they can make some big plays right here, and they're going to have to do it on pretty low economy and no ultimates to work with. They're going up against 3, including Knives, Lockdown, as well as Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, that play from Bang this time doesn't work out necessarily, taking some damage, but Governor, speaking of the Hunter's Fury, that's going to be a kill. Maybe? Yes. Yeah, when it's blind Hunter's Fury and aiming like that, it can be brutal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that Salt and Vinegar has just done such an excellent job slowing down the Booster Seat Gaming attack. You know, we've seen this team run teams over with their aggression time and time again, and Salt and Vinegar is refusing to let them get any sort of momentum forward.
It's down to 1 player, and it's down to, well, it's almost, yeah, now it's not a nobody. Point is, Volta goes down, and Salt and Vinegar, they do take the map. They make it 13-8. Thus, Ascent is there. So, going to be up 1-0 in the series now, so we're going to head to Split. Of course, their map choice, as we keep going back to. But yeah, Salt and Vinegar, the first time that we've seen them today, officially, but we saw the results that they had, and somewhat very impressive results, certainly. Going ultimately undefeated throughout the map play in Group C, and now after a strong start here in the playoffs. Up 1-0.
Absolutely. I mean, they look good. They had a little bit of a slow start to the tournament, but certainly looking strong. And like we said at the start of this match, several of these players, they were in this LAN Center not too long ago and came out victorious with the whole tournament. So definitely a team to watch out for. But BSG, not to be counted out as we head over to Split for map number 2, and hopefully we get ourselves a 3-map series here.
Yeah, and obviously Salt and Vinegar, though, trying to become the champions themselves eventually here in the round of 8. But are you trying to be the next nerdstreet champion, ladies and gentlemen? Well, you can find out. Compete in your favorite game at nerdstreet.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, as Elevated mentioned, we got map 2 going to be Split coming up next. I'm Bricky CPK, joined by Elevated. Stay tuned. More action coming at you. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Here we go. Map number 2 just around the corner. We're going to split, as mentioned. And this should be a good finish here to potentially a finish, if not a map 3, of course. You're in this series. End of the day. Salt and Vinegar up 1-0 over Booster Seat Gamers. Let's take a look back at that map 1 in Ascent. Again, a case where the first half especially looking pretty close, looking pretty good. But then Salt and Vinegar gained momentum in the second half and really did start to pull away. But yeah, we got to see the double KO coming out, so that was fun to see as well. And certainly some great teamwork, some good play. Same thing with this wall play here as Redux capitalized. And that was a bit of a comeback for Booster Seat Gamers, but again, in the end, Salt and Vinegar victorious. And they're going to split, which is certainly a map that they're comfortable on. I feel like we saw a lot of that in the previous event as well. So this is going to be a tough task for Booster Seat Gamers.
Yeah, I would agree with that assessment. Salt and Vinegar. They also just looked like the cleaner, more well-practiced team, and we can hear the comms. You know, most of the noise coming from Booster Seat Gaming is pop-offs when they hit shots or win rounds. But we're hearing Rossi, the IGL, or Salt and Vinegar constantly talking, always giving the strats.
And I'm looking right here. It's really Salt and Vinegar. They were the only ones to choose a split in this event, from what I can tell overall. So, yeah, again, a comfortable map for them, and it is one of those maps, especially for a team that maybe not as playing much together and just not as confident on it. Like I go back to, it could certainly be a difficult task. Not impossible by any means, but BSG has their work cut out for them. So we'll see. As far as agent selection goes, this is one of those maps where, once again, Raze is a duelist that comes to mind. It looks like Salt and Vinegar ran that in their previous split match in the event. They went Raze, Sky, Viper, Astra, and Jet. So running that double duelist, they've been the Sky Flash, and they got Viper, of course, who has become somewhat of a staple agent on that map, as she has on several others.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm always curious to see whether these teams that have like the super strong Jet players will switch off the Jet for split, because often we do see the Rays being picked up instead. But a lot of teams will just continue on with the Jet because their comfort zone, and it's not like Jet is bad on the map by any means.
Yeah. So players sitting back down now, as you can see in the venue. The crowd as well, enjoying the matches that are taking place. Again, this is a first round matchup, and that means only the one other match is also taking place. Bjor's Kittens versus Kawareta. And from what I can tell, looks like that is still in the first map over in that series. So certainly something to keep an eye on as we go back to. The winner of that playing A Crew. The winner of this series, though, will play Radiance. That is all tomorrow, as mentioned. So here we go with the agent selection. It is going to be the expected lineup, or maybe we'll see. Actually, they haven't locked into all just yet on the side of Salt and Vinegar. As far as Booster Seat Gaming goes, they do have the Raze, the Jet, the Viper, the Astra, and then throwing in the Killjoy there for themselves. Is Jayco really going to go Chamber? That would be a... What are they missing right now? They're missing potentially another duelist. Okay, yes, is going to go the Jet in the end. So, and things a little interesting.
That would be interesting. I mean, this is a map where you see a lot of Cypher play as well. So Chamber, I feel like Chamber kind of is in that Cypher-esque role to some extent. It's sort of a weird agent where you can kind of fill the Cypher role with obviously the traps that you can leave and walk wherever you want. But then also we've seen a lot of sort of duelist-esque plays too.
Here's some cheers in the background. Something that might actually be from the other series that's happening in off stage. The players hype themselves as well. They got their own thing going on over there, but we got this one here. Booster Seat Gamers, Salt and Vinegar. Right now, SMB, of course, up 1-0 as we're in map 2. Map choice for SMB and split. And here we are. We got it's going to be Salt and Vinegar on attacking first, BSG on defense. Look at all 5 players of Salt and Vinegar. 10 seconds remaining in pre-game. They are currently towards B. They look like they're fast. Sherms even has the orb out early. Roll it up. One-way setup, and this is going to work out pretty well. Maybe, although the dash in, so talk about a hard, fast hit. It certainly is that. No kills just yet. Germ's holding the best he can, having to reload. Is still alive somehow, getting back up for rafters. Are you kidding me? This aggressive push is being completely thwarted off.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that looked over, actually. The one-way came up, and it was not in time. They were just in the site already, but unable to dig that Viper out of the back corner of the site. Redux comes in perfect time to give support.
That was absolutely great teamwork, but yeah, somehow Churm's able to stay alive all that time. And eventually help his team secure the victory, so yeah, good hold. And we'll slow things down as we get round number 2, I'm sure. As, of course, no force fire for the set of Salt and Vinegar. Still on the pistols. But there's a little more split up this time around. Redux picking up a Phantom round 2. Knife out. Now they have this one way to deal with. Before they win it so fast, as mentioned, they didn't have to deal with it really, but now you have to deal with it. It's going to go away there. But there goes the snake's bite. Oh, good orb control. You actually do take it.
Nice disciplined approach from Salt and Vinegar. They get the orb. They don't take too much damage, and they hold reasonably good map control in middle, so now they can relocate to middle. They've shown presence towards B. They're trying and push up into vents and decide what to do from there.
Right into Killjoy. They're going to have to decide try to kill him as soon as possible. He takes out 2 before finally being traded up by J-Kroll. With Verdi sitting on the top of ramp. Looking to time this and peek down behind by Benarasi. Getting in a duel with the other Astra. And will win it against Bolty. So player-wise, this is a 3 versus 3 now. Plant happens in the A site. Players together though, and certainly the gun advantage still favoring inside of BSG. That was Redux. He tried to get back up there, couldn't though. As the flank happening from Verdi at least. Finally gets a kill, but Stellar gets Redux and jumping down. Stellar gets the kill on Verdi. Verdi couldn't land the shots despite the jump down.
That's tough. I mean, I guess it's worth also mentioning that we have Verdi on the Jet now. Redux has basically only played Jet every single time we've ever seen him. Verdi, plays Raze, but for whatever reason, they switched it.
I just enjoy the listen to that. Tell him to stop buying a Phantom. I mean, all right. Anyways. BSG, so of course now they're finding themselves lacking the gunpowder. Well, hey, it worked out for Salt and Vinegar last round, but it kind of goes back to the very patient play early on as well. Nice shot by Purdy, by the way. This is J-Kroll with the Sheriff, so already a decent start for BSG. But controlling that goes back to controlling the B orb initially and then being very patient. You hear the incoming leader making the calls on the team to fall back, and they clearly had a strategy in mind to work together, push together, and eventually got the win, even in the econ round. Governor gets Verdi, and he also gets Redux. Yeah, saw Redux sitting there with the shorty. Maybe had a chance, but not so much. Going out, Dog had a little bit of trouble there. Oh, turns into trouble. It's 4 players collapsing on top. What do you do?
Next.
Next round, please. Well, that's apparently where we're headed pretty quickly, as Salt and Vinegar certainly winning this round. It's just now a case of BSG trying to take some guns away.
They have 2 angles where they can kind of box them into the spike explosion, perhaps, but Diamond could also very easily get overwhelmed. Might even over peak here. The Governor can't hit the shot on the 4 HP Sky. That is a kill that he should have had.
That's just one of those. You want to see the replay in slow motion because it's like that cursor, man. It felt like it was so close. Crosshair just to the left of Sky. But Bolty, fun to see that. Gets 1 kill and then says, "Please take me." It's right into the center of the bomb. But the victory for Salt and Vinegar.
He called me a bot! Guys! Bolty called me a bot! Oh my god! Oh my god, he called me a bot! He called me awful! He called me awful! Oh my god! I'm so sad!
I suppose that's one way to do it. Just do the saying back to them what they're saying to you. Just the clever ways we're hearing of this
Now he's even
banter.
letting his teammates know. I was called a bot. But I'm not a bot. That's
See? That is the key, yeah. Not playing KO this round. That's a very fast initiation into ropes, by the way. They've already taken A heaven. They've claimed it, and now what do you do with it, though, is a question. They do have A main control as well. With Viper, bang, gonna throw. Nade back on the side, Diamond trying to hit them, but they're just jumping too fast. Nice turn on a Rossi, though, and actually this isn't working out nearly as well as they hoped for on the side of Salt and Vinegar. So they got that site fast, but it did not matter because they weren't able to hit the shots and win the duels. Now it's up to Governor, 1 versus 4, being flanked from either which way. Gets 1 kill, but Sherms will finish the job as they make it 2-2.
He's gonna be able to get the op in time. Nope.
Oh.
That's a pretty big loss, actually. I think BSG use all the money they could possibly ask for right now. They're winning these rounds here and there, but they're definitely losing a lot of players. And Salt and Vinegar, I mean, they seem to be kind of doing whatever they want on attack. Like you said, they had A control in like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Right there, and seemingly they probably should have come out of that round even better.
They very fast. I mean, it's almost like they just gave up mid on the side of BSG at that point, but again, obviously it didn't matter. They gave up mid to play retake on A side, if anything, and really worked out very well. Good, just disciplined play for the side of Booster Seat Gamers, and having to see more of that here as Bang creeping up. Gonna run right into a judge, though. See what this duel.
Enemy kill.
Nope.
Toxin screen down.
Bang is not too happy. Has the knives out as well. They have lockdown on the side of Booster Seat Gamers too, if needed. We're just gonna go out there, hitting the A side, able to dash away. Just by taking a couple of bullets, now spraying through the smoke. Stellar pushing up ramp though. The lockdown plays in time and kills Stellar. Almost didn't see him initially.
Such good timing for Stellar if he'd hit that shot.
Last player standing.
Spike down, the kills happen. And oh, it's gonna be one last standing for Rossi. Got 1 kill on Sherms, but DP is gonna take place. And BSG will make it 3-2 now. So another round, back-to-back rounds really, where Salt and Vinegar is able to claim the A site, but they're just having trouble holding it.
Yeah, and they're simply just they're just losing these individual duels. Like we saw there, Stellar had an opportunity to kill Killjoy, shut down the lockdown, which would have absolutely changed the course of that round, but he just missed. So I mean, they're going fast, they're getting early control, but they're maybe going a little bit too fast. You need to just chill for a sec, you know, reset the aim, hit the shot, and move on.
Yeah. So 3-2, Booster Seat Gamers, and you look at the gun situation for Salt and Vinegar, not too good. They have knives though, which we hear off the bat. Also, Seekers available. They find a use for it. Showstopper on the other side for Booster Seat Gamers, so Redux. They find some opportunity there. Jake Cruel almost had a chance at the timing, but heck. Oh, Birdie having to deal with all these molly slides. What the heck is that about? Just jumping up and down. Trying to avoid the molly damage, but anyways,
Yeah.
it's a trade.
That's done.
Weird
Took
timing.
too much damage.
Yeah. Diamond sneaks up the rope there, finishes him off. Now Salt and Vinegar stuck in middle, outgunned. Trying to do some shots.
One enemy remaining.
Well, it does
Spike
hit a couple
down,
of shots. Stellar. Last one standing on the side of S&V has now an upgrade. Does have Viper's Pit. And is holding the spike. Wall's currently set up at that A side, of course. Now giving away where he's at. We'll just throw snake bites down.
30
and
seconds
run
left.
that direction. Go for the whole wraparound. I was going to say, you just go for this, run A, but no.
Time. Finds a kill, but goes down. NSG Gaming is starting to build some momentum here. I mean, it hasn't been necessarily pretty the way that they've won these rounds, but they're winning them, and suddenly they have a 4-2 lead 3 in a row. And this is a crucial round because if they can take this one, suddenly we're looking at a very one-sided half here on split.
Yeah. Yeah, map choice for Salt and Vinegar, and especially if you choose split, you got to think you certainly have some confident attacking strategies and expect, a fair amount of those rounds to be won, of course, but 2 so far. Verdi trying to get a quick pick and not able to happen. The dog will run him down all the way back in sight. Yeah, I saw another one too. Oh, there's jump in from Bang, but Bolty to the left. Manages to get the shot despite the operator missing. Diamond gets Governor as well. More trades continue. Verdi finally lands a shot kill. Stellar. However, Jake goes too far pushed up. We are down to a 2 versus 2, make it a 2 versus 1.
I expect Rossi here.
That was a defensive Astro Wall, by the way. Oh no. Kill on a Viper. Jumps. Oh! Oh man.
Wow. He just swings him knowing that Spike is down. That is a 14-year-old play right there if I've ever seen one. One done with confidence.
I love the don't pick, and he's like, shut up. I do what I want.
I'm happy that that will be an achievement in your life that you beat me on a one-on-one.
There you go. All right.
I'm happy too.
I'm happy. We get a fun match here. I'm happy that we're casting this match. This is pure entertainment as far as I'm concerned. 5-2 Booster Seat Gamers. Jake Roll. Just with Spectre now, so gun situation once again not the healthiest for S&B. And they're going to take advantage of that in the sense of let's just run a mid. Bolty was there. But the trade happens from Bang. Birdie trying to hold the operator, but the grenade is going to force him back. Now here comes the boom bot. Though they're going to charge up into heaven. Redux, there's just too many targets. Gets Frenzy down. And Bang gets another. Now as a showstopper has a chance. Astral used offensively as well. Blocking the back of the side. Birdie can't land the hit. And now it's just Diamond. He has lockdown. But this round has certainly been taken by S&B.
Yeah,
stolen away so far.
Questionable angles being held by S&B there. Or by BSG, rather. Birdie was with the op in hell, peeking for what I can only assume is like, what, a foot shot if they come over towards the rope? I mean, he gave himself absolutely no shot to use the operator at any point that round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pressure on Verdi definitely paying off here or there even in round number 8 that was. So getting a 5-3 lead. Still favoring Booster Seat Gamers, but see feeling pretty good for Salt and Vinegar to take that one as we head into round 9 now. And speaking of the gun situation, okay, J. Cruel. That's an operator pick off the bat on a terms. That was at B main. So the Viper peek. I don't know if we've seen a lot of that. Seems like he's been setting up that one lane falling back this round. Unfortunately, guessed wrong.
Yeah, he went for a Marshall peek and got punished for it. Ulti does find a nice little kill with the Sheriff. J. Cruel is picking them apart on B, and that should be an open sight.
Nice shooting from Governor using that utility as well. Now it is just Redux.
Spike planted.
Walk up into heaven. Seems like a lost cause though now. And definitely is. J. Cruel lands an operator. Back-to-back rounds going the way of Salt and Vinegar. Get 4-5. Lyman back in. On the attacking side, again, made mention this is their map choice, especially on the attacking side. Feel like they got some confident strategy, and hey, they already got 4 rounds now. So feeling a bit better. Governor leading the way, 12-7-1. Another solid round from him coming out. They do have Viper's Pit. Lockdown still available for Diamond. On the other side, though.
Viper walls both placed A. J. Cruel looking for a potential pick middle, and there's 2 very aggressive players there. This could get very dangerous for BSG. Don't respect the op.
Fire in the mid. Gonna happen. Bang gets Bolty though. And Bang trying to jump back. Unfortunately, dying to the snake bite. So ends up being a trade.
Can we come back? Can we come back?
And patience continues now. Verdi at a very aggressive angle here. Matter if they check up. If they do start to peek out, of course, you got to figure the utility will happen first. But they're not even going to go for it, understandably. Starting to fall back for now, heading back in sewers. There's 3 players in A side for BSG currently. Killjoy, the only one not there, all the way over the B side. So mid is completely left open for now. Guessing they have an alarm bot there or something. Do they have any info? I don't know if they do, actually.
Just the turret once they get up into heaven. Alarm bot is in front of Killjoy at B main. Yeah, it's going to be... No, not a quick explosion, though.
30 seconds left.
They're not sure where maybe a second player could be at B side, so they're being a little bit cautious. Allowing rotations to come in.
Diamond's waiting for B main as well, but no one's coming from there. They're all from heaven, and Governor catches Diamond. Sticking around a little bit too long. Redux spraying through the smoke. Gonna get lucky with it, but not gonna take place. And out comes the Viper's Pit, as well as the Seeker. So double ultimate use for Salt and Vinegar to try to really claim this around the head. Just peeking enough, but Jacob cannot land. He goes for another, still can't get it. Terms got Governor with those headshots missing. But it can take out one. Stellar got another, though. Jacob finally lands this shot on Redux. Now it is just Churms, and Jacob says, I don't miss a third time.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised they tried to fight into that once the pit went down. But it is what it is. Salt and Vinegar has done a great job stealing momentum back here. It kind of all started with that. I think it was a Thrifty, that first round that they won after losing 4 in a row.
It was, yeah.
And they haven't really looked back since then. BSG seems to be getting manipulated pretty well as far as their rotations. And then obviously J. Cruel picking up this operator has been huge too. He's found a lot of opening picks.
Sheriffs across the board. The opposition, J. Cruel saw the jump pick, running to the small. Oh my God, Redux! I was gonna say that's a ballsy play. He actually hits a shot, but they both are quickly traded out by teammates. So the operator will still be claimed for SNV. Nice shot nonetheless.
Another free sight.
Yeah, definitely a free one. Diamond's gonna sit hell. Teammate Heaven and Boltsy. Gonna wait to come through spawn. Now I know he's here. Okay, Birdie got Governor, and they're gonna commit lockdown now. This is, again, they only have sheriffs, but I feel like they can claim this round now.
This is bold. There's a grenade to shut it down.
Yeah, that was grenade kill happens, and Boltsy takes out one more, but Rossi will finish it. Yeah, definitely a bold decision. I'm with you there. Again, you could be understandable in the moment. It's like, okay, now we have a chance with that initial headshot, but all sheriffs is still a pretty unlikely chance. Now that's out of the way.
Yeah, we get a naked operator here for Jet on the side of BSG. Trying to counterplay J. Cruel. See if they end up dueling. Looks like they might here in middle.
Get out of my way.
Uh-oh, free. Jump across. Bang has a showstopper. On the other side, you have Knives as well as Astral Wall for BSG. Ducks is really far up here. I don't think they've really pushed up this far on defense.
Pretty finds a pick on Stellar. Oh, they don't check him.
Nope. Oh, he almost got another thanks to Boom Pack, but eventually gets killed. But yeah, Verdi in 2, and now Boltsy holding this angle up in heaven. Gets traded, but at least got one, and it's up to the one now. And Bang, who has that showstopper, as mentioned, the Knives just throws it in the air in full panic, but BSG will close it out strong as they make it the 6-6 first half, it is.
Yeah, 6-6. I mean, it's a reasonable scoreline. Obviously, on split, you'd expect things to be a little bit more defensive-sided, but if I remember correctly, this map has trended more and more towards being even. So, you know, it really is anybody's map still. It seems to be the series in general is very momentum-based. And it's kind of just finding these timings like Redux there, getting into middle where they haven't put mid pressure up until that particular round, ends up paying a lot. dividends.
We've seen a frenzy come back. I feel like we're seeing a bit of frenzies here in this series so far.
Yeah,
Appearances.
especially on this map where you're going to be at close quarters a lot.
Sense, Governor. A frenzy. He's trying to darn Boombot here. Okay.
Pushed all the way back into ropes.
Oh, jeez. Bullets like crazy. Oh, gosh. Down to 28 life.
Double peek.
Hear the calls, speaking together, and sure enough, it works out. They get Birdie, and now Redux is having to fall back. That's a team kill.
That is a team kill.
Redux got Stellar as well, and down goes Redux finally, but Bolty
Coming back.
takes out Rossi, and now the B site's open, and a claim for BSG. That team kill pretty crucial.
Yeah, it could actually be the difference here. You can see the power of the frenzies where you can kind of just like run them down, but obviously that does put you in the way of some of your teammates' utility. We saw there as well. Bang with a great timing.
Bomb grenade out.
2 versus 2. Diamond. Getting back in main.
Both in main, actually.
Line up.
One enemy remaining.
Running down, Bang lands a shot. And a nade out now. Diamond having to respect that. This planet for B main, though. Oh, and he lands the shot to stop the defuse, and he gets the second with the classic. Oh, beautiful plant spot. That's why they're both in that B main right there, and almost waited a little bit too long, but you know what? He timed it perfect.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where you got to let them go enough to the point where they believe that they can commit to it. And, you know, there's only one spot that both of them can really be standing. So great play by Diamond. A little dangerous, but it's a pistol round. We'll take that. But it should be a force buy here from Old Vinegar. Or maybe not. They really got Plant and a bunch of kills.
That's a tight game, though, so yeah, they just want to play it safe. And you know what? They won the second round after losing the first round last half, so I suppose that may be being a factor as well. Redux. Checking A main with his Viper teammate. Ooh, right click misses Verdi there. The nade also coming up, so it's 3 players currently in hell. Oh, actually, he's going to take some damage.
Gonna eat the nade, hoping that they'll re-peek him.
Not hiding in there. There's a second player, and Bolty was ready for it. Meanwhile, Diamond getting run at by 3 players. So they do steal the Spectre. They're going to get the orb, and now Verdi. Going to time this well. Unfortunately for him, though, they're going all the way to the other side. So good wraparound choice, actually, by S&V.
Yeah, but it will be a free plant as well for BSG, and they have obviously a pretty big advantage here.
Oh, here we go. Well, they expect them coming from A main. It looks like Bolty's ready for this. Here's a look. Footsteps. Oh, almost lost that deal. Down to 20 life, and J. Cole taking advantage of it. Passing away, but did not expect somebody to be ramp as well, and that's exactly where Churms was. So, close out for BSG. Make it 8-6. But again, goes back to the point that was a full save for S&B. Now they're going to have those buys, including the operator for J. Cole once again.
We saw him really come alive once he picked that up on the attacking side, so I'd imagine see some fireworks from him on the defense. And he is... Oh, he's going to go middle. I thought he was going to go A, where everybody seems to be stacked for BSG. But he can still definitely find some value with quick rotation.
All 5 players. Very fast hit by BSG into the A side. They put the wall down, and they're going to go hard at it. Rossi in the back of the side. They know he's there, though. Governor found Diamond. Rossi does get one, despite being known. Reduction now, Bang peeking out through the Astro Wall, so the Astro Wall not going as planned. It's almost like S&B did not respect it. Verdi taking the op shot in the back of the side. Bang gets the hat trick to close it out. So it's solid play attempt, sure, you know. You have the gun disadvantage. Go for the Astro Wall and the quick play, but Salt and Vinegar was ready.
I think that Astro Wall was a little bit off, actually, because it looked like it was kind of on the ledge. It was in a place where they could kind of peek out onto the ledge at random spots. You know, the thing about smokes is that you want them right in the one doorway where people can exit, so you can train your crosshairs there. But either way, just aggressive plays from S&V punishing push.
Jaco. Teammate support there. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. How do you get out of this one? Bang, backs him up with some nade. Actually gets a kill on a Churms and allows J. Cole to escape, so very close call, but gets out of there. Redux gets banged, though. J. Cole's still sitting here with the operator, still has confidence. Find a kill. No way. J. Cole, what you doing, buddy?
Playing fire.
Yeah. Do not want to lose that operator against this save round. Diamond checking. Slowly walk in.
Oh, really good timing. Yeah.
Coming back.
He is not going to be expected to be here, so... Oh, man, I almost wish that they would put pressure A and try and force this.
Oh.
I mean, all right, or you can just hit the shot.
Yeah, I mean, or that, like... Obviously, Viper did not expect somebody to come from that close, to be fair, but still. Great shot there. Look at Birdie. Oh, no.
You should.
He's suspicious, though. Got him flanking.
Gonna burn the lockdown here after planting just to give them less time to work with on the side of S&B. I'm a fan of this. Might have been a little bit early, but at the same time, here comes the pressure. Governor's in.
Splash has that judge. Gets one. Diamond trades. J. Curl, the operator in your phase. Not the most ideal situation. Just holding. As long as they don't peek, though, they should be fine. Yeah, that spike's ticking down. He does peek, but I think it's too late.
Yep.
Beautiful win for the side of Booster Seat Gamers. Obviously, they lose a couple of more guns, but they'll easily take that if it means securing it and make it 9-7.
Yeah, they're by. I guess. Wait, that was an eco. So
that was eco,
great,
yeah.
Actually, yeah. Really well played. That Killjoy lockdown bought them just enough time to where they didn't really have to defend too long against the better weapons.
To the players again to clarify, this is production right here, and what I mean by that, they are not actually sitting across from each other. See more people constantly bringing that up whenever they see that shot. There you go. That's what it actually looks like, as far as them at an angle, and so they are near each other, but not actually face-to-face like that. Anyways, J. Cruel finds the face of Ernie. So the Jet duel is victorious for J. Cruel this time around. That was A main.
Now
Talking about going B.
Yeah, now S&V can kind of sit back. They've got the big pick, and they've got it on a Jet, who is one of the most important characters to entry onto the site for attackers. Bang, just gonna sit back and lob utility into garage.
As Showstopper. Back left, nobody's back there though. Redux, so a little bit of pain damage. He's fine though. Side quickly sees hell. There's that Showstopper. Gets a trade. Rossi gets two more as well, and it's up to Churms. He ain't gonna win that. Rossi will clean it out nicely. Taking out 3, and that was a very successful hold for the side of Salt and Vinegar, of course. B. Really stars go out for the next round. That's Astro play for you.
Give me an eco, 4 sheriffs for the side of Booster Seat. They do have a Showstopper on Redux, but they are not stacked to try and push aggressively right away, so probably just going to try and feel this round out. Cool again, looking for an early pick on B main.
Anyone oblige? They're going for it. No, it doesn't look like that's going to happen. Just a little bit of harassment there. It's 30th life all of a sudden on. That was Redux there on a raise, who actually ends up peeking through and it lands a couple of shots, but not the shot to get the kill on Bang. We got quite the duel in mid now. So we are seeing a tale of two different halves. You know, I like to bring this up all the time, a split where one team controls half mid on defense. That being BSG was certainly doing, or BSG was giving it up, that is. Salt and Vinegar, they're controlling mid though. They're not giving it up.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, jeez.
Spike down mid.
Sometimes you're just on even through smoke.
It is an eco round, but a flawless always feels nice. Wow, I just saw Verdi typing. He's got basically a vertical keyboard. Is typing with.
It's yeah. I honestly just don't get it. I just can't imagine playing like that, man.
We're gonna little tack pause, maybe talk things over. This is getting down to the wire here.
I'm doing it with my keyboard right now. I just feel, oh geez, that's what I'm traveling these days. Anywho, back to the buys as we're looking at 9-9. So again, map 2, S&V up 1-0. Trying to close out the series, and Stellar makes it a good start once again. We talk about the mid control. Viper certainly got that right now in this half. Big roll and Verdi.
And those early picks are so huge too, because I mean the defense really just can now kind of play information starving. They force the attackers to take very awkward plays, but J. Cruel, screw that. I'm gonna peek more aggressively. Gets punished for it.
Yep. He's like, it's Verdi. There's no way he would have pushed up by now, right?
Right.
I'm feeling good.
Need that back.
Well, patience with Verdi. No, he hit
patience
those
is a virtual.
Oh God, stretch. That's when you know the broadcast has been long. When everybody starts to... Oh my God, the jump! Okay, the showstopper does kill, but Rossi at least trades.
30 seconds left.
Gonna have a chance here, and he gets one, gets two, and he succeeds on the chance. Verdi, knives are out. Can't land this though. Good re-peek by Bing, and he gets 3 to close it out. 10-9. Salt and Vinegar takes back the lead.
Yeah, Bang's rifling has really been impressive over the last 2 tournaments that I've seen him play. It's just super clean. He's never spraying. Just 1-2 taps to the head almost every single time.
Last player
Stand
Out of my way.
Spike.
And you see it definitely shows in the scoreboard as well. 20, 13, and 4. Helping all fraggers in the game currently. Jake Roll, this time he's back in B. We mollied off though. Oh, but first. Yep.
Seen that one before.
So much for that patience.
Pulling them in. Right there.
And Governor will get Redux. Nice teamwork there between Astra and Sky.
One enemy remaining.
Now wall's not gonna matter. Governor says, come at me, bro. That's 3 kills. Now it's just up to Diamond to flash on through, and Governor will just say, you're not gonna come to me, I'll come to you.
You say that?
Yeah, this was one of those spots where that experience of having, you know, a very confident IGL, of having, you know, maybe LAN experience really comes to pay dividends, because especially when you're on the attacking side and you're facing elimination and you've just lost round after round after round, just kind of running into a brick wall. You know, you need composure and you need creativity to break this setup. So let's see what BSG can pull out here. Salt and Vinegar looks to be running away with this map all of a sudden.
I'll pick it up.
11-9, obviously plenty of momentum there. Boltsy lining up a
You
wall.
are divided.
There we go. It goes down into the A side. So Stellar immediately throws out the snake bite. Is going to hope to try to stall this as much as possible. Is this a fake though of sorts?
I'm not sure what's going on here. They're just stacked up outside of this Viper utility. Now slowly pushing in.
What are we looking at right now?
Oh, they're dropping a lockdown in hell. What a spot.
Jeez. Okay, well, that's not going to work. Immediately killed, and oh no, it's a disaster. That Astra wall lockdown combo completely backfired.
Yeah, I think we saw that at the last LAN actually, for some of these guys, and yeah, it did not work out very well. It's such an exposed spot that seems very punishable. You get the idea, but the Viper utility just stops them from pushing in to pull it off early. And then
One enemy remaining.
the meat grinder of that choke at A short.
God, that's definitely a good way to describe it right there. It just usually the team that throws that down, the utility, especially the Astro, will be the ones aggressive going in. But again, the way they just stalled right there, it just could not take advantage of it. And yeah, the meat grinder, I think it's a perfect way to describe what's happened as a result. And speaking of that, Bang gets Diamond off the bat. Obviously, desperation for BSG right now, trying to stay alive. Salt and Vinegar trying to go to the semifinals tomorrow, and the big clash up here in B Heaven. However, BSG gets a couple more kills, and suddenly it's a 2 versus 2.
Scrappy rounds continue to favor BSG, but Salt and Vinegar not over rotating. They cured them heaven already.
Oh.
Recovering it.
Welcome to one enemy remaining.
Oh, great fake star. Oh my God, Rossi, what
Defenders
a
win.
play.
What a closeout there by Salt and Vinegar. 13-9 is how it'll end as they take map 2 and thus take the series. So we expected quite the clash between these two teams. Certainly got some great play, but Salt and Vinegar on a mission has to ultimately win this whole thing clearly. And going to be going to the semifinals where they will get that matchup tomorrow against Radiance. So big win for them. Congratulations, BSG, Mr. C Gamers. Another fun run from them and always an entertaining team, certainly. Got to see them twice here on stream. And definitely happy that we got that opportunity, but in the end, they're going to fall short.
Yep. Yeah, it's always fun to have personalities in the scene getting showcased at LAN. So shout out to them for bringing the heat, but ultimately Salt and Vinegar looking pretty clean.
Yeah, so what a tournament this is shaping up to be so far. I mean, we look at how the results are looking, and it's one of those cases of, I don't know if we necessarily have any big upsets or frankly any upsets at all. It's just it's kind of shaping up pretty nicely here as far as maybe the expected results, but I don't think that's a bad thing. I mean, it's definitely setting up for tomorrow to have some great semifinals into the grand finals. Again, in this case, Salt and Vinegar are going to be playing Radiance. A-Crew awaiting their winner as they're going to be playing Bjorn's Kitten or Koware Retta. As Bjorn's Kittens is actually up 1-0 in that series, currently in map 2 themselves. So, but we take a look at the replays here of this split map, and definitely back and forth. The Dogs impressive play there. Always fun with the replays. Going back and forth, but yeah, in the end, fantastic gameplay from Salt and Vinegar as they take it. So before we start officially wrapping up, though, I want to give one last shout out this time to Mavix. So experience Mavix Gaming Chairs, the exclusive chair partner of NerdStreet Gamers and local host. All Mavix Gaming Chairs feature the Future 9 functions of critical ergonomics to support gamers everywhere.
Defenders win.
You want to get yours today as little as $24.69 a month. Use code NSG55 to save $55. Shop at mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. So again, big shout out to Mavix right there. One of the awesome sponsors for this event. There you go on your screen. You see that detailed information as mentioned. So again, mavix.com/nerdstreetgamers. Use that code NSG55. Definitely some comfy and awesome chairs, but elevated. That means our day is coming to a close.
Yeah, it's been a good one. It's been entertaining. There's been a little bit less KO than I would have liked, but you know, it was enjoyable. So thank you for doing all the hard work on the play-by-play side of things. I'm just here to I'm gonna say look pretty, but I don't know if that applies either. I'm just here. I'm just happy to be here at this point. So yeah, shout out to you, shout out to production, and shout out to chat for keeping it entertaining as well.
Yeah, definitely reiterate that. Always shout out to the production, the observers, everyone puts on these events for definitely your entertainment in the end. Putting on a good show, and the players certainly coming through with that. So once again, super excited to see how it all shapes up going into tomorrow. We got that last series wrapping up here. But tomorrow, we got 3 best-of-3s, both semifinals followed by the finals. A $7,500 prize pool on the line and the title for this tournament of the Nerd Street Gamers Winter Champion for the Regional LAN Philadelphia. On the line right there, so looking forward to seeing how that all shapes up at the block over there in Philadelphia. But officially wrapping up, once again, I was Break CBK, joining me, Elevated. Ladies and gentlemen, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then. Off the Seekers. Oh no! Shock darts flying in as well. Temperatures running up. Checking. No, somebody's to the right. Eventually the peak up. Oh my gosh. Again, simply got a little bit of damage, but it's like, team, help me quickly. Kills Jet though. Gets 2 more logs before being traded by the shock darts.
I mean, kind of bad. But covers 2 more.
Let's look down. Verdi's got a great angle, but it's all the timing.
play aggressively, and Konpeki is in the perfect position.
Yeah, and Redux has no clue now. There's absolutely no way Redux has any clue where he's at. He just has Diamond. Oh, what? Sorry, they're gonna see one in the garden area. They check it immediately. Pancakes jumps out, or Konpeki, excuse me, but gets traded. Nice hold by Redux so far, though. Down to 10 life. Oh, dash away. The shock daddy avoids it. Some way, somehow, still alive against these 3 players. And now Verdi comes in to help, and Diamond's in the flank. Redux with the hold. He even finds a third. Oh, he had the spray initially, but Konpeki takes advantage of not being killed, gets 3. And now he's got the doggo out. It's going to be killed. The distraction is real. Konpeki gets 4. He has the sheriff kills for the SG. Although Neon sprays back with the Phantom. He gets killed by Pancakes with the Hunter's Fury. Calm on the camera. Hello.
Redux.
Just on point. As a shorty, Redux has a good amount of life and will hold to keep things good. Earth peeks in, so he can sort of scattered all of a sudden. Pancakes gets to the Earth's going with third.
No way.
He gets it.
Player standing.
He found hijinks, but Oaken lands the first shot, makes it a 1 versus 1, and gets the second on a cryptic. Yeah. Okay. Those 1 blocks. He's gonna get that kill, but just doesn't have time for the little off center there, and Cryptic catches Teak, picking up a T-Cast gets 2. Well, for a third, gets a 4th. T-Cast, absolute clutch player. Who else is maybe nearby? Oh, the double bacon, the Marshall. Remember, they don't hear it either.
They can just hold.
Well, that dart too. By the way, the spray through from Redux gets them both.
Thank you.